have more players in the game, have newer people, different things like that. It's very exciting and very needed. But to be completely honest, I was very nervous about Wastelanders coming out because I had already loved the game so much. So I was apprehensive about the changes that were going to come and whether it was going to change an experience that I already loved so much. But Wastelanders is really unique as opposed to all the other DLC from the other games, because it's the only one that was directly as more or less a response to the players. It was determined by the players.
Didn't do that so much.
No, we banded together. We made a community. We helped each other out. Most of all the gameplay that people, responded to was all cooperative. I was one of those players that I spent my time in the beta not worrying about getting as far as I could or getting as powerful as I could. I focused on just collecting supplies, building a welcome camp right out down the bottom of the stairs outside of Vault 76. And I was there day one after the beta, waiting outside of the vault for new players to come out and drop them some weapons and give them some supplies, give them some water and food. And I wasn't alone in that. A lot of people did that. And so it really showed, people kind of coming together and having something that we love, pull people together. And of course, there was a lot of backlash and stuff, but most of those people kind of got shook off of the game and didn't stick around. But the people who stayed really loved it. And so I feel like it's the first DLC that really rewarded the players for how they played, despite that maybe not being the direction that Bethesda thought that the game was going towards.
Yeah, they should be applauded for changing and following where the community wanted to go. And I have a feeling that was something they're always prepared to do at the beginning. It's part of why they put it out so early. And it's one of those things where, hindsight is 2020, but I get it. Game development and software development in general is changing. Like it's very rare anymore that you put out software and say, okay, here is the 1.0 version of the software. This is what it is. We'll make a few little tweaks here and there, but this is the package. This is what you can get. Everything is turning into lifetime continual change. Everything gets updated. Nothing's really finalized kind of formats. So for something like this, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it really shows that despite some of the negative press they get, that Bethesda really listens to the fans. And I mean, down to even small things like some of the big complaints people have was the lack of NPCs, the lack of dialogue, and the lack of player choice. And those are three fundamental parts of the Fallout experience that were missing in 76. And with Wastelanders, not only did they add all three of those things in, but even the dialogue system is a throwback to Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. So, and with all the skill checks and different things like that, it really answered a lot of those criticisms. And then adding in the whole end game grind that a lot of people were missing out on, with the reputation quests and the bullion and treasury notes, which is a grind. It takes time and it takes effort. And,
Right.
You can only get so much done in a day, but it's rewarding and it gives people something to do, even if they only come in for an hour or a couple hours a day. And the nice thing with the treasury notes is that it's gotten so many people to join public events again, which public events are a great way to meet players, a great way to team up with people and make new friends. And they would often go not played. And now people are joining them much more. And a lot of higher level players are joining them because you're rewarded with treasury notes if you beat the main storyline of Wastelanders. But then the whole thing about this of adding in the story and the characters is just wonderful because, I knew with the way I was playing the game that I was going to ultimately side with the settlers. I knew the raiders didn't stand a chance. But when I met them, I was so surprised at how well written these characters were, how they weren't just these mustache twirling villains. They were legit characters. And I have to throw out real quick, a Weasel is my girl. I love her. She's amazing.
Yes.
I hope that sometime down the road we'll get more of her because she was great. And that also relates back to Christine with the whole, not being able to talk and everything, but she does have a voice. She has a robot voice, but still. But then right. I kind of felt like the settlers were a little vanilla. They were a little plain. But then you start meeting some of the new characters, and I'm going to be very careful. This is all top level
stuff.
Very new. Yeah, I'm not going to go into any spoilers, but you meet Jen, for instance, and Jen's story was amazing. And it reminded me a lot of the TV show The Americans, for anyone who's seen that show. And then you meet Penelope Hornwright, which if you're a fan of ghouls, she's an amazing character. And also Sergeant Radcliffe. I was so surprised to like him and his goofy jokes and how silly he is all the time. And just as a side note, I don't trust Samuel. I don't know what he's up to. I'm hoping we'll find out down the road, but I don't trust him. But then with the wayward characters too, which you meet early on, characters like Mort and the Assaultron Polly, they were both really awesome and funny characters. And I had actually commented, we were sitting next to each other at Bethesda Game Days, and we popped on our headsets, and I leaned over to you. I'm like, did you hear that they added a DJ into the radio?
Right. Yes.
And Julie is such a cool character. I love her like cheesy dad jokes. I'm always laughing at those. Now, I'm a very emotional person. I'm an easy crier, but a couple of her emotional speeches on the radio legit had me in tears. Like there's some really good writing in there that relates to real world stuff and a lot of things people are going through right now in society, and just really and I just hope we get to meet her at some point in the future DLC, because that's another thing about this DLC is it's constantly growing. We now have the whole introduction to seasons and the future packs that are going to be coming over the next year.
Yeah.
But the last thing I wanted to talk about with this DLC is the companions. And the thing is, Beckett's cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to hate on Beckett, but I love Commander Daguerre. Or as I should call her, Sophia, because that's what she wants me to call her since I did romance her. And we seem to be a very happy couple living at my camp. She likes my camp. So
she's at my camp too. Wait a minute.
Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Must be a different Sophia. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, mine's dressed as the Nuka girl. So
okay.
In my opinion, there's only two ways she should be dressed now that we can dress up our companions. You either dress her as the Nuka girl or the Mistress of Mystery, because that's her favorite comic book character. Because one of the awesome things about Sophia is that she is a nerd. She's a full-on geek character. She's a video gamer. She's obsessed with holotape games. And she's also a comic book fan. She talks about going to the comic book shop back in pre-war, because that's one of the interesting things about her story. And again, without going into spoilers, this you find out in the first couple of minutes of her being introduced. But she was a pre-war astronaut who was in space and in a deep sleep. So she crash lands on Earth. Not only is it decades later than she thought it would be, but also, oh yeah, sorry, the apocalypse happened while you were gone. Everything's destroyed. Whoops, yeah, not so good. But that whole storyline is just like, from a sci-fi concept perspective, is just so interesting. And the fact that one of her quest lines is a David Bowie reference told me right off the bat I was going to be into this whole storyline, and I was going to be into it, because she's amazing. Her character's amazing. The voice acting's amazing with all the characters. And the great thing with all this is that there's lots of exciting stuff to come. It's a whole new build of the game, so there's so much more they can build into the game as we go forward. So I was just pleasantly surprised, very happy with all the changes, and it having NPCs doesn't change the fact that there are real people in the game, and you're still interacting with real people. You're still building a society, and hopefully someday we get our vendors back, because that's the one thing that I'm sure they'll fix it. Yeah. But outside of that, just Wastelanders has been an amazing experience.
Yeah. Oh, and also, by the way, Bethesda, if you need another DJ voice, you can have DJ robots.
Yeah, there could be 2 stations.
Wink, 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 wink. So cool. Wow. This has been a very informative and long and fun episode. So thank you everybody for joining me. Is there anybody, since usually we go through the list and we say, hey, here's how you can reach us, and we do that thing. I don't know how popular that is with you guys. I know everyone can be reached at the Robots Radio Discord by the names that they go by here. Is there anybody else that would like to chime in about other places that people can reach out to you? Or do we want to just leave it at Robots Radio Discord? Aperture?
Yes, you can reach me at most of the main platforms: Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, if that's your thing, TikTok. Got like whatever, at aperture_flash. You can also reach me on the CB radio at channel 19 if I'm in your area. You really need to get a hold of me. Just scream your frustrations into the dark, and within 3 days, a postcard will arrive.
Wow. I didn't know you had that power.
It's shocking.
It is shocking. Firewriter?
Come find me on Twitter, Firewriter, FYRE.
Can you say that again? I think it broke up a little bit.
Sorry. Yeah. Come find me on Twitter and my mouth stopped working. At Firewriter, and that's fire with a Y. Writer is in one who writes.
Got it. Cool. Faithon.
Can find me on Twitter at FaithOnWorld and on Instagram at FaithOnWorldEnder.
Very cool. Sunless.
You can find me on Twitter at SunlessSketcher.
Sunless Sketcher. FaithOnWorldEnder. Sorry, I'm still. That sounds so cool. All right, and Zemnis.
You can find me on Twitter at Zemnis the Nightwolf. You can find me on PS4 for Liger019, all underscore or lowercase. Sorry. And then, of course, on PC, Zemnis the Nightwolf, and then Twitch, Zemnis the Nightwolf, which I'll be streaming later on tonight.
Cool. Yeah, go check out his Twitch stream. All right, everybody. Thank you for. Oh, go ahead. What was that?
Can I do a real quick shout out?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. First of all, gotta shout out Yu and solid. I know he's listening. And Kilo
Sorry,
Tango.
You broke up. You broke up after Yu, and then what?
And because I know he's listening.
Okay.
Kilo Tango 1122. I hope you're doing better, buddy.
Nice.
I will no more context.
All right. We're rooting for you. All right. We need to figure out what we're going to talk about next month. We need to come up with some topics. I don't know if anybody has any ideas off the top of their head while I wrap up the show. But if
Soybean had a really great idea.
Oh, yeah? Soybean? What was it?
Hello. So
Hello.
Already a couple weeks ago, last week, I proposed next month being a Pride Month themed episode, seeing as a lot of Pride Month activities are being put on hold for the COVID reasons. And so we could just talk about different LGBT characters or what
that'd be great.
Pride Month is within the game for us, what Pride means, and
Yeah, ways that in the Fallout games it's been represented either well or poorly. Different opinions on that. Yeah, we can totally do that. Yeah. Victor?
Oh, I was just like unmuting myself to make sure that like I could soy on in that Bethesda has done some really good and some heavy-handed, lazy things when it comes to the LGBTQ community. But I think that out of just about any game besides like Dragon Age or Mass Effect, Fallout is a great representative game to use kind of Pride Month LGBT stuff as a backdrop to be able to talk about those kinds of things. And you know, Mass Effect and Dragon Age is BioWare, not Bethesda. So I think Fallout's a really good choice.
Right. Yeah. Well, that sounds great. Let's do that for next time. And if you'd like to be part of that conversation live, I mean, you're always welcome to come join us live on twitch.tv/robotsradio and jump in the chat while we're talking about these things. So you can always be part of that. We record on the last Sunday of every month and we do it live on Twitch. We're still live right now. And if you want to be part of the panel, part of the patrons who get to join us on the episode, you can always check out patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast and sign up at least a tier 4 in order to join us every month as part of the conversation. So sounds like an awesome topic. And I'm excited to talk to you guys about that stuff because I'm sure a number of you, this is actually way more personal for you guys than it is for me, but I'm always open for understanding and learning more about other people's perspectives on things. I can only speak from my perspective. So, having that conversation with you guys is definitely going to be informative and educational to me, and hopefully lots of other people as well. So thank you guys for joining me again. And thank you to our Twitch friends for popping in the stream and joining the conversation. And until next week, when I'll be back with another episode, I don't know. I don't really have a good wrap up for all the different DLCs. Go play one of these DLCs you haven't played yet and go find out how awesome it is, because they're all awesome in their own ways. And if you have any questions about anyone, you know exactly where to go to talk to people who have some opinions or can help you along. These guys right here. So, all right. Talk to you guys next week. See you later. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
If you are inspired to start your own podcast, then we have just what you need. The hosts at Robots Radio have put together a podcast just for you, just for podcast creators. It's called The Podcast Professor. We are giving you for free all the tips that you need to get you started on your own podcast. It's a gift from us just to say thank you for being part of this network. Go check it out. It's up on every platform that you could look for. There are audio episodes for you to download just like any other podcast. And then there are also videos at the Robots Radio YouTube channel. Go check out both, and good luck with starting your own show. Again, that's called The Podcast Professor. Look it up everywhere. This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
I know a lot of you didn't side with the railroad. You would rather have, aligned yourself with the racist brotherhood or the slave driving institute. I can see why those things are more appealing. I'm just pulling your legs. But truth be told, I've had enough conversations with members of our community and people online to know that the Institute and the Brotherhood were way more popular organizations to align yourself with in Fallout 4 than the Railroad. And I get it. It makes a certain amount of sense. They're more powerful. But when it came to Fallout 4, I felt most connected to the Railroad, not because they were most likely to win or they were, without their own flaws, those kinds of things. But I saw them as the only organization that validated the personhood of a synth. And based on my playthrough and my conversations with synths and humans and those kinds of things, it occurred to me that in this world, synths are people, at least once they reach the point of self-awareness. Because philosophically, what separates humans from other animals is their self-awareness. And you can actually make an argument that some other animals are self-aware. There are tests that you can give animals that give us hints into if the animal itself is self-aware. Can it see itself objectively from a philosophically or psychological third perspective? Can it see itself as being a member of the worlds it's in, or is it just simply acting on instinct and is really nothing more than a biological robot? And from what I know, elephants and dolphins and a few other animals have exhibited signs of self-awareness. I think some birds, parrots or something. There's a number of animals that have reached a point where they will recognize themselves in a mirror, or they will make specific kinds of decisions based on seeing themselves as part of a greater whole. I'm not, this episode isn't specifically about that test, so I haven't gone back and researched what it is that the actual test tests them on, but this is the concept here. The idea that if a synthetic organism, something that we've created, actually acts and sees itself as objectively independent in the world and has self-awareness, then what else is the difference? What really separates us from something we create that exhibits all of the same traits that we do? Does it matter that they are primarily wires and circuitry and we are primarily biology? We all function according to a code. We have a genetic code. They have hardware and software. But ultimately, those same things drive the same results in an organism that can become self-aware. This is one of the questions that you get in shows like Battlestar Galactica. At what point is a synthetic person a person? And all that's to say that that's why I sided with the railroad, because I felt like there was enough evidence to side with the idea that synths were actually people. And even if there wasn't true, even if that hypothesis turns out to be false, isn't it better to side on the possibility that it's true than not? Put yourself in the shoes of a synth. If you were a synth, wouldn't you want somebody to assume that you have personhood if you actually do? And if you don't, and the synths don't actually cause any harm, because most of them are safe, regular law-abiding citizens, and let's say you've disconnected them from any control by the Institute, then ultimately, isn't it better just to assume? So those are my theories on that. Those are my ideas. And all that's to say that we're diving into our first, I believe this is the first companion we've talked about that has any connection to the railroad, and it's Deacon. Deacon is a mystery. He is a mysterious dude. He is actually really, really cool. And well, I mean, he acts real cool, right? Like he's got the cool guy glasses and stuff, but he's a really cool character because there's a lot underneath who Deacon is and what we actually can find out about him, which isn't a whole lot, but his activities in the game are actually very interesting. So who is Deacon? If you didn't play through Fallout 4 or you didn't really spend a whole lot of time connecting with the railroad, Deacon is a character you come across in Fallout 4, and he works for the railroad, and he's a spy. He's been keeping his eye on you, and I'm going to go over all the different ways that he's actually keeping his eye on you throughout the game and the things that can change in the game in a little bit, because that stuff is really, really cool. But let's get into what we do know about him. So he's a spy for the elusive synth liberation organization, the railroad, and there's not that much known about his past because he just keeps lying. He's a liar. I mean, in a way, he's kind of a 007 kind of character, and he obviously is putting on airs and being multiple people throughout the game so that you don't actually peg him as being part of the Institute. But when it comes down to it, it's hard to know if the things he's saying are true or not. According to the fandom.com wiki, it goes on and says, among other things, he claims that he was among the first liberated Gen 3s, that he helped found the railroad in the 2210s, and that he is the true leader of the organization, with Desdemona being a figurehead. And Desdemona is the person that you go to that seems to be the leader of the railroad. Now, all of that stuff is false. He's not a synth. As far as we can tell, he's not actually a synth. And although he's been with the railroad a long time, he probably wasn't around in the 2010s to found it. And he's not actually the leader. He is one of her most trusted members, spies, soldiers, whatever you want to call them. And even among the railroad themselves, they're all kind of dark about much of his past. Now, Desdemona privately suspects that he is the enigmatic John Dee. Now, who is John Dee? Let's get into some of the history here. In November of 2266, John Dee was the sole survivor of a raid on the railroad's headquarters. Wyatt, one of the characters, cites him as a major force in the group's subsequent reorganization. His recruitment methods proved to be the basis of the railroad's pyramid structure of information distribution, and he is credited with the development of their dead drop system. Now, that makes him one of the remaining members of the railroad that survived and basically reorganized and planned out how a lot of the railroad works. And what makes him so mysterious is that the records left by Pinky Thompson make no mention of his fate following 2273, the date in which the Institute ambush killed Wyatt. So there's a hole in the records. So nobody exactly understands who John Dee is, but maybe John Dee is John Deacon. That would make some sense. So let's see what we know about his early life. And there's only so much we know, or at least we assume that we know, based on conversations that you can have with Deacon once you've hit a certain level of trust. It says here that the most detailed account that he provides holds that as a youth, he was a member of the University Point Death Claws, a gang that harassed accused synths. Their antagonism escalated to the lynching of a man suspected of being a Gen 3. Shaken by his part in the murder, Deacon left the gang to settle down as a farmer. So we have a situation here where he's young, he's in a gang, they're doing what gangs do. They get a Gen 3 synth that they think is a terrible person and they decide to murder them. And then he starts having moral qualms, I guess qualms is the best word, about what is actually going on there. Sometime later, he married a woman named Barbara. They intended to start a family, but the University Point Death Claws reemerged and attacked the farm. The gang had learned, to both Deacon's and Barbara's surprise, that Barbara was a synth. Enraged by her execution, Deacon butchered the gang in a bloodthirsty haze. In the aftermath of the slaughter, he was contacted by the railroad, who was evidently unaware of his prior affiliation with the gang. Despite believing himself undeserving, Deacon swore himself to their cause. As with most of his stories, there is no evidence to prove or disprove this claim. Now, it's pretty much the only background we get, and it does a lot of things that I think at least match the spirit of the person. It explains to us why they would be personally motivated to fight for the cause of the railroad. You have a few different points here. You have one, regret for being part of the gang and killing a Gen 3 synth. Two, marrying a woman named Barbara, who is later to be revealed as a synth, but believing her to be a real person and understanding that. I mean, imagine this. Imagine the person that you know the best, a spouse, a boyfriend or girlfriend, a sibling, somebody who you are absolutely, best friend, somebody who you absolutely are connected to and have spent years with, and then finding out that they are not a real human being. wouldn't part of you believe that they were still a person? And then, of course, they murder her. The University Point Death Claws murder your favorite person in the world because they just aren't a biological human. And then you go on this bloodthirsty, haze, and you murder all of them. And you can imagine that your personality is definitely changed by that. There's a logical fallacy called the sunk cost fallacy. And the logical fallacy is a thing that seems like it's logical, but it's not. It's actually incorrect. The sunk cost fallacy basically says that once you contribute a certain amount of money or effort into something, we are more likely to keep with it even when we know it's wrong or it's failing or it needs to be abandoned. We have a hard time abandoning something that we've already put a lot of effort into, so we'll justify it. That's a similar psychological effect to him falling in love with a woman, she getting murdered, and then him murdering the gang that murdered his wife. After committing an act like that, there's a need to justify yourself as being in the right. So on top of all of these previous interactions with synths that he regrets, he also has the psychological need to justify that that woman was in fact a person and that that action was warranted. So therefore, it makes sense that he would dedicate himself to the freedom and the lives of other synths. He has a psychological foundation that makes it justified. So from that point on, he starts working with the railroad. And sometime during or prior to December of 2273, he took the name Deacon and survived yet another Institute raid on the railroad, with Pinky Thompson attributing the organization's survival to his escape plan. This is more evidence that he might also be the John D. If he is John D., then he survived once and had an escape plan for a second possible situation because he understood by then how the Institute worked. So this also makes sense. When Pinky stepped down in 2277, he aided Dr. Carrington and Desdemona in revising the organization's policies to put a focus on operational security. Again, somebody who survives 2 raids by the Institute would be the perfect person to advise them on operational security. In 2287, Deacon remains one of Desdemona's top men, carrying out important missions and escorting synths of high value for the railroad. He is hands-on. He's not just the person behind the scenes planning everything out, but he is out there actually escorting and making a difference. Most of his work undercover has been tracking persons of interest. When the sole survivor awakens from cryostasis inside Vault 111 and starts making waves in the area, Deacon takes an interest in the traveler. He shadows them throughout the Commonwealth in order to gather information on their activities, with the hopes of recruiting them for the organization in a time of crisis. And there's some really cool information coming up about how exactly he shadows your character and things that you may not have noticed when you played the game. So we're going to get to that after the break.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts. Or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
In a world where solid-state electronics and vacuum tubes are still meta, people never stopped loving atomic-powered everything. A chosen 500 stepped inside a subterranean vault to be spared the nuclear horror of the inevitable Great War. 25 years later, they emerge after the fallout settles to retake Appalachia. Among them, two former rivals whose blood feud will tear West Virginia apart in their epic struggle for survival. Chad, a vault bro who has a strength of 15, an intelligence of 2, and is a complete wasteland dickhead. Simon, a complicated anti-hero who chooses light and hope, but accidentally becomes a cannibal, and wakes up naked and afraid with a Scorch Beast queen after a date goes terribly wrong. What? I mean, it's a wild wasteland, right? This dark humor radio drama will have you driving off the road and crawling out from under the fallout. 2 men, 1 wasteland, and so many nukes. Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, rated R, now streaming on your holotape player podcasty thing.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify, so I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. Hey there, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers. Welcome back to the show. I am your host, Tom, and or Robots, as usual. And as always, thank you so much for tuning in week after week. I really do appreciate you guys being part of this show and part of our community that we're building. And I thought about this the other day when some people on our Discord channel mentioned that they didn't realize that we have a store where you can buy like t-shirts from and all sorts of fun stuff. So if you haven't checked it out, go check out robotsradio.net/store, or just go to robotsradio.net and click the store button at the top of the screen. And you will get to our Teespring store where you can order a whole mess of different sized shirts and different styles. We have men's shirts and women's shirts. We have long sleeves. We have short sleeves. We have all sorts of fun stuff. There's even tank tops, I think, special, for summer. But go check that out. We've got some really cool shirts. We have our year 2 logos now on sale. The year 2 ones have gone away. You're not going to get them anymore. They're out there, but they're no longer for sale. We also have some fun Fallout shirts like the Mr. Handy that looks like the aliens guy talking about who dropped the bombs, aliens. There's that. And then there's also a BuddyBot shirt. And BuddyBot hasn't been on the show for the last little while. And that's primarily due to me not recording in the office. So we'll just say that BuddyBot stays in the office. So I haven't had him around. That's what we'll say. But BuddyBot, if you've watched any of the streams, twitch.tv/robotsradio, you'll know that BuddyBot joins me on stream and is everybody's best friend and also loves pizza. And there's a BuddyBot shirt with the new BuddyBot drawing. So you can go check that out. I had that custom done by an artist. And on the front, it says, "You're my best friend." And on the back is a slice of pizza. So go check that shirt out as well. So robotsradio.net/store if you want to go check that stuff out. Otherwise, there's all sorts of other ways of supporting the show, telling a friend, leaving a rating or review on Apple Podcasts or whatever podcatcher you use, and those will get read out at the end of our end of the month patron episode, which is coming next week. So if you want to join us, there's still time to sign up. We are recording on May 31st in the evening, and that's like 9 p.m. Eastern time. So if you sign up before then as a tier 4 patron or higher, then you can still join us on the call. And we will be discussing DLCs. And each person, I believe, is grabbing their own DLC or teaming up with someone else. So that's going to be a super cool show. We're going to talk about lots of different reasons why each of the different people picked their favorite DLC. Everything from Fallout 3 DLCs to Fallout 4 and Nuka World. You know, everything across the board is up for grabs in that conversation. So if you're interested in any of that stuff, go check it out. robotsradio.net for the store, and then also patreon.com/robotsradio. All right, let's get back to the show.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, we've got some really cool notes here about Deacon to go over. And I don't know how many of these things you might be aware of, but they're all really cool. So, of course, the first one says Deacon is a confirmed alias. And as far as we know, his true name is never revealed. We don't really know. Passing persuasion checks during Deacon's affinity conversation reveals that many things that he tells the player, that he's a synth and he's a leader of the railroad, are lies. Doesn't necessarily say that his background is a lie, though. So maybe that is still true. Now, this one I find super interesting, and I kind of hinted at it earlier. Prior to contacting the railroad, the sole survivor may come across a Deacon working incognito in some major settlements. Deacon will alter his appearance while following the player character around the Commonwealth. The only constant in his disguises is the sunglasses, which he never removes. He has some fixed disguises for certain places, like the DC Guard armor in Diamond City or Vault suit in Vaults. And I thought this was super cool because if you are paying enough attention, by the time you actually meet Deacon, you'll realize why he's so familiar. So there's a number of different places that you can run into him. He is present for the argument between Piper and Mayor McDonough, disguised as Diamond City security. So that's probably the first time you see him, potentially. He can be found wandering around Goodneighbor disguised as a drifter and later joining in Hancock's speech about the Institute. He can also be found in one of the pods in Memory Den. He may be spotted in Bunker Hill, disguised as a caravan worker. There's a chance for one of Deacon's disguises to be just him wearing nothing but a left leather leg piece. That's a little crazy. Deacon is marked as essential in all of the above disguises. If cheats or mods are used to kill him in any of the disguises before one reaches Railroad, Deacon will be alive during Road to Freedom and will act as if nothing happened. This is because all of the disguises are technically considered separate characters by the game. So he is planted in all sorts of different locations that you can come across him. And I have to wonder, this only lists those, say, 4 plus the 5th description about if you kill him. I have to wonder if there's others that you can come across in the Wasteland that aren't necessarily part of this list. He will not say anything if taken to Nate Nora's corpse in Vault 111. Deacon is a companion that can't be romanced by the sole survivor, so he's not interested in any sweet lovin'. His natural hair color is ginger, and this can be found if you use the modify looks command. Even though he's bald in the game, if he were to grow hair, it would be reddish. He will use the sole survivor's past actions to introduce them to Desdemona, such as taking out St. John, being a member of the Brotherhood, and being a general of the Minutemen, among other notable marks. If the player meets the Railroad before these events, Deacon will make the remark, "Someone even being able to spell Railroad is a cause for celebration these days," instead of noting any major events. Deacon seems to dislike the Brotherhood, asking in dialogue if the name Brotherhood of Bigots was already taken. During Liberty Reprimed, he will also remark, "Haven't we helped the Brotherhood enough, boss?" If they get Liberty Prime operational, ... Deacon claims to have visited the Capital Wasteland. He mentions how the Brotherhood of Steel wasn't so bad prior to Maxon's ascent to Elder, as well as how the water there is drinkable, which is totally a reference to Project Purity, which means that he spent time in the Capital Wasteland after the events of Fallout 3, once you get the water back working again so that everyone can drink it. And he was familiar enough with the Brotherhood in that area to know that they were different, that they weren't as racist as the current Brotherhood is. Deacon's dialogue contains nods to previous Fallout games. These include suggesting Code Violet as a team name, which is part of Harkness's override code in Fallout 3, attempting to use what he says is Robert House's personal override codes on Deezer, which he claims to have won in a poker game, and joking about wanting to convince a new recruit he is actually John Henry Eden. So Deacon is mysterious. Maybe he was involved in other things, or at least plugged into organizations and peoples that were aware of some of these things. Or, of course, maybe these are just fun little Easter eggs by the developers. Deacon appears to have acrophobia, a fear of heights, as he makes negative comments when boarding a vertibird, such as flying in a 200-year-old vehicle or preferring good old terra firma, meaning the Earth, wants to get down from Trinity Tower as fast as possible, etc. So another interesting point, another kind of minor character thing. These kinds of little details are why these characters are so cool in these games. At one point in 2275, Deacon was kicked out of the headquarters by former leader Pinky Thompson because he was sick of the lying, face-changing son of a bitch, and because Deacon had spent a month as a ghoul, which freaked a lot of people out. Such a cool character. He's just changing who he is. You know, like, you can't ever tell if what he's saying is the truth. I have to wonder if that's tied to the psychological dilemmas that he went through, or if he found a certain level of freedom and anonymity, however you pronounce that word, anonymity, or if he just enjoyed it. Maybe he just had a good time with it. Maybe he was just trying to make the best of things and thought, you know what, if I become a ghoul for a month, I can do whatever I want and people won't think anything about it. Plus the ghouls may not attack me. He's got a bunch of really cool quotes too, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but there are some that are really worth pointing out. Things like the big three for predicting people: caps, beliefs, and ego. Get a handle on what's driving someone and you know where you stand. Clearly somebody who understands people and how to influence them, somebody who knows how to investigate, follow, convince, work his way into an organization. And you can tell he's a thinker too. He says things like, I really want to know how the big one started. What idiot fired first? Why? What the hell did they think they'd gain? Talking about the war and the bomb that started it all. And you can tell that he also has an awareness of safety and treading carefully. For example, if I were a sniper, I'd be there, or there, or there. Isn't this fun? When you're out in open enemy territory. And he's got this kind of general smarmy attitude. Things like, this will be our finest hour. Tales shall be told of our fight versus the radroaches. Or, I'm a fan of Grognak myself. What will the wacky barbarian do next? So good. So I really like Deacon. I think he's a cool cat. I know I wasn't very sure about him at first. I was a little bit wary, but he definitely grows on you. And he stays mysterious mostly, but, he's still pretty great. I think my favorite one here is, since we're a team, you think we should use a code name? Red Orchard, or Code Violet, or the Death Bunnies? That'll confuse him. All right, Wastelanders, Vault Dwellers, thanks for tuning in again. And until next time, and when we're going to actually have our patron episode, so stay tuned for that next week. Stay safe in the Wasteland, and our own Wasteland for what it's worth. And I hope that you guys will, put on your ghoul masks and make sure that the ghouls out there in the world don't attack you for whatever that's worth. All right, talk to you guys later. See ya. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/falloutlorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Are you an avid player of the Elder Scrolls Online and looking to take your game to that next level? Well, the Red Diamond Courier podcast is here to help. I'm Bob Chichinski.
And I'm Dogbark24.
We are two experienced players aiming to help others learn and improve through in-game knowledge and references.
From PvE
to PvP
and everything in between.
There's sure to be something for you in the Red Diamond Courier.
We hope you check us out. Thanks.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
So, there's something I need to ask you. I don't think I ever told you what happened to the Minutemen. How I ended up as the last one.
Are you really the last Minuteman?
Maybe not literally. There must be a lot of former Minutemen out there who gave it up in disgust after the Quincy massacre. But we were the last active group of Minutemen. And now, well, it's just me.
What was the Quincy massacre?
I thought everyone in the Commonwealth knew about that by now. I was with Colonel Hollis's group. A mercenary group called the Gunners was attacking Quincy. The people there called for the Minutemen to help. We were the only ones that came. The other groups, they just turned their backs on us and the folks in Quincy. Only a few of us got out alive. Colonel Hollis was dead, so I ended up in charge of the survivors. We never found a safe place to settle. One disaster after another. You saw how it ended in Concord.
As long as you don't give up, the Minutemen will survive.
I'm not about to give up, but I can't protect the Commonwealth all by myself. Hell, I could barely protect these people. That's why I'm talking to you. I can't rebuild the Minutemen, but I think you can.
Why can't you lead the Minutemen?
That's not who I am. I can get my men through a firefight. I can defend a perimeter against all odds. But that's not going to be enough to bring the Minutemen back from the brink. We need someone who can bring the whole Commonwealth together in a common cause. And I think you've got it in you to be that leader.
There comes a time in everyone's life, well, every podcaster's, well, every Fallout lore podcaster's life, when they have to, talk about that one thing that, you kind of didn't want to bring up. You know what I'm talking about. Like the most hated person in the Commonwealth. Yeah, that's right. We're talking about Preston Garvey this week. Preston freaking Garvey. And of course, I'm joking about this a little bit. Well, a little bit, because everybody knows the whole meme about there's another settlement that needs your help. And Preston's always there trying to send you out the door to help another settlement and how repetitive that gets. And then we had some jokes on a previous episode where I had the patrons on, and we talked about Preston Garvey might be the absolute most hated person in the Wasteland. Now, of course, all of this is a joke because of the gameplay around this. The character of Preston Garvey, on the other hand, is an interesting guy. He's got a little bit of a background. We don't get a whole lot of his background, but we get enough to get a sense of who he is and what he's going through. And I think, like all of these characters, that if you give it a chance, you'll find something that you can relate to with Preston Garvey. So, as always, let's dig right in. In checking out the different descriptions and wikis and things related to Fallout, I think my favorite description of Preston Garvey and kind of breakdown of what he goes through comes from the Gamepedia.com site, which is merging with fandom.com, which I use both. I pull from both of these. But it's sad to see them merge and one of them go away because sometimes I like the way things are written more in one than the other. So let's just dig into it. It says here, armed with a laser musket and a healthy respect for American Revolutionary history, Garvey is the last Minuteman in the Commonwealth. He idealized the Minutemen since childhood as the only good guys all across the Commonwealth. He joined Ezra Hollis and his company as soon as he turned 17, and for a few years, he was part of something bigger, trying to make a difference and the Commonwealth a better place. His idealism caused him to turn a blind eye to the politicking and rivalry between various groups of the Minutemen that emerged after General Becker's death. By the time he finally realized the Minutemen were rotten to the core and falling apart, it was too late for him to reverse course. That moment was the Quincy Massacre. Garvey's was the only Minutemen unit to respond to a call for help. The other Minutemen turned their backs on each other and the people of Quincy. With not enough bodies or firepower, a battle turned into a massacre. By the time Preston led the last survivors out of the city into the wastes, with gunners in pursuit, only a handful remained. After losing them in Jamaica Plain, he tried to find a safe harbor for him and the refugees. Passing over Diamond City and the beleaguered Bunker Hill, he was looking for a new home and a fresh start. Lexington looked attractive until the feral ghouls infesting the ruins of the town forced them to flee, killing most of the 20 people remaining after the long fight. Concord was the next stop, but they ran afoul of raiders. The day before the sole survivor came, there were still 8 people trying to hold out against the onslaught. By the time they arrived in the town, Preston's group shrunk to 5, with only the former Minuteman in fighting shape. So already we have a story here that's showing a youth of 17 who idealizes the Minutemen because they are the good guys, or in his eye, they were the good guys. They were the only ones really who cared about the well-being of other people in the Commonwealth. The only ones who would put other people's needs and safety above their own. So things, of course, go wrong. And I feel like this is a story a lot of us go through in our younger days, especially when we hit about college age. College age for most people is this time of ideologizing. Is that a word? Of thinking about the way things should be and being really upset that the world just isn't as good as you believe it should be, that people should be better, that we ourselves should be better, that things are not fair, and that if you could only have the opportunity, you'd fix it. And I feel like we go through that a lot in that age. And it's part of becoming aware of the bigger world around us and the way things actually work. Because for the first time in our lives, we are thrown out into the world. We come from a household, usually, an upbringing where even if you have a rough upbringing, at least you have some sense of security for the most part, a regular schedule, a world that's only so big. And then you get to about college age, and whether you go to college or not, let's say late teens, early 20s, and you are now thrown into the world. Whether you're working, you're going to school, you're seeing and interacting with people beyond what you did before. You're starting to care about things like politics and the way we should or shouldn't interact with the world, morals, those kinds of questions. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be an adult? What does it mean to be a citizen? These kinds of questions usually don't really come up until we're out on our own. And it's because we are going through another phase of defining our identity. We go in development, you go through multiple of these as you grow up. As a small child, you're basically learning to interact with the world around you. You're not too worried about your identity. And then as an older child, and then especially by the preteen kind of area, like the middle school age, you really start to think about yourself and your place in the world and who you fit in with and who you're like and who's different from you and what does that mean? And then all through your teenage years, you start to figure out who that is, or at least who you think you are, or who you're being defined as by the people around you. And you develop an identity, usually by about 15, 16 years old. You have an identity. I'm the kind of kid who does this. I'm the kind of person who sits at this lunch table. I listen to this type of music. I think these things are cool, and I think all of these other things suck. And that's kind of who you become until you're thrown into a new situation. And that happens after high school. And at that time in your life, you see the bigger picture, or at least you start to see the bigger picture for the first time. And to bring this back around to Preston Garvey, that's exactly what he went through. But not only did he go through that, he had the opportunity to be part of who he believed to be the good guys and to be inside that, and then to watch it fall apart, to watch his beliefs about the world be shown that they're not true. And what does that do to somebody? And I think this happens to a lot of us. But here's the thing. It's a good thing. This isn't a bad thing. Becoming aware and taking stock of the things that you believed and the things that you thought, and having to readjust your opinion about the world is not only a good thing and is healthy, but it's also something that shouldn't just happen once. It's something that we should, and I rarely use the word should on this show, but I'm going to use it here because I think that on a fundamental level, if we set ourselves with a mindset of constantly reevaluating the things that we think we believe, the things that we think we know, that we get closer and closer to the truth. And that as soon as you stop doing that, you lock yourself into something that is ultimately going to be false because you've closed yourself off to other potentials. And this isn't a justification to do something crazy like, well, I've never taken LSD before, so why not? I mean, this isn't a you should try everything once kind of thing. This is from an idea standpoint, we need to be aware of the things that we believe, the things that we take to be truth that are untested. And we need to systematically test them. It's part of growing as an individual. It's part of learning where you're blind. Imagine if we didn't do that when it came to our haircuts. What if we got a haircut once when we were 7 and we looked in the mirror and we thought, yeah, that looks good. And then we never looked in a mirror again, and we just kept getting that same haircut every month or however often you go get your haircut. Wouldn't you want to take a look in the mirror at the age of like 22 and decide if you still like the haircut? This is the same thing that we do with our beliefs. We come up with a set of beliefs at a certain stage in our lives, and then we just wear those beliefs and we stop looking in the mirror. I think that's probably a really good analogy for that. And I know I've gone on a little bit long with this, but I want to get to the point here because this is the crux of who Preston Garvey is. He went through this situation and he came out changed. And here's the thing, because he wasn't ready to deal with the fact that the world is more difficult than he believed, that the good guys aren't always the good guys, he was almost ready to give up. Check this out. It goes on and says, Preston considers himself unfit to remake the Minutemen. He knows he's a good soldier, able to hold a position for as long as necessary, but he doesn't think he has the necessary qualities to make a good leader. That's why he offers the position of general to the sole survivor, whom he believes can make a difference and bring the Minutemen back from the brink. However, that's not the whole story. The Quincy Massacre and the ensuing desperate fight across the Commonwealth resulted in severe post-traumatic stress disorder. His last stand at Concord was the lowest point of his life, and he was ready to die, considering it just punishment for the mistakes he made, for failing people who relied on him, for the deaths of his friends, and the death of all he believed in. And I really like the way this was summarized here. This wasn't PTSD just from being in a combat situation, although that occurs. That's a very real thing. This was PTSD from failing his friends and the cognitive dissonance, and that's a psychological term, of having to deal with the cognitive dissonance and being able to see it directly in the results of the people around him failing at what he believed them to be. He believed the other leaders among the Minutemen were good people. He believed that they would come to the rescue of the people who needed it. And they didn't show up. They left. They gave up. It was too hard. And here's the thing about Preston. Preston cared and believed and acted even when it seemed like it was the most dangerous thing to do. He still followed through with it because he was not only a good soldier, but he was a moral person. He had decided when he became part of the Minutemen to live his life a certain way, to give his life for the safety of others. And when he saw that the other people that he respected could no longer hold to that vow, it threw his world in turmoil. It wasn't just the combat. It was the people around him dying. It was the string of unfortunate circumstances that tore them apart piece by piece and left him as the only one remaining. That's Preston's story. And what's even more interesting about this, I'm going to get into after the break, so stay tuned.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code Robots Radio, ROBOTS RADIO. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code Robots Radio, ROBOTSRADIO. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot. Hey, I'm Tom.
And I'm Stuart.
And we're from the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast.
We talk about all things connected to D&D lore.
And we're on the Robots Radio Network. So if you're into Dungeons & Dragons or you're into lore, then come check us out. You can find us on any podcatcher, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get podcasts.
Roll more dice.
That's the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast. Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. Hey there, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers. Welcome back to the Fallout Lorecast. I am your host, Tom, or Robots, as always. And I appreciate you guys tuning in every week. This has been quite the interesting last few months, so I'm not going to go into that stuff. But because of that, I have relocated my recording setup into our extra room. And I've moved things around a little bit. I was recording in our office. Then my wife needed the office because she's working from home. So I've been kind of splitting time in the office with time in a closet. But the closet was getting kind of, I don't know, cramped. I mean, it is a closet, right? So now I've moved into the extra bedroom that we have, you know, for guests or my daughter when she comes and stays with us. So I'm in here with wicker furniture from my parents like 20 years ago and old looking bedspreads and a completely untreated room. So I hope the audio isn't too echoey. It is a little bit different than it normally is, but maybe it won't sound too different. We're going to have to see once I finish this in post. So that's where I'm at right now. And, you know, just kind of hanging in there. So just thought I'd put it out there. Also been playing a lot of Fallout 76 and, well, not a lot, as much as I can, and have really been enjoying it. Got the astronaut thing going with the astronaut lady in my camp. That's really cool. So anyway, if you want to learn more about Fallout 76 and my adventures and some of the things that Ken and Dave are getting into, then go listen to the Fallout Hub. That's our show. We're, I think, I don't know, 6 episodes in now, and have been having a lot of fun with that, and lots of tips for gameplay in Fallout 76 as well. So if you want to min-max your character or learn about what's going on in the Wasteland to kind of prep yourself, that's the place to go. Otherwise, you guys know how to help support the show, sharing with a friend, leaving a rating or review, which I'll read out at the end of the month, that kind of stuff. So thank you again for all of your support and for tuning in each week. And now we'll get back to the rest of the episode.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
All right. So I gave you a little teaser. I don't usually do that. I don't usually tease the after the break thing, but I gave you a little teaser about what the most interesting thing about this is. And I'm just going to finish reading the article on this right here. And it says, even if he survived Concord, Garvey was ready to end his life through other means. Not necessarily 9 grams of lead to the temple, but allowing the wasteland to kill him in one last fight. He was going to go out a soldier. The Soul Survivor's intervention and rebuilding of Sanctuary is the first step in healing these wounds. It would also allow him to explore the Commonwealth proper and see places he's never been to, like Good Neighbor, because you can bring him around because he's a companion, right? So here's the thing about Preston. He believes that he's not the leader that needs to be the leader, the general of the Minutemen. And my thought on that is that that is exactly the opposite for a few reasons. One, he says it because he's afraid. He's afraid of being the general. He's afraid of losing people again. He's afraid of making the wrong decisions. And letting fear make our decisions is usually not the best course of action. So number two, he is fundamentally an honest and moral person. Who better to lead the one organization in the Commonwealth who's actually about helping everybody in the Commonwealth than a truly fundamentally moral and good person? And sure, that comes with its own hardships. Sometimes being honest, being forthright with people can lead to being taken advantage of because people know who you are. They know what you say is true. And they know that if they get your faith in them, that they might be able to take advantage of you. That is a real dilemma. But fundamentally, if you're going to create a good organization, then you need to have a good person at the head of that organization to set the standards. And that doesn't mean that you don't have to be firm or that you have to be an idiot, somebody who can get taken advantage of. And that's the other side of this, is that not only is Preston a good person, but he's seen what happens when people go against the things that they're going to say. People don't stand up and follow through, or people lie. He's no longer naive to the world, but he's still fundamentally a good person. That's crucial. And the third point about this is that usually the people who end up in power are the people who want to be in power. And usually the people who want to be in power for the wrong reasons, because of the personal benefit of being in power. If we could choose our leaders by the people who are least wanting the job, then those might actually be the best people for the job. Somebody who doesn't want to deal with all the hurdles and all the difficulties of being a leader might actually be the right person, because they're going to do the job differently and they're going to put other people's needs above their own. This is a fundamental issue we have with the way the world works and the way humans operate. This happens in all sorts of different areas: corporate CEOs, politics, policing, those kinds of things. Usually people seek a certain type of career because it gives them something that they are lacking. It's either money, it's power, it's influence, it's identity, it's something like that. And the people who are seeking power the most are usually doing it for the wrong reasons. So that's my perspective on Preston and why he is probably actually the best leader for this. But in his case, if he legitimately has a PTSD issue, then he needs psychological help as well. He needs somebody who can talk this through with him, somebody who can be there, a foundation, people who believe in him. And that's one of the other difficulties of being a human as well, is that you have to have that kind of infrastructure around you in order for you to feel strong enough to move forward. And there are people who will disagree with this. There are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps all by themselves and go do things themselves. But it's often because they also bury a lot inside. And their actions may be good, may be very successful, but it doesn't mean that they're ultimately dealing with the psychological side of things in the most healthy way. So we'll just leave that there. I'm not a psychologist. I just happen to be a fan of a lot of these kinds of concepts. So that's Preston Garvey for you. I wish there was more background. For as much as we interact with him, we don't get a whole lot of story. We don't get a whole lot of his background and where he grew up and what it was like and who these other people were in the Minutemen. There's really not a whole lot of other information. There's some information. I'm not going to bore you guys with it. You can go look that up if you want, but it's really not that meaty. There really isn't a whole lot there. I wish there was, because I could see the connections from Preston to some of these other individuals and the reasons for their decisions being a really good point to debate. You know, was there another reason why these people abandoned him at the battle and didn't show up? Or was it still not legitimate? You know, like those kinds of questions. Usually there's some gray in there. Was there something else going on with some of them? Or is there somebody else who was planning to appear and they were attacked, or somebody underneath them killed them and took over? You know, there could be other stories around this stuff, but we don't get that. That's not the story of Fallout 4. The story of Fallout 4 is much more centered around the Institute and the Railroad and the Brotherhood, and the Minutemen are kind of this side thing that helps give us other quests to kind of keep doing. But it could very well be a thing in the future. Who knows? Maybe we'll see more Minutemen. Now, there are some other notes here about Preston that I want to go over before the end of the episode. With these kinds of articles, I like to point out some of the things that the characters love and hate. So Preston likes the following. He loves when the player character helps settlers and other honest people trying to get by. So, of course, he likes that. He likes when the player character offers help. He likes when the player is charitable. He likes it when the player is mean to evil characters. So he's got a side in him that says, well, you know what? Those people are evil, so they deserve it. So he's still got a hard edge there on that. He's not necessarily upset when you're mean to an evil character, but he hates the following. He hates stealing. Okay. He dislikes the Brotherhood of Steel. He dislikes the player asking money for doing favors. He likes when people just do things out of their own kindness of their own heart. He dislikes the player if they have a chem addiction, which is interesting because of his closeness to Mama Murphy. But of course, there's some, friction there. He dislikes the player if they are being selfish. Now, one other note before we wrap up the episode, Preston Garvey is a romantic pursuit type character, somebody you can romance and get with. And he seems to swing both ways, which is interesting because I did not realize this because I did not pursue him romantically. In fact, in my game, when I played through, I met Preston Garvey, and then he kind of hung out in my camp and told me to go do other things. But there were other people I wanted to take around the Commonwealth. Like I spent a lot of time with Dogmeat. Dogmeat was great. Dogmeat was probably the companion I used the most, which means that I missed out on a lot of other things with other companions. I liked Dogmeat a lot. I liked Kate because she was cute. I've already mentioned that. I liked most of the other companions. We'll just go with that. So I didn't bring Preston around with me, but it turns out if you're a male character or a female character, you can romance Preston. He goes both ways. Who knew? I did not know that. That was new information for me doing the research here. Also, what's kind of cool about Preston is that he does show up in Fallout Shelter, which is kind of neat too. I mean, he's kind of become the iconic image of the Minutemen. His face with the hat with the brim up on the side, and the charging laser rifle. That's kind of iconic at this point. I mean, you could do a whole sub-series of this game on the Minutemen and turn it into something way more interesting than just helping the settlements. So, modders, you got some ideas. Get going on that. All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, thanks for tuning in again. And until next time, there's another settlement that could use your help. I'll talk to you later. See ya. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/falloutlorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Are you into the cyberpunk tabletop games or excited for Cyberpunk 2077? Are you looking to brush up on the lore, stay up on all the latest news, and talk about the game when it comes out? Check out the Cyberpunk Lorecast, a show from Robots Radio with me, your host, Robots. We'll go over all the details you need to know about the world, characters, and story of Cyberpunk. Available on iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
Of course, in my experience, if you want to do real good, playing nice only gets you so far. I mean, look at Diamond City, a place I've been trying to warn of real danger. But every issue I publish, all I hear is, "Oh, Piper, why don't you ever publish anything happy? Piper, why can't you write something nice for a change?" It's enough to make me want to hang up my hat some days.
Is Diamond City really in danger? It's not like there's raiders pounding on the gate.
Are you kidding me? There is a very real chance the city leadership has been infiltrated by an Institute synth. A synth under the control of an organization widely known to kidnap or murder anyone that stands up to them. I'd take raiders at the gate any day of the week over that. Of course, making sure folks are actually listening, that's a battle in itself.
So I'm sitting here trying to figure out the best word to describe Piper Wright with. Kind of quirky, driven, an upstart, somebody who's consistently ready to, I don't know, get underneath somebody else's skin in a good kind of way, you know, stick it to the man, that kind of thing. I don't know who it is that she reminds me of, but she definitely reminds me of somebody. There are influences in this character that maybe some of you guys will recognize better than I will, that definitely come from movies or characters, you know, actual people we know about. I can't think of a good analogy, though. I wish I could, because I would put it here in the beginning of the episode, but I'm going to leave that on you guys. Let me know who you think Piper Wright reminds you of. Now, for those of you who only interacted with her a little bit, or didn't at all, or didn't even play Fallout 4, I mean, chances are you have to interact with her some because she's part of the main quest line in the game. Let's talk about Piper. Now, as a reminder, Piper is a reporter who lives in Diamond City in Fallout 4, so the year's 2287. She's also a potential companion and romantic interest for your character. She runs a newspaper called The Republic Occurrences, and I find that to be a really interesting name, especially because Republic is spelled with a CK at the end, and the phrasing of it, Republic Occurrences, feels antiquated. And I think that's on purpose, because the newspaper itself, and let's get into the newspaper before we even get into her character, because I think that there's some depth here. According to the Fallout.Gamepedia.com article on public occurrences, it says it gets its name from the first newspaper ever published in Boston, all the way back in 1690. The newspaper had gotten on the bad side of Mayor McDonough and by extension has earned the ire of the entire city, resulting in the newspaper's founder becoming ejected from the city. It is run by a reporter called Piper and her younger sister, who mostly hands out the papers. Nat. Piper is very much against the Institute and often expresses this in her newspaper. And you can tell by just some of the titles of the articles here. Fear the Future, Moving Forward, The Boogeyman Banished, The Synthetic Truth. So, names like that for articles. Now, let's dig in a little bit to the public occurrences and the title and where this comes from. This is actually the absolute same spelling for public occurrences. And the full title of that from the original newspaper, the first newspaper actually published in the Americas, is Public Occurrences, both foreign and domestic. And the spelling here is something out of an old English book or a Shakespearean thing. Public Occurrences, OCCURRENCES, both foreign, FORREIGN, and domestic with a CK at the end. Very, 1700s, 1600s spellings, maybe? And I don't think that was on purpose. I think that this is a time period where spelling was in flux and some of these words hadn't yet solidified in English. So they may have had even older versions of these words being spelled in different ways. So I'm not going to speculate too much on that. I don't know a ton about that kind of thing, but that's what it feels like to me. So let's go into this. Public Occurrences, both foreign and domestic, was the first multi-page newspaper published in the Americas. And I'm pulling this from Wikipedia. Before then, single-page newspapers called broadsides were published in the English colonies and printed in Cambridge in 1689. The first edition was published on September 25th, 1690 in Boston, then a city in the Dominion of New England, and was intended to be published monthly, or if any glut of occurrences happen oftener, as quoted by the actual paper itself. It was printed by American Richard Pierce of Boston, and it was edited by Benjamin Harris, who had previously published a newspaper in London. The paper contained 4 6-by-10-inch pages, but filled only 3 of them. I guess there wasn't enough information back in the day. Now, this is where it gets interesting. There was only one edition ever printed. The second edition was shut down. So before they even got the second edition out, the paper was shut down by the colonial government on September 29th, 4 days after the first edition came out, who issued an order as follows. Whereas some have lately presumed to print and disperse a pamphlet entitled Public Occurrences, both foreign and domestic, Boston, Thursday, September, 25th, 1690, without the least privity and countenance of authority, the governor, NOUR, and council having had the perusal of said pamphlet and finding that therein contained reflections of very high nature, as also sundry doubtful and uncertain reports, do hereby manifest and declare their high resentment, spelled differently, and disallowance of said pamphlet, and order that the same be suppressed and called in, strictly forbidden any person or persons for the future to set forth anything in print without license first obtained from those that are or shall be appointed by the government to grant the same. So it seems that the information posted in this first edition of the first paper in the Americas was controversial. So let's get back to Piper Wright and her public occurrences, which seems to be of a similar vein or a similar spirit, I guess you could say. We have a paper that is being condemned by the people who are in charge because it's talking about things that may or may not be publicly acceptable. And it seems to be riling some people up. So, the government is putting its thumb down on it. That seems to be what happens with these sometimes. And this is exactly what's happening with Piper Wright. So let's dig a little bit deeper into this and talk about Piper's background before we get even further into some of what's actually going on in the game. Piper grew up in a small community on the outskirts of the Commonwealth with Nat and their father, a member of the local militia. After her father was found dead under suspicious circumstances, Piper learned that he had discovered a raider plot to sack the town. His superior, Captain Mayburn, arranged to leave the main gate open and unguarded one night to allow raiders access in exchange for a cut of the loot, and had Piper's father murdered to keep him silent. So immediately from the beginning, you have an origin story of a young woman dealing with the death of her father and suspicious things going on. I love some of these stories in Fallout because they do a good job setting up the character, a character like Piper who is suspicious of the things happening with the Institute and with the synths comes from an origin story where something suspicious was going on personally in her life and it led to a very tragic circumstance. So it makes sense that she would be driven to find the truth and to help other people not have similar issues in their lives with their loved ones. It continues, the local authorities did not believe her claims and refused to investigate. Piper then created and circulated wanted posters featuring the captain and a list of his crimes. The conspicuously public accusation got the attention of the town's mayor, who accepted Piper's evidence. The settlers, outraged by the story, exiled Mayburn. When the raiders eventually showed up expecting the gate to be wide open, they instead encountered prepared defenses by alerted townsfolk and were driven away. So, bold move. And maybe the term I'm looking for here is ballsy. She's a very ballsy woman, I guess you could say. This idea that she called him out publicly in pamphlets that were printed. Now, this connects back to a penchant for writing and printing things and using that to convey information. So therefore, eventually a newspaper. But this also conveys information in a way that has traditionally been very useful in American politics to motivate people, and that is through the news media. It's also through posting things publicly in public forums, which is actually a right. I read about this recently with all the political upheaval in our system and people being upset about different kinds of things. There's some debate around the idea that holding demonstrations, getting together publicly, marching, having sit-ins, those kinds of things don't really make much of an effect. I mean, think about how many demonstrations we've had publicly in the last few years about all sorts of different kinds of topics. And how much has that actually moved the needle politically or changed anything when it comes to political representation? There's a theory that a better way to do this is to do what like Piper did here and to put the information in some sort of printable form that's able to be moved and put it in a public place. And we actually have the right to do this. This is in the Constitution. We have the ability to do this in public spaces. One of the things I've heard about is this idea of creating banners and hanging them over interstate highways so that hundreds of thousands of people see these things. And you could put it up and then you could take it back down and then you could put it up and you could take it back down. It would be a form of advertising in a way, but it is legal. It is legal to do this in a public space with something that is temporary, especially when it comes to issues of public safety and some of the stuff that's going on in politics now. So I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't see more of that and less of the demonstrations, because the demonstrations just don't seem to be moving the needle very much. But if you can inform more people, then maybe that actually will. The other thing here is that by putting something in a public space, it's different than posting it, say, on social media. Everybody and their mom is posting everything that they care about anything on social media. And for the most part, our political leaders ignore it. It doesn't matter if you tag them. It doesn't matter what you do with that. It doesn't matter if you call them. Oftentimes that doesn't really move the needle. But displays like this in public places, actual physical public places, may have a more effective reaction. So let's go back from our world to the world of Fallout. And here you have something just like that happening. And Piper used this as a means of getting what needed to be done for public safety reasons. So again, very ballsy, but effective. So the article goes on and says, eventually Piper and Nat saved enough money to relocate to Diamond City, where she began her career as an investigative journalist. Her fervor for discovering the truth made her popular for a while, but eventually public opinion turned against her because her articles were seen as being too negative. Piper's work yields results often at the expense of her own safety. For example, in the sole survivor's first encounter with Piper, she has gotten herself locked out of Diamond City on the orders of McDonough, the city's mayor, after Piper published an article suggesting correctly that the mayor was, in fact, a synth. So, although she's very ballsy, she's not necessarily the most tactically inclined about releasing this information. I think she probably should have understood that by releasing this information, it was going to get some response from the authorities. And so she was kicked out. But isn't this what real journalism is? Isn't this the place and the role of journalism in our own society? Aren't people like Piper heroes? And we have to look at this through a lens, and I guess I'll go into this a little bit more after the break, but it's the way that the journalism is done that really sets some people apart from others. So to continue her story, furthermore, Piper was responsible for exposing a caravan cartel for driving up food prices in Diamond City. The cartel retaliated by poisoning her drink at the Dugout Inn, but she managed to purge the poison by drinking moonshine and had several members of the cartel arrested. I didn't realize moonshine could, fix poisonings, but that's awesome. Her investigation into irradiated drinking water at Bunker Hill led her to discover that the culprits were children of Adam cultists. Threatened with execution, Piper tricked the cultist into believing she had a vision from Adam. After the cult inducted her as a member, she managed to sneak away and send Bunker Hill security to deal with the cultists. Despite multiple death threats, assassination attempts, and a near execution, finding herself in sticky situations is a point of pride for Piper, who feels getting into trouble is just part of chasing the truth. All right, we're going to dig into this a little bit more after the break, so stay tuned.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
Are you worried you don't have all the answers?
Have you ever found yourself in an internet rabbit hole?
Call Mystery Time Live today! It's a new detective business.
With plenty of heart.
And a questionable track record.
We're only in the office for an hour.
Every Wednesday.
Come hang out.
Solve a mystery.
It's a podcast.
It's a live show.
It's a swell time.
Subscribe now!
The producers of Mystery Time Live ask you kindly not to take the advice or guidance of the host because they have no idea what they're doing. No mystery will actually be fully solved unless intervention by a spontaneous outside source or sheer luck. You can find them live on the Twitch app and find their podcast later on YouTube, Anchor, Spotify, Google, and iTunes. Listening may cause hurtful ear death or loss of sanity. We are sorry. This is probably legally binding and you cannot sue us.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. Hey there, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers. This is your host, Tom, or Robots, coming to you in the middle of the episode. And there's not a whole lot to go over this week. I do want to note that we knocked out the next recording for the Fallout Hub podcast. And if you haven't been listening to that, it has everything you would absolutely need to know about Fallout 76 and the things going on in the Fallout community and lots of good stuff. I do it with Ken from the Chad of Fallout 76 podcast and Dave from the Vault Boys WV. So go check that out, the Fallout Hub, if you haven't listened to it yet. The most recent episode, because the newest episode isn't quite out yet, was our interview with Pete Hines and Oxhorn and Juicehead, and lots of good information and a lot of fun stuff. We did some fun games and things, so go check that out. And this next episode's coming out soon, and we will be discussing the Wastelanders update for Fallout 76 and our own impressions and how far we are in the game so far with that. So stay tuned for that. Also, thank you again for tuning in. Thank you for all of your support. And if I'm doing a good job, if I'm keeping you entertained, then please consider telling a friend about the show or signing up on Patreon, patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. For even just $1, you can get an ad-free experience, which is super great. I mean, who doesn't want an ad-free experience, right? And then for more than that, you get even all sorts of other stuff like special sections of the Discord you can access, or discounts on the Fallout store, the Robots Radio store, which actually is kind of cool because there's a new BuddyBot shirt on the store that has a specially designed art piece. I paid for an artist to do a rendering of BuddyBot, and it's on a new t-shirt. So go check that out at the Robots Radio store. You can check out all of that stuff and all the other shows on the network at robotsradio.net. All right. I'm going to stop making up words into this microphone for right now and move on to the rest of the show.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So let's talk about Piper and her particularly brave approach to journalism and journalism in general. So in a world of fake news, and this is where we are in our society, we are part of that 24-hour news feed system situation where all of the networks are constantly trying to put out whatever information they can as fast as possible. And the news has been commercialized in a way that what drives the news stories is what gets the most clicks. So you end up with clickbaity articles and titles. You end up with very little research. A lot of news organizations have cut back on actual investigational journalism and have focused more on editorial. And when you think of editorial, think of emotional language and opinion. Those are the things that people eat up. And we've been primed for this through our entertainment, through the kinds of shows we watch, through reality TV. We're primed for this. But in our system, we don't have enough of this investigative journalism happening. And what's so cool about Piper is that she, at her heart, is an investigative journalist. And we have to take that word investigate and put it in the right context. Investigate doesn't just mean get whatever information you can, thoughts and opinions, and just publish all of it. That's not investigative journalism. Investigative journalism is actually a sibling to the scientific process. And the scientific process requires that you have evidence, that you have hypotheses, and that you test that evidence against those hypotheses. And when something doesn't stand, you note it. When something doesn't actually prove itself to be true, it is documented and you go with a new hypothesis. And that process is built out. And in that process is a certain level of humility. This ability to say, you know what? I used to think X. I learned some more evidence about X. X is not right. I've learned that I was wrong. It may be Y. It may be Z. It may be L. It may be one of these other things. I'm going to go investigate that next. And then on top of all of that, you don't publish speculation unless you are at least a certain amount sure or able to communicate the value of the search itself. And this seems to be what Piper is doing. She's uncovering hard evidence about specific individuals being synths, the kinds of things that are happening in the Commonwealth, especially when it's in regards to who the Institute is and what they are doing to dismantle or affect the events of her community. And she's doing this through a lens of trying to get to the truth, trying to be I don't know that she would describe herself as heroic, but this is what heroes do. They find the truth, they act on it, and even when it puts themselves in danger, they justify their actions based on what is best for the common good, what is best for others. And so, in a real true sense, she is one of the most heroic characters you come across in Fallout 4. She's not the only one, but in her way, she is a hero. So let's talk a little bit more about her personality. So in researching for this episode, I found this really interesting article on GameSkinny.com about Piper specifically. And this article notes here, when Piper is your companion, choose generous, mean dialogue choices or those that de-escalate a situation. Avoid those that are selfish, such as asking for a higher reward, or that might lead to a fight. Stealing or lockpicking should be avoided while Piper is around, as she disapproves of both. Now, they've listed a variety of specific and repeatable actions that you can actually use here. Actions that improve your relationship with her include healing dog meat, modifying your armor, picking a lock that is not owned. So she doesn't want you breaking into somebody else's owned location, but somehow, I guess if there's just a lock somewhere that nobody owns, somehow she telepathically knows this. I don't know, but that's fine with her. Choosing a generous dialogue option when speaking to another character. So being generous. Choosing a mean dialogue option when speaking to another character. So she likes when you kind of get under other people's skin a little bit. Donate items gained from miscellaneous quests and help innocent civilians. But you should avoid stealing, pickpocketing someone, or picking owned locks, lying to other characters. Now, there is one exception about this, and that is members of the Brotherhood of Steel. She's okay with you lying to them. Choosing a violent dialogue option, so things like intimidating other characters. Choosing a greedy dialogue option, so bribing and demanding more caps, those kinds of things. She definitely doesn't like eating a corpse, murdering a non-hostile character, and helping the Institute in any quest. So this article goes on and actually posts some one-time actions with positive effects and then very positive effects. So positive effects include giving Vault-Tec Rep a new home, joining the Minutemen, joining the Railroad. She's cool with both of those factions. Replying sarcastically to Finn in Good Neighbor. Convincing Mama Murphy to stop taking chems in the Museum of Freedom. So getting off of drugs. Refusing to join the Brotherhood of Steel faction when Dance asks you to. Imogene takes a lover, so this is a specific quest. Give Imogene the mysterious serum you just got from the previous special delivery quest. In the Disappearing Act quest, you can talk Doc Crocker down peacefully. She likes that. The Devil's Due quest, returning the Deathclaw egg to its nest, which is interesting. She's all about doing the right thing, even when it comes to a Deathclaw. Tradecraft quest, tell the truth about Deacon when speaking to Desdemona. So interesting there. Now, the very positive effect statuses include things like in sheep's clothing, giving Danny a stim pack before confronting Mayor McDonough. In sheep's clothing, also demanding that Mayor McDonough stand trial for his actions, so supporting her views on this. The Hole in the Wall quest, giving Austin the cure to the mole rat disease instead of keeping it or asking to split the dose. Human Error quest, siding with Honest Dan / Amelia Stockton and killing Dr. Chambers. In Confidence Man, convincing Travis to stand up for himself. In the Silver Shroud quest, saving Kent Connolly at the end. Diamond City Blues quest, stopping Paul Pembroke from shooting Henry Cook. Mystery Meat, I guess I should say, discovering what caused the food poisoning. And in a random encounter, saving Jules, the synth, from being killed by Fred and Angie, who are humans. And that's probably the most interesting one because you're saving a synth from humans. And she's very against the Institute, but she's not specifically against synths because joining the railroad is a positive thing for her. So maybe she's against the subterfuge of the Institute and the replacing of a people with synthetic versions of them, which makes sense. But when it comes to synths who are their own person, she believes in personhood for them as well. So a very interesting twist and a very specific kind of perspective on what she believes. And I like this about Piper because it's a nuanced opinion. And one of the things I've noticed about human intelligence is that people who tend to be more intelligent, and not just intelligent in a processing capacity, like they do math faster or they memorize things faster. Intelligence in a have made a point to be well read, have made a point to understand things, to delve deeper, to be willing to understand perspectives that they don't necessarily agree with. People who have taken the time to delve into multiple topics and try to understand them as objectively as possible without becoming too emotionally caught up in whatever the result of the answer will be, tend to have more nuanced opinions. These, and going back to the news cycle, this idea of simplified opinions, simplified emotional reactions to things is the complete opposite of a nuanced and a considered opinion. And Piper is the kind of person who shows that. She's willing to delve deeper. She's willing to let the information define for her what her opinion should be about a thing. And then she mixes in a certain level of morality and a certain level of caring for other people, and she comes to a conclusion. And I think that that is fundamentally the healthiest way for us to engage with information. It's that combination of both scientific, objective inquiry, a certain level of skepticism, and trying to get to what the objective truth is about a situation, and combining that with morality. Morality without skepticism is dangerous because we end up believing things that aren't necessarily true, and we end up acting for what we think is the better good, but when it actually isn't. Skepticism and scientific process without morality turns into things like the Isle of Dr. Moreau. You know, you have human testing and all sorts of terrible things, and people justifying doing things for the ends and disregarding the means. It takes both. And I find that Piper is the kind of person who has both. And that is a very positive trait. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on Piper and if she was a companion that you felt connected to, or if you romanced her at some point in the game. I brought her along pretty regularly in my playthrough, but she wasn't one of my main companions. But she was somebody who I identified with. I thought she was a good character and an interesting person, and there was a good amount of depth to her character. So I really did appreciate that. Well, all right, Wastelanders, Vault Dwellers, that's it for this episode. Until next time, fight for the truth. Fight for the truth and, do what you need to do. But also make sure that you found the truth first. Do the rigorous study. All right, I'll talk to you guys next time. See ya. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/falloutlorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Do you like adventure?
Yeah.
Do you like laughing?
Yeah.
Would you like to listen to a group of people you don't know play D&D and reference retro pop culture you vaguely remember? Excellent. You're going to love Committee Quest. We play D&D in the world of Amarin. We use adventure modules and supplements made by people in the community. We also have a sweet synthwave backing track. Come and join us on our adventure. Volume 1 has been completed. Volume 2 coming the end of January. You can find us on iTunes, Podbean, or wherever you get your podcasts from.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
One of the most debated topics about Fallout 76, aside from the initial quality of the game and things like that, was the inclusion of the Brotherhood of Steel. Now, the difficulty here is that the Brotherhood of Steel was on the West Coast. And go back and listen to the Brotherhood of Steel episode I did almost a year ago, and we'll learn about Roger Maxson and the events at the Mariposa military base. And the events that happened during that time were right as the Great War was starting, 2077. And Roger Maxson takes his soldiers, his newly appointed paladins and members of the Brotherhood of Steel that he creates, and moves them to their new military base and stays there for a very long time, till about 2150, 74 years. There are some events that are recorded during that time and that come up in the lore, but the major differentiation here and the major issue that people had with the idea that the Brotherhood had somehow made its way to Appalachia was that they hadn't left California. They were still in the West. How did a group from the Brotherhood of Steel, the original group that Maxson was leading, make their way to Appalachia? Now, it's all solved because in the lore of Fallout 76, you come across holotapes with recordings of Roger Maxson contacting Elizabeth Taggarty. And that's what we're going to discuss this episode. This is all about how it was possible for an idea, or maybe even better stated, an ideology that was created over on the West Coast can be transmitted via radio to somebody thousands of miles away. And it would take root, and it would grow a new group of people under a different leader, but somebody who would take to that ideology as well and create a whole new group of the Brotherhood of Steel. The earliest sound clip that we have of Elizabeth Taggarty is from a radio log dated August 29th, 2077. And I'm going to read this to you. It goes, Johnny Moreno, who says, trying band AH-13, and then he sighs. Lieutenant, I've got something. Elizabeth Taggarty says, I can't make anything out. Sorry, working on it. And then Roger Maxson comes through and says, Maxson to Appalachia. I repeat, this is Captain Roger Maxson. Taggarty says, give that to me. Maxson says, seeking any... Taggarty. Lieutenant Taggarty here. Captain, it's you? Lizzie, damn, it's good to hear a friendly voice. Captain, I heard you're a traitor. Traitor? If disobeying unconscionable orders makes you a traitor, then I suppose I am. Lizzie, I'm glad you're alive, but I need to find someone in Appalachia. Someone dependable. That's where I am. The Thunder was running war games against some jarheads. They still in one piece? By God, Lizzie, this is good news. Roger, you're a traitor. I could be court-martialed even talking to you. Look around, Lizzie. The army's gone. America's fallen. I know you have questions, but we need to talk. There are things I learned at Mariposa. I got a scientist with me, Dr. Takano. We'll set up a secure channel. I'll answer all your questions. Then, Captain? Lizzie, you know me. We need to talk. We'll monitor this band. Taggarty out. And from that moment on, the conversation continues between Roger Maxson and Elizabeth Taggarty, who, it is implied here, are old friends, or at least knew each other. So I'm pulling from the fandom.com wiki entry on Elizabeth Taggarty in order to consolidate some of the information succinctly, because that's what wikis are good at. And it says here that before the Great War, Elizabeth Taggarty was a lieutenant in the U.S. Army Rangers and a veteran of the Sino-American War, whatever pronunciation you want, known for her aggressive and unconventional tactics. During her service, she commanded a U.S. Army Ranger unit called Taggarty's Thunder, serving under Captain Roger Maxson, with whom she eventually became close friends. Now, this is a wiki article, and in this section, it is citing the passage that I just read to you, the radio log, in saying that they became close friends. And I guess you could assume that by the tone of the conversation and by the way they use each other's names. There's a familiarity, but close friend may or may not be the words that I would use to describe the relationship. Maybe good friends, good acquaintances, something like that. Close friends seems, I don't know. It seems like if you were close friends, then they probably would have known where each other were located. And I don't know. I think close friends is probably a jump, but we'll move on. In October 2077, the Thunder was sent to Appalachia to participate in war games, leading the Thunder against 2 units of U.S. Marines posing as hostile Chinese forces. She and her squad were looking forward to the exercise as well as the 2-week furlough which would follow. However, they were surprised by the beginning of the Great War. After first dismissing the attacks as part of the simulation, the news of nuclear warheads striking multiple sites in the United States made it clear that the emergency was real. And it's interesting when you listen to the audio logs, when you read through the passages, and you find out that they thought that this was a very well done simulation of something that would happen at first. But then they realized that, no, this was not a simulation, that this information was correct, that they were under attack. It goes on and says, with the chain of command in tatters and nothing but static on the radio, the Thunder attempted to raise any kind of ranking officer to receive new orders and move forward. Taggarty was surprised to find Roger Maxson on the radio bands trying to contact someone in Appalachia. Although she was hesitant about speaking to a confessed traitor, their previous friendship made her decide to give Maxson a chance. Together with her unit, Taggarty moved to Camp Venture, an old survival training camp, where they spent the winter of 2077. Soon after, she ordered the camp reactivated to fill out the ranks of the Thunder. Eventually, recruits started appearing at the camp in numbers, primarily former soldiers looking for a way out. So during this time, you have to imagine what this must have been like. Put yourself in the shoes of a soldier who wants to defend their country. A group of well-trained soldiers who go by the name the Thunder. They must have been most likely some sort of elite group who were ready for anything. And here they are getting news during a training exercise that says that not only are we at war, but we have been bombed in multiple locations. And then the radio goes dark. Everything blacks out. There are no more transmissions. There are no more orders down the chain of command. Everything is silent. Can you imagine what that would be like? Those soldiers who felt like they could defend their country, they could at least contribute to something, were cut off. There was nothing they were able to do. They were seeking any sort of information, any sort of command from the leadership chain to say where they should go and what they need to be doing, and they received nothing. And so they spend the winter of 2077 in a camp. And I bet that winter was excruciating. Probably the strangest winter of their lives. The world is falling apart. People are showing up on their doorsteps to recruit, but they have nowhere to send them. So from Taggarty's perspective, you can see why she was ready to receive orders from someone else, someone that she may have trusted, even if they were unconventional. She wanted to do something. She needed to do something. This is the kind of person who is willing to step out to try to make a difference in the world. It's like having a gun, but no ammunition. You want to shoot because that's what guns do. Or no target. You just don't know what to aim for. So the conversations between Maxson and Taggarty went on. Maxson eventually involved Taggarty and her men in the foundation of the Brotherhood of Steel, promising them a new beginning. And you could see why that would be so appealing. This idea of we are reuniting, even if it was under something a little bit wacky, a little bit different, a little bit something that wasn't quite the U.S. military, but something with a good premise, something with the ideals that she believed in, and standing up for things that she knew would be important in this strange post-war existence. It goes on and says, although Taggarty was skeptical, Maxson outlined his plan to give her and her men a new identity as members of the Brotherhood, both as a way to return meaning to their lives and combat the overwhelming depression that threatened to take what few survivors made it through the nuclear fire, and to immunize them to the authority and any politicians that might emerge from the vaults, or in Appalachia's case, the White Spring Bunker, and begin the cycle of destruction again. Even though she did not initially believe in the cause, Taggarty accepted the new orders. And this is interesting. It's recorded in the holotape called About the Brotherhood. And it starts off with Taggarty saying, "Thank you, Captain. It's just us." Maxson says, "Lizzie, what's on your mind?" "A Brotherhood of Steel? What's that even mean? The men over here are confused." We need to do something bold. We can't just stay the U.S. Army. What's going to happen, and this is only a matter of time, is some general or some goddamn politician is going to exit a vault and start ordering us around. And worse, they'll order some grunt to start the whole damn cycle again. Another wave of nuclear death. And if that's not enough, they'll do it again. You know they will, Lizzie. It ends with us. We won't let them. I understand, but a brotherhood? Knights? I'm supposed to call you what? Elder? Words have power, Lizzie. They build identity. They take on a meaning if you keep using them, even if it didn't exist to begin with. It was the knights and scribes after the fall of Rome that protected what was left of Western civilization. So we are the new knights, and our role is similar. But we'll need more than names. We'll need new traditions, our own, well, mythology. Something people can believe to their core. Is this necessary? What else can I do? Declare myself president? Make you a senator? Look around. Something's killing us more than the rads and freaks out there. Depression. People have lost everyone. Every goddamn soul. Wives, kids, loved ones. Heck, even the mailman. We need to replace it with something, otherwise people's souls will wither. We'll be little more than walking dead men. I'll do my best to see the orders carried out, sir. Give it time, Lizzie. People have a hunger to believe in something. Just let them work their way to it. And that's the moment that the Brotherhood of Steel was born in Appalachia. And you can see that she was a little skeptical, but she went with it. I think, and I would interpret this as, she understood in her core that the reasoning was right, even if the answer was a little bit odd. So she went with it. She probably saw the faces of the people around her. She probably felt in her own self that desperation, that depression, the feeling of loss, of confusion. She knew Maxon was right. People need something to believe in. And believing in something, the word belief, and this is one of those things that I toss around philosophically in my mind. The word belief and the word faith do not necessarily mean without evidence. They're more tied to a commitment and a hope. And when you model something in front of other people, when you model being something, being motivated, making a difference, then that becomes something that is very easy to believe in because you can see it with your own eyes. You can see the motivation. You can see the meaning in somebody else's life. That is the thing that we believe in. We believe that if that person can find the thing that we are longing, that we want, then we should be able to find it as well. That's the core of belief. So Taggarty took Maxon's suggestion and started going by Paladin Taggarty and changed things. So Paladin Taggarty became the head of the Appalachian chapter of the Brotherhood. Under her leadership, the Brotherhood worked closely with the responders to rebuild civilization in Appalachia. And after the break, we're going to talk a little bit more about how the Brotherhood and the responders work together and what happened with the Scorched. So stay tuned.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code Robots Radio, ROBOTS RADIO. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code Robots Radio, ROBOTSRADIO. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
Hey.
Hi.
Do you enjoy being optimistic about bad movies?
Or do you enjoy at least trying to figure out where someone worked really hard on a bad movie?
Well, we've got the podcast for you. New to Robots Radio, we represent Fresh Tomatoes, the movie podcast.
Each week, we look at 2 movies that did really badly critically, but we try to find the good in them.
And we have segments such as What Could Have Saved It and Would You Watch It Again?
If you're there on a Saturday night, you want to watch a bad movie, but you're not sure if it's like good bad or bad, or if you should even bother, give us a listen.
You can find us on Robots Radio, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and wherever else you listen to podcasts.
Please come and say hi. We love you already.
Goodbye.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. Hey there, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers. Welcome back to the Fallout Lorecast. I am your host, Tom or Robots, as usual. And thank you for tuning in. I hope you guys are having a good time in your own vaults. Most of us are still pretty well isolated at this point, but I hope you guys are doing well. As usual, the middle of this episode will be pretty quick. I just wanted to remind you guys that there are multiple ways that you can help support this show in order to help keep me going, keep delivering that lore and creating a podcast for you. And anything you do to help me out would be highly, highly appreciated. First of all, simply tell a friend or tell 10 friends. Anybody you know who's into Fallout, let them know about the show. That really, really does help. Word of mouth is absolutely the best way to get word out there. Secondly, if you are listening on any podcatcher that allows for ratings and reviews, then please drop me a 5-star rating and a review. If you do so on Apple Podcasts, I can actually track that, and I will read it on the end of the month episode with our patrons. And speaking of patrons, if you are so inclined and you would like to drop me any sort of tip, everything from like $1 to more than $1, then go to patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast and check out the different tiers and rewards. Even for just $1 a month, you get a episode each week early whenever it's ready and up and ready to go. And there are no ads. So you get that along with other benefits for different tiers that you subscribe at. So go check those out. And I appreciate the support. You guys are amazing. Your support is what helps me to do this as much as I can and put all the time and effort into it that I can. So I very, very much appreciate it. And thanks to you guys, I can keep this going. So that's what's important to me. I just want to keep making good content, and I know you guys enjoy it. So thank you so much. And now back to the rest of the show.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So as I noted before the break, the Responders and the Brotherhood ended up working together, and this culminated at the Battle of Huntersville. And we have a speech from Taggarty in a holotape. And in it, she says, civilization, the Brotherhood and responders together have paid a high price to make that word mean something in Appalachia. Despite all the changes, farmers have worked the land, people have learned new skills, and we've built a new world. And the super mutants threaten all of that. I'm a soldier, a paladin, and I tell you that this is our moment. We will never be stronger, and the super mutants never weaker. If you are thinking in the heat of battle to run, live to fight another day, know this: there is no other day. We win here, now, responders and Brotherhood together, or we die. So look to your left, look to your right, promise to give your all to protect them, and they will protect you. Make no mistake, this will be the toughest fight of our lives, but we will win because we're fighting for something, for each other, for our children, for civilization. Now let's show these muties what we're made of. The Battle of Huntersville was in May of 2086, 10 years after the bombs dropped. 10 years of people trying to pull their lives back together. And a number of years after an infestation of super mutants. Now, Taggarty's leadership, although it was strained by her preference and bias towards soldiers and people with a military background, because she was first and foremost a soldier, carried the battle and confirmed Maxon's view that the Brotherhood could be the catalyst for something greater than the pre-war world. So almost a decade after speaking with Maxon and getting this idea that the Brotherhood was the way forward, it finally clicks. It really clicks. And you can hear in the speech that she gives that she calls herself Paladin. They have been working with these titles for a significant period of time, and this was bringing hope and purpose. But then there was the Scorched Plague. When the Scorched Plague led to the rise of Scorched and Scorch Beasts, Taggarty's troops found themselves locked in a war with no end in sight. She considered the use of nuclear weapons to take out the Scorch Beasts, believing it to be a necessary step, but was forbidden to do so by Elder Maxon. Although Lost Hills attempted to sustain them with their scientific expertise, providing automated research programs and weapon schematics to set up kill zones, they were unable to stem the tide of enemies. Eventually, the satellites failed and Lost Hills went silent, leaving Taggarty alone to deal with the situation. Rather than cooperate with the responders or the Free States, Taggarty tightened the ranks and planned to win the war with the Scorched Beast, using those she could rely on, her soldiers. However, Taggarty's policy proved to be short-sighted. With no way to replace losses in the war, she was forced to abandon outlying outposts. Camp Venture was eventually abandoned on July 20th, 2093, as the Brotherhood called all remaining troops to focus their fire at Fort Defiance and Thunder Mountain Power Plant. Although the remaining squires completed their training, no new candidates were accepted. The Brotherhood focused entirely on fighting the Scorch Beasts, tapping all available sources of supplies. By January 2094, Taggarty authorized routine requisitions of food, missiles, fusion cores, and hundreds of rounds of conventional ammunition from all available sources. In a desperate attempt to end the Scorched threat once and for all, the Brotherhood launched Operation Touchdown on January 29th, 2095, with Paladin Taggarty taking the most well-trained troops of the Brotherhood in order to confront the Scorch Beasts in their lair and destroy them. That operation claimed the life of Taggarty and her men, and she was declared dead by Senior Knight Wilson on February 2nd, 2095. And we know the rest of the story, or at least the rest of the Brotherhood in Appalachia's story. They weren't able to stem the tide. Maxon didn't want them to use the nuclear devices. He was against it. And so they had to go with more common weaponry. But that wasn't enough. We know how difficult the Scorch Beasts are, the Scorch Plague. It was more than they were able to handle and understand with the limited amount of information, the limited number of soldiers, and the difficult situation they were already living in. That was it. That was the end. Or is it? And this is where playing a game like this can be interesting in a way that playing a game like Fallout 4 or Fallout 3 or whatever, that is a static game, it's not really the same thing. When you play Fallout 76 and you decide to be part of the Brotherhood, to join a group of fellow players and call yourself the Brotherhood and give yourself titles, then you are effectively taking on the ideology that was started by Roger Maxson in a real setting with real other humans in order to fight an enemy, in order to do good and win the day and bring about the things that Taggarty spent her life seeking. Can we bring civilization back to Appalachia? We know from the other games that 200 years in the future, things are difficult across most of America. But what about Appalachia? Can a group of players, through the evolution of this game and the stories that Bethesda is creating, bring about an oasis of hope, even if it's just temporary? Is that possible? I guess we'll see. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. This has been your host, Tom, or Robots, and until next week, stay safe out there and have some fun in the game. And if you see a Brotherhood soldier walking around the wasteland, thank them for their service. Talk to you next time. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend, or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/falloutlorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
I'm Bob.
And I'm Brad. We're lifelong friends.
And the hosts of the Film and Whiskey podcast. This is the show where each week we review a classic movie and a glass of whiskey.
That's right. Every week we go in depth on a well-known movie while sampling the best from the world of scotch, bourbon, and more.
Because nothing goes better with strong opinion than equally strong liquor.
Bob's a movie nerd.
Brad's an average Joe.
But together, we give fresh insights and hot takes on the world of movies and spirits.
So check out the Film and Whiskey podcast,
part of the Robots Radio Network.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
Hey there, Vault Dwellers and Wastelanders. Welcome back to the Fallout Lorecast for our special end of the month patron episode. And this will be real quick at the beginning of the episode. As always, at the end of the month, we have to say thanks to our new patrons. So thank you, and join me in welcoming Robbie H, Neon Lighters, Heather A, and Danny to our patrons. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. And thank you to all of our patrons who continue to support the show. Also, at the end of every month, I go through all of our new ratings and reviews and read out our newest reviews, our newest 5-star reviews. So we have 2 new ones this month. One from Gypsy Girl 2.0 from the US, who says, "This is my new favorite podcast. Tom/Robots does an awesome job telling us the lore behind the Fallout games, and his thought experiments and fun sense of humor make it even better. This podcast is what got me back into the game. Highly recommended for any Fallout fan." So thank you so much, Gypsy Girl. And then also Natasitrix, I don't know how to pronounce that one, from the US, writes, "Great production and hosting. I've really been enjoying this podcast and the other Fallout podcasts on the network. Lore in this universe is really thought-provoking and can easily be missed or overlooked while playing the games. So to have a podcast focused on lore is great. I love putting this on and listening while I get ready in the morning or while cooking. I do have one suggestion, which is to include more detail about specific events and locations. I noticed a lot of times there's hesitation to get too deeply into things for fear of spoiling it for people. But honestly, most people listening are listening because they want to hear about the things they missed, not to be protected from spoilers. That's really my only critique." Well, thank you for that critique. That's a good thing to consider moving forward. And I will be a little bit less careful about that in the future. I know sometimes I do hold off on things, and sometimes it's because I want to delve deeper in a future episode while returning to the topic. I want to keep things surface for a certain amount of time and then kind of come back to them. And then sometimes it has to do with new released content like Wastelanders for Fallout 76. So I'll take that into consideration, and I do appreciate any critiques you guys have. So as always, feel free to reach out to me if you have any thoughts or anything you want to get a hold of me about. And I hope you guys enjoy this episode. We recorded it live during a Twitch stream on Sunday night on twitch.tv/robotsradio. So if you want to tune into those in the future, then make sure that you're following on Twitter and you're in the Discord and you're following on Twitch and you have notifications enabled. That way you know when we go live. So without further ado, here's our patron episode. Enjoy. All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, this is your host, Tom or Robots, and we are back today with a very special episode. It's actually doubly special because this is the patron chat episode for the end of April, but it is also being streamed live on Twitch at twitch.tv/robotsradio, where we will have live interaction from our viewers with our chatters in the Twitch chat. So we'll have even more liveness, energy, I don't know, words. We'll even have more words happening. So yay, awesome. So let's welcome all of our tier 4 patrons who could make it this week to the episode. Let's start with Aperture Flash.
Hey folks, it's Aperture Flash coming to you almost live once again, middle of nowhere in the cab of a truck parked on the side of the road.
Awesome. And next we have Fire Rider.
Hey, how you guys doing? It's a little questionable if I was gonna make it tonight.
Oh, I'm glad you made it. Yeah. Are you feeling better?
Me too. Yes.
Awesome. And then we have Magnus Vile.
Yeah. Hey, everyone.
And Nunimer.
Hey, checking in from the Commonwealth. Got another crazy storm this month. It's not lightning, just high winds. But I don't know what it is about this podcast makes storms start in my area. So there we go.
It's magic. And then Soybean.
Hello, it is the Bean.
It is the Bean. The Bean is back. That's your new tagline. And then Victor.
Yep, I'm here. Hi, guys.
Hi, Victor. And then we have a new person, Zemnies. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Kind of sitting in a truck parking lot for the night so I can go deliver my load in the morning.
Very cool. So we officially now have 2 truck drivers who are tier 4 patrons. So Aperture, you're no longer alone.
Yeah, I can't believe that my bit has been stolen.
Yeah, they stole your bit. Although you guys now could combine your powers into a 2-host trucker podcast.
We should have a robot
radio convoy cast. There you go. So this week, this month for the patron chat episode, we are talking about our favorite wacky things in the wasteland, or Easter eggs, some of the things that come at us sideways and make us think a little bit or are surprised. And kicking us off this week is Aperture Flash. Aperture, what do you got for us?
I got a few small. The first is to us from Fallout 1. It is Brahmin herd, and literally it's just a group of Brahmin that are going moo, moo, I say, and they won't attack you. And this was actually Tim Kaine, who messed with his other developers, Darker Realm, Diablo. He would throw them into their developers room to kind of mess with them. So he threw it into the actual game. Then there's everyone's favorite from Fallout, also Fallout 1, the unusual call box, which it's a little blue box. It's bigger on the inside. You can't actually get into it. It makes a strange noise when you approach it just in the middle of the wastes. It makes a whooshing noise as it slowly fades out of distance. And I'm sure that if the technology were there, you'd be able to smell fish sticks and custard, whatever it is that a blue call box leaves behind. And then in Fallout, oh no, come back. Oh, Fallout 2, it was, we actually get a visit from royalty. Real royalty, form of the Brotherhood of Steel. King Arthur Pendragon is the leader of the last great squad of Paladin 41. If you run it, it's a rare occurrence. Run into, you can ask him, do you have a Gek? Kind of a big part of that game. He actually has 2 of them, but he refuses to give them over because that would just be too easy to end your quest that way. So he asks you about the Holy Hand Grenade. You can actually in that direction.
Awesome.
Now he's going to be running for a while because the Holy Hand Grenade, Fallout New Vegas, it's got a bit of a hike ahead of it. And speaking of Fallout New Vegas, have you ever found the evil gnome?
You're breaking up. No? You're breaking up on us. Have you ever found the what?
Uh-oh.
Say it again.
Evil gnome.
The evil gnome.
Ever found the evil gnome?
I don't recall. It's been so long.
Oh my God, there's an evil gnome, and he's truly evil because he's not wearing a hat and he has glasses. What kind of monster?
Is that
so? The evil gnome is just like any other common, intact, or damaged garden in stature, weight, and value. But instead of the pointy red hat and cheery demeanor, he sports a scowl and black-rimmed glasses. It is a reference to New Vegas's world Scott Everett, also known as Scotty. Based on the game editor ID Scott E. Gnome. There's 2 of them. You can find them in the Fire Root Cavern, and the Cottonwood Crater. You have to go digging, but they are there, and they are scary, and they are evil.
There's more than one?
There's 2.
But they're in separate locations. It's not like there's a group together. Yeah. Gotcha.
That would be terrifying.
There's a whole little community of evil gnomes.
No. Oh, what horror have you brought upon us?
Yeah, these are fun little Easter eggs. Do you have any others?
None prepared.
None prepared. No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure before we opened it up to everyone else. Have any of you guys come across any of these in the games? Nooner?
So yeah, well, I wanted to say, like, first of all, with the TARDIS appearance, because of the time of Fallout 1, it wouldn't have been fish fingers and custard that you'd be noticing. It would be the fact that the doctor was supposedly half human, because the Doctor during that time period was the American movie Doctor, where he was supposed to be half human, which was very strange. But anyway, my Doctor Who fandom is showing. But
that would have been old Doctor Who. That wasn't the reboot yet.
Well, it was first. Technically, it was the first reboot before the reboot with Christopher Eccleston.
The real reboot.
It was it was when Fox bought the rights and aired an American TV movie of Doctor Who. But anyway, that's a whole other.
You should know as well as I do that doesn't matter. It could be the next Doctor. I don't know.
That's true. Traveling through time and space, but no. But about the with the Easter eggs and random craziness of Fallout 1 and 2, one of the weird things was how hard it was to come across some of those, because it wasn't like, Easter eggs in a modern game where you have to go to a certain place or do a certain sequence of events to get it to trigger. It was very random, and it was clicking around on a map. And it would just, these random encounters would just pop up and just happen. And so that, especially the TARDIS, that was the one that really, when I played the original Fallout, that was the one that really got me the most, was seeing the TARDIS in the Fallout universe, which makes you question, does that mean that the Doctor of that universe allowed the Great War to happen?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the question would be would the Great War affect the universe as a whole badly enough, like Lord War did? That's going off into Doctor Who fandom. But no, that's really interesting. And I really appreciate the Brahmin herd with the cow dimension Diablo reference stuff, because I always found that whole bit with him blowing the cows hilarious.
Yeah. I didn't realize that there was a cow relation between the two games. They were connected. They were connected by cows. That's funny.
I think there's also some kind of connection to that in World of Warcraft, but don't.
World of Warcraft is still Blizzard, right? Which is Diablo. So yeah, they reference it. They've referenced everything in World of Warcraft throughout the years. Everything from like Plants vs. Zombies to, I don't know, whatever. Every new expansion has some sort of reference on some sort of cultural thing. Cool. Anybody else have any thoughts on this? Magnus?
Technically, the whole cow thing could also be linked to Witcher if it came out recently, because of the whole, if you farm cows in Witcher 3, there's a massive cow boss that appears that wears a monocle. That is funny.
So, the cow encounter is all the way back in Fallout 1, you said, App?
Yes.
So so the Witcher game, Witcher 3, is actually referencing this whole cow meta joke that's happening in video games since the 90s.
Somebody needs to make a cow PG game.
Cow simulator.
Cow adventure simulator. Cow RPGs.
I just want to know what these cows did to scar these developers, like so heavily burned into these game developers' subconscious. They're able to span all universes.
What the
truth is out there.
They're wizard cows or something. The truth is out there. All right, Aperture. These are some fun ones. Thanks for bringing these. Let's move on. Do you have anything to finish up with? Or ready to move on?
I was gonna say.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That there's a cow Easter egg in Outer Worlds as well. And that one specifically is referencing Firefly.
Oh yeah, why are there cows on our ship?
Yeah, why are there cows on our ship?
Oh, and speaking of cows, there is one more small thing that I should mention about cows in Fallout. In Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, you can tip the Brahmin. I don't know if you've ever tried this. Stealth up next to Brahmin. The option tip it over is available.
Yeah, cow tipping was a big joke in the 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's actually a very evil activity, but
yeah. I remember joking about that like in high school and stuff, and people being like, "Yeah, we're going out cow tipping tonight." And of course they didn't. But yeah,
good way to catch a hoof.
Yeah, right. Awesome. All right. Well, maybe we'll have some more cow Easter eggs as we move on. Let's find out. Fire Rider, welcome to the show again. Glad you're feeling better.
Hey, me too.
So
I don't have cows.
you don't have cows. Okay, so what do you have? What are you bringing?
So I have a really goofy guy in Fallout 4, Parker Quinn with his charge card.
Okay.
So as you are traveling through the rubble of South Boston, you encounter a guy who introduces himself with a very heavy Boston, I put in quotes, accent, who would like to sell you on the benefits of his charge card. And he gives you a pretty heavy sell, really laying out the reasons why this card is so beneficial. And as I was thinking on this, I realized he kind of has a point, because have you ever tried to carry around a sack full of caps? And I
Yes. Who said yes? Wait a minute.
Nerd.
Was that Aperture?
Listen, desperate times, y'all.
Desperate times. Is that the currency they use out on the road? Zemnies, can you confirm this?
Zemnies, you're not allowed to confirm that. The secret can't get out. Trucker's code.
But I mean, generally, in the trucking industry, in all reality, yes, it's easier to carry a card on you than it is to carry cash or whatnot. But at the same time, you still should have some sort of cash, or in this case, caps on you instead of, plastic card.
All right. So not actual real caps then, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Will not confirm nor deny.
All right. Sorry, Fiery. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, it's totally fine. So I actually do happen to have a stash of caps at home. Gotta save them up for that day, which we all know is coming. Maybe sooner rather than later.
Wow, dark.
And,
okay, go on.
I actually counted them out earlier to see just how many would fit in this jar that I have them in, and I asked the folks in the chat to take a guess at how many were in there, and I was amazed that nobody got close. The closest one was Magnus Vial at 58, but the actual number that fit in there were 95. So a spaghetti sauce size jar holds 95 caps. If you want to, that's a pretty decent stash. I could probably buy, I could survive for maybe a week on that. But how would one go about transporting 500 or 1,000 caps?
Yeah, I mean, think about everybody running around in Fallout 76 with like thousands of caps on them.
Right. It's just not possible.
They're just like chink, 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 chink with like a big Santa sack behind their back across the wasteland. And everybody knows.
Jangling.
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, that guy's rich. Yeah.
So the guy's onto something, but the question is, are you really going to give this guy 100 caps for a piece of plastic that you don't know if anyone will accept? And then there's the question of how would that even work? Would he go to the vendors and then pay off everyone's bills? And I have so many questions. But listening to the guy talk and just having the conversation with him is an absolute hoot. And I'm pretty sure that they specifically filled his dialogue with as many words containing the letter R as possible, just to really force that accent. But when you listen to him talk, in addition to his accent, he also constantly uses some wrong words. And some of the examples that kind of jumped out at me is he says things like, but I regress, instead of but I digress. And he says, no need to get confirmational, instead of confrontational. And then he also says one that I couldn't even figure out what it was supposed to say, but it was, I apologize expectorantly. So if you know what that's supposed to mean, share it with me, because I don't have a clue. But I regress. So you have a few options when you're dealing with him. And one is to pretty much tell him to get lost, in which he calls you a rather rude name that starts with an R. I'm not going to repeat it here.
A regressive?
No, but good guess. So, him calling you that may prompt you to take the second choice, which is to kill him. But the third choice is to act.
Oh, he disappeared. The third choice is to, and then we lost you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. Anyway, the third choice is to actually buy his card.
Okay.
You're probably going to be disappointed. Or maybe you won't be, because you do unlock extra dialogue at the various vendors in Diamond City and Good Neighbor. So if you're in the game again, I encourage you to go ahead and try it and see what people say. And I mean, you're really only out a spaghetti sauce worth jar of caps. And my personal favorite response is from Cleo in Good Neighbor. And I don't know if you want me to share that because it might ruin the fun for somebody else, but it's hilarious.
I think we share it. We'll just give a little spoiler warning. Let's skip ahead like 30 seconds if you're worried about it.
It says, well, I appreciate the novelty of crushing someone under the burden of financial debt. We only accept caps here.
Nice.
Cleo.
I do remember this now that you brought it up. I do remember finding the guy selling the card and thinking, what? Like, wait, what? Like, who? What? Like, who decided to put this in here? So
somebody pretty goofy.
Yeah, somebody pretty goofy.
Oh, but one more thing though. When you get to Far Harbor, there is somebody who actually takes the card. And on the harbor itself accepts the charge card. They'll give you 100 caps for it.
Do they buy it from you, or do they just allow you to purchase something?
Basically, either way.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that it had such far-reaching effects. I thought it was just kind of a goof, and then I was like, well, okay, that's funny. And then I don't remember what I did.
Yeah, they really played it up. And then as a little personal story, a couple of years ago, I was in the Boston area for my graduation. And since hotels in Boston were ridiculously expensive at the time because there's a lot of schools in Boston, they all graduated at the same time. So we stayed a place a bit further south. And I was absolutely delighted when the guy at the counter in the hotel asked me to please swipe my card.
Swipe a card. Yeah, I have a really great story about being up in Boston. When we went up for the Bethesda game days, when we performed with the Chad crew, the guy that does Chad's voice and he's from the UK, and we shared a room together, and he was like, hey, I want the real Boston experience. I want to go find best diner in the city to have breakfast. And it turned out it was like, I don't know, 6-7 blocks away or something like that. So we walked it in the freezing cold. It was absolutely freezing 2 months ago when we were up there. And we get there and it's packed and they won't let anyone in because it's too full. So we have to wait outside. And then they will only let people in, and you can only sit in a booth if there's 4 people to a booth. So there were 2 of us. So they forced us to sit with these 2 other guys who happened to be these like construction guys, these like Boston construction guys. And we had the best conversations with these 2 guys with the best authentic Boston accents and, like salt of the earth, talking about like hitting on girls and all. We were just like, oh my God, this is amazing. So that's my authentic Boston experience.
When we were there, we were taking the bus back to get back to, it was a whole thing. There was like the subway system was down for part of it, and they were like shuttling people around, and the Red Sox game had just gotten out. So we were on the bus with just packed full of Red Sox fans. And I remember there's this one woman who was just yelling at everyone in this just huge braying Boston accent. And my sister and I were just falling over, cracking up, because it was like the whole thing was it was like out of a movie or something. It was like we had stepped right into like Good Will Hunting or something. I don't know. It was hilarious.
Right. How about them apples? Yeah. 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 That's awesome. Soybean, did you have something you wanted to add in? Maybe not. I thought I saw.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Hey.
Hi. Oh my God. So what was it? Far Harbor and linking to the main story. When you get the serum from doing the Cabot House, the radiation serum thing, you can bring it to Far Harbor, and there's this guy who's like really sick, and like I think he had like fallen in the water or something. I don't remember exactly what happened, but you give him the serum and it helps them, and he's not very happy. It helps him because he's a sad boy, but so it's just interesting to see all the things that kind of connect that you get from the main story, or like from at least the main area, that then could be used in Far Harbor.
Yeah, that is cool. I didn't play a ton of Far Harbor, so I'm not the best source for that. I need to do some research before I dig into more of that. But that's cool. I didn't realize there was so much there. Nunimer?
And I just wanted to say all this talk about Boston accents has me only slightly triggered right now, but I'm handling it.
I was a little worried when I went for that you might reach through the wires and somehow strangle me.
But we enjoy it. It's a positive thing.
I absolutely do. I actually, when I was a kid, I used to actually hate the Boston accent so much. So I don't mind occasionally when it gets made fun of. I understand it's a very silly accent, and especially if you're wandering around the area where that guy was, you'll probably find somebody walking around offering you something on the street, probably using similar dialogue to that guy and misusing words much like that. So
like a real human, a real person.
Yeah.
I figured this was probably a pretty authentic experience.
Exactly. I think it might be one of the most authentic Boston experiences that you can experience in Fallout 4. So it's very wacky, but also very real.
There you go. From the source itself. Aperture, do you have something to add?
Yeah, two small things. First, Noom, when I first noticed your accent, I was so giddy. I think it's like just such a great accent. But also, from the reading I've done, they mostly just included that bit in Far Harbor where he'll accept the card as a joke. They honestly just wanted to see how long it would take for someone to pop up on Reddit and be like, hey, did you know that if you hold on to this charge card, spend it? And like apparently a bunch of people were like, oh no, I just scrapped it. What do you mean you can spend it? You can actually find charge cards in the junk category. A bunch of junk. It's one plastic.
Okay, you were kind of.
I had to look up to see if anybody would actually accept it. I did not learn that on my own, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you probably don't think about once you go on past that point in the game for too long, you know.
Kind of interesting thing about the dude who does accept it, he actually says people who have been coming to the island have been getting spammed left, right, and center, or scammed left, right, and center by that guy. So it's not the first victim he's had out of 100 cats. He must be pretty rich.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Fire, do you have anything else to add to this?
Nope, that's it from me.
Nope. Zemnies, did you have something?
Yeah, I remember when I ran into that situation, I'm like, okay, this is pretty cool, see if I could go and use it. And then a little bit later on, I was exploring, I think, one of the schools near there, and there was the guy that I ran into that told me, well, they're not really used for anything. It's just junk. He scammed you or whatever. So I went back and I was actually able to charisma him to give me back my money the first time. And that was before all the DLCs came out for it and whatnot. And then afterward, that's when I found out about the card. So I got my caps back and I was actually pretty thrilled with that. And I was kind of laughing the whole entire time.
Huh. It's interesting. I love how these games are so diverse and well made that everyone ends up with like slightly different experiences of the same kinds of things, but yet all from different angles. All right. Well, thanks, Fire. Yeah, I guess you're good, huh? Okay. Well, let's move on to Magnus. Magnus Vile.
Okay.
Welcome back, buddy.
I have two small ones and one kind of funny one. So the first one I'd like to talk on is, so anyone who's played Fallout 3 will know about the stash rock, or hidden rock as I like to call it. It's at the back of Megaton. It carries, I think it's just a small bit of loot, couple of stim packs, bit of ammo and whatnot. Well, in Fallout 4, there's a reference to it. If you go to Salem and you go out the back of the Salem church to the graveyard on the left side by the broken down tree, I do believe, there's a large rock that has a stash in it of 308 ammo, a few bits of random junk, a couple of stim packs, and it resets every time you enter the Salem area. So once you go out of render distance, wait a day, so 24 hours, and go back in, it's farmable. It's similar to the Megaton one. Every time you enter and leave Megaton, it resets, so it's farmable. The next one I'd like to talk about is in the Nuka World DLC. I discovered this myself, and it kind of freaked me out the first time I seen it. So you're running through the gauntlet, and you have to like go through, disarm different traps, or brute force your way through them, whatever your build is. But if you take a misturn on, I believe it's the radiation part, if you take a misturn, you end up opening this door that leads to a dead end, but in the corner there's a teddy bear. It's a standard teddy bear, but it has like on a scribbled, I believe it's either on the floor or on a note, the sign on the floor just says Billy. And it really freaked me out the first time I seen it, because it was like, was this a child, or was it like an insane sociopath, or
right, or was it put here to just bother you? Yeah.
Yeah. The final thing I'd like to talk on is something players would miss if they don't have attentive ears and sneaky sneak skills. The crazy thing about it is I knew about one of these encounters, I didn't know about the other one. But if you go, I believe it's outside the paint mixing facility, I think it's Hardware Town or something. At the back, there's a trailer with two raiders who are talking. They talk about this insane dude that they met, throwing rocks, acting as if they're frag grenades, and hopping on his motorcycle, which he was making with his mouth, shifting gears and riding downtown. Even made the thing gas out and restart. Crazy. He appears at Trinity Tower. He rode into Trinity Tower with nothing. Literally nothing. Except the bear claws on his back and a bag. Apparently reached into the bag, pulled out nothing, pulled a pin on his teeth, and threw a grenade. Obviously not there, but he made the sounds with his mouth. And the superhumans were so freaked out, they didn't attack him.
That's great.
Even the hounds left him alone, and that's the most amazing thing ever.
Yeah, that's super weird.
That psychos live.
You know what'd be really cool is if you could pick up rocks and then do that in the game. Like, use like fake grenade rocks to just kind of like bluff enemies.
I forgot that wasn't a natural feature. I play with too many mods.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true. Does anybody else have any recollection of any of these things? Anything to share on these? Aperture?
Yeah, I remember hearing the Billy teddy. There's actually several teddy bears with notes and names, and there's like a lot of remnants of children games. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever seen the children's face drawn in the lunchboxes, but if you look really closely next to a bunch of these kind of like posed teddy bears, you can actually like open a lunchbox. You can actually see a drawing of a child's face in the lunchbox inside.
Huh. I've never noticed that. That's
yeah,
creepy.
there's a lot of named teddy bears. Yeah, the teddy bears always scared me.
I found those teddy bears on the lunchboxes and never thought about it ever again. And now, Aperture, you've made me want to go play Fallout 4 and hunt these things down. Thank you. I hate you.
Yeah,
teddy bear hunt.
Yeah, it's fine. That's what I'm here for. Literally, just look at them with your sniper scope, and you'll see the ghostly image of a child.
Yeah, that's super creepy, super weird. Well, thanks, Magnus.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
In a world where solid-state electronics and vacuum tubes are still meta, people never stopped loving atomic-powered everything. A chosen 500 stepped inside a subterranean vault to be spared the nuclear horror of the inevitable Great War. 25 years later, they emerge after the fallout settles to retake Appalachia. Among them, two former rivals whose blood feud will tear West Virginia apart in their epic struggle for survival. Chad, a vault bro who has a strength of 15, an intelligence of 2, and is a complete wasteland dickhead. Simon, a complicated anti-hero who chooses light and hope, but accidentally becomes a cannibal and wakes up naked and afraid with a Scorchbeast queen after a date goes terribly wrong. What? I mean, it's a wild wasteland, right? This dark humor radio drama will have you driving off the road and crawling out from under the fallout. 2 men, 1 wasteland, and so many nukes. Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, rated R, now streaming on your holotape player podcasty thing.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
All right, let's move on to Nunimer. Nunimer, do you have any cows or super creepy things to share with us?
Well, one part of this is a little creepy, but it's mostly just silly and irresponsible and bad for your health. And what I speak about are alcohol-induced blackouts. Because I'm
super not good.
Talking about, super not good, but very fun in Fallout 76 if you find yourself drinking some Nuka Shine. To quote the loading screen you get when you drink it, it says, half the fun of Nuka Shine is that you never know what kind of crazy places it will take you. And that's definitely true, because the thing about Nuka Shine, for those that have yet to drink it in Fallout 76 or have yet to play 76, what it does is you drink it, and much like many other consumable, alcohol drinks. And by the way, this was added in as part of the one of the first expansions with the Wild Wasteland, or rather Wild Appalachia update. And so much like other consumable alcohol in the game, it gives you a buff. It does, cause you to take 30 radiation damage, but it also causes you to have a 50% less sprint action point cost. Your action points regenerate 50% faster. And if you're drinking vintage Nuka Shine, it will give you 100% unarmed damage. So you can really punch it up for a while. In fact, exactly for 2 minutes. And during that 2 minutes, the screen will start flashing different colors. It will alternate between a blue and like a purple and all these different colors.
Yep.
And after 2 minutes, you go to a loading screen because your character has blacked out. And at that point, you will appear in one of 36 different locations spread across the map. This can be quite a problem if you're a lower level character and you drink some Nuka Shine and find yourself in the bog or find yourself in a higher level area. That can definitely be a problem. Also, wherever you end up waking up, you have, and it only lasts for 20 seconds, but you do have a reduction to strength, endurance, and agility. So if you find yourself surrounded by enemies, you could get picked off really quick. But thankfully, most of the 36 locations are in somewhat remote areas. So that ends up working out fairly well most of the time. However, some of the places you go when you black out are just kind of regular places. They're just, maybe a picnic table, or you'll be surrounded by some skeletons. But there's quite a few
regular places surrounded by skeletons.
Yeah, well, yeah, surrounded by skin
for the wasteland.
In the wasteland,
yes.
yeah. In a Fallout game, being surrounded by skeletons is pretty, pretty, daily basis occurrence. But especially in 76, where up until Wastelanders, everyone you come across is either a corpse or a skeleton anyway. But there's a couple of the locations that are incredibly wacky, such as the Teddy Fear murder scene, which is one of my all-time favorites of the 36 of them, which what you find is a Teddy Fear, which is a teddy bear that's found in Fallout 76 that is creepy looking. It's got red eyes, and it's very dark and very kind of spooky looking. And he's sitting up on a lawn chair looking over a corpse, looking over a skeleton. And the skeleton is surrounded by murderous lawn gnomes.
That's great.
And there's an axe on the ground right next to the corpse. And
like those are his minions.
Exactly. And he's just watching as they've killed this guy. You can also find yourself suddenly in the middle of a lake on a raft. And you're about to be taking some radiation damage unless hopefully you're not over encumbered. And you can fast travel because you're right smack dab in the middle of a lake on a raft. There's also a place you can go to where it's two skeletons sitting on toilets. And one of the most fun places you can end up is there's up on the top of a mountain, there's a tightrope act, which apparently was a pre-war film. Like they were filming a acrobat doing a tightrope act across this big crevasse, and you can actually do the tightrope walk yourself if you're up for the challenge, which I strongly suggest. If you do it in power armor. It may make it a little bit more difficult, but at least if you fall, you're not going to die.
Right. Or have goat legs. Is that the mutation?
Yeah. It's a perk. Yeah, it's a perk card.
Right. A perk. Right.
Yep. So yeah, you could have that. But yeah, power armor is definitely the easiest way to go. But there's the most wacky wasteland, the most weird, Easter egg type thing that can actually happen if you drink the vintage Nuka Shine is you can actually end up in a scenario where you might hear something in the back of your head. You may hear a voice that says, "Hey, you're finally awake," because you can actually find yourself in a meme reference to Skyrim, where when you awaken, you're in the back of a wagon surrounded by three corpses, and the wagon's being pulled by a tractor. And it, of course, is a reference to the opening scene from Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, which has been memified to death at this point. But it's definitely a wacky Easter egg. But the thing about the Nuka Shine too, also in each one of the fun things too is what I like to do is I go on what I call camp tours, or I guess you could call it like a pub crawl or like a camp crawl. What I do is I equip two perks. I equip professional drinker so that I don't get addicted to the alcohol, and I equip travel agent. And what I do is I'll just go to every single camp on the map, server hop, go to every single camp in the map. And if they have punch bowls out, what you do is you fill punch bowls with different forms of alcohol. And if you're a cool player, you fill your punch bowl 100% with vintage Nuka Shine, that every time somebody comes to your camp, they drink out of the vintage Nuka Shine and they have a little trip.
they go somewhere.
Yeah, they just go off on a little trip. In fact, I think it was actually True Dog, who isn't with us yet tonight, but it was me, Fire, and True Dog playing together, and he had gone to my camp. And now I make it pretty obvious. I have the wallpapers behind my bar. It's the Nuka Shine wallpaper. And I have a little shrine with all these cats around the punch bowl. So it should be pretty obvious to any person who comes in there that there's going to be something that's not beer, not vodka. It's going to be vintage Nuka Shine in that.
It's all subtle
in that punch bowl. Yeah, not subtle at all. But I guess True Dog wasn't paying attention, and he had himself a drink out of the punch bowl.
He's like, "Oh, guys." Oh, no.
He's yelling at me over voice chat saying, "What did you have vintage Nuka Shine in there?" Like, I sure did. It's all vintage Nuka Shine. Because what some people do is they'll put like a couple vintage Nuka Shine in, mixed with beer and different things, and it's kind of luck of the draw that you get vintage Nuka Shine. But I do it 100%, all vintage Nuka Shine. Now, my camp is in a higher level area, so if you're out that way, you're going to be able to handle going on that little trip, but if I was in a lower level area, I probably wouldn't do that. But anyway, but one of the cool thing is as you get to each of the 36 locations, you can actually find the empty Nuka Shine bottle in that location. It's somewhere on the ground, and it's empty. So what your character did was picked up a big jug of vintage Nuka Shine and just drank it while walking around Appalachia and just walked halfway across the map and then just checked it on the ground. And then you come to and you're in this, random area.
Yeah. I love the speculation of like, what did I do? How did I get here?
Especially if you're like all the way across the map. It's like, wow, that was quite a trip.
Yeah.
But the weird thing too, is that even things that are more meta about the vintage Nuka Shine are actually somewhat wacky too, because there's actually a glitch. I tend to think of this glitch as more of a feature than a glitch, because it's, you're playing with, when you're drinking something like moonshine, you're playing with fire. And there's a glitch in which you can go into an infinite loop of loading screens when you drink the vintage Nuka Shine. So you get to one of the locations, screen blacks out again, goes to a loading screen. You get to another one of the locations, and you'll just cycle through all 36 of the locations, and you have to restart your game because there's no way out of the loop.
Yeah.
But you're taking on a certain amount of risk when you're drinking Nuka Shine. So
sure, as you are in real life.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're doing it by accident when you're drinking out of somebody's punch bowl like a jerk like me. But the other weird thing about Nuka Shine has to do with the lore, which it's the Nuka Shine was actually created a year before the Great War, and it's a whole quest that was again introduced with the Wild Appalachia DLC,
right?
And it was created by a fraternity. And you can actually find the recipe, and you actually have to find it for one of the most awesome characters that they had introduced with that DLC, which is Biv the robot, who's a drunk robot. He's programmed to just be drunk all the time. And so you have to find the Nuka Shine recipe. And so you find this pre-war recipe. However, this is the weird part. The recipe calls for razor grain, which is the mutated form of wheat. So that's what wheat is called after the Great War. It's called razor grain.
Right. How would have it called for it ahead of it? Yeah.
Before, yeah. Right. And the other, and this is really weird when it comes to like wacky lore, because this doesn't make any sense, is the recipe calls for Nuka-Cola Quantum, which when that recipe was written, it was actually a year before Nuka-Cola Quantum was released. Now, there is a possible explanation there where the guy who created it was obsessed with Nuka-Cola. He had like a collection addiction to Nuka-Cola stuff. So maybe he had some sort of inside knowledge or had the recipe to Nuka-Cola Quantum.
Was a test person or something for the drink.
Yeah, he must have broken his NDA. But yeah, so even the lore surrounding Nuka Shine is itself wacky and seems almost like the lore itself was drinking some of the Nuka Shine and forgot exactly when it was supposed to be set.
Or some timey-wimey stuff happened with the doctor, and maybe that's what.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it was that half-human doctor that came in from the TV movie again. But yeah, so it's Nuka Shine is awesome, and I love that in that whole DLC package. Of course, now it's been blown out of the water by Wastelanders, but when they came out with Wild Appalachia, there was just so many little fun things added in. And Nuka Shine is still to this day one of my favorite things in 6.
Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I remember experiencing that with Derek. And that, in fact, that was the last thing I did with Derek before I came back and played him again with Wastelanders. And he was still drunk. And it had been almost a year since I had played as Derek. So I was like, oh, Derek's still drunk. Oh, poor Derek. He gave in. He was having fun. Yeah, poor Derek. Does anybody else have any recollections of this stuff they want to chime in? Victor?
Mine's, of course, not a recollection. Damn my lack of a PC. But with the whole, you drink the Nuka Shine and you end up somewhere on the map, that combined with the Skyrim reference earlier with the tractor or whatever, it just reminds me, I don't remember which Daedric Lord it is, but you get drunk with a Daedric Lord and you have to like trace your way back and you married somebody and all this stuff in Skyrim. I don't know as much about Skyrim as Fallout, but my friends who played Skyrim told me about this quest where you start drinking with like the Daedric Lord of Chaos, I think it is, and you end up on the other side of the map and you have to manually retrace your steps to figure out what the heck you did.
Right.
I think there's a mirror somewhere in there.
It sounds like Sheogorath.
Yes, it was Sheogorath.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Like I said, not as familiar with Skyrim, but yeah, those two things, I think it's definitely a bit of Bethesda looking at itself and going, this was funny. Let's make it 36 times more funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very similar. Zemnies, what you got?
Yeah, I remember when the quest came up, because I was actually just kind of on my own at the time. I was like a level 26. And this one guy, he comes up to me, starts helping me building some stuff for one of the little camps you can make. And he said, well, have you done the fraternity quest yet? And I'm like, no, I hadn't. I said, what it's about? He says, come on, I'll show you. I said, okay. So we went and did it. And he says, okay, now you've got this. Now you're going to have to drink it. And I'm like, okay, well,
good luck.
Well, I figured, okay, nothing bad's going to happen, right? Well, the very first time I drank that, I started seeing the colors and I'm going, uh-oh, I did something wrong I wasn't supposed to. So then it finally did the loading screen and transported me. I woke up when I was in the Cranberry Bog the first time. And I had to run out of there. I kept getting attacked by a Scorch Beast, and he finally got over to me, and he was trying to distract it while I got out of there. And then the second time that I did that, I actually got transported to that cart in where about the Elder Scrolls.
The Skyrim joke. Yeah.
And it got me thinking about it. And like Victor was saying, that one where you have to go and drink with the quest, I think it might have been Sanguine.
Maybe.
For it. Because he gives you the Sanguine Rose after that, I believe. And all the stuff you had to go and do, and you had to apologize to all these different ones afterwards, trying to figure out what you did, and then who you got married to and everything. And it was a fun time.
Yeah, that's very cool. Aperture, you had something to add to this?
Yeah, fun fact: the vintage Nuka Shine aspect is actually based on my life in Toronto on a Friday night.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations.
Hey, you know what? You end up on Queen and Spadina. You don't know how you got there, and there's a bottle next to you. You got a police officer telling you to go home.
Yeah, you got to apologize to 5 different women that you didn't mean to marry. Yeah.
True story. Tom Howard still owes me money for that one.
Todd Howard. Yeah. Magnus, you have something else?
One of my first experiences with like Nuka Shine, I was like fresh level 10. I was messing around with some buddies of mine just on the Xbox, and they decided today would be a great day to mess with me because I know like nothing about the game. So I was very jumpy because it was a friend's account. So I was like brand new, but I was level 10. So they decided to bring me along that quest line, and just they done everything. They just told me to wait in the build and like follow them or input this code or whatever. I didn't know what I was doing. And they dragged me along and then told me to drink it. And I woke up in like the cranberry bog area. But I woke up in the cranberry bog right as I was getting over encumbered from like, because I was just going around picking up all like the pool cues and all that.
Uh-huh.
So I had to try and walk my way all the way back up. And just my luck that a legendary scorch piece comes and tries to attack.
Yeah.
And like I'm yelling at my friends, I'm like full on screaming the house down, like, get me out of here and all this. And one of them just comes in and goes, that's nothing, that's a little bug. I go, what do you mean? And at this time someone had nuked the queen. And it's like, oh, just follow me. And got me to drop all the junk and
and you got to see the queen
teleport over to him while he was at the queen fight.
Yeah.
And let's just say I didn't play Fallout for a week after that.
It's a little much to just jump right into the legendary scorches and the queen. Yeah, that's a lot. Well, Newtimer, this was a fun topic. Thanks for bringing it. Do you have anything else to add?
Nope, that's it. Unless I forgot something from drinking Nuka Shine. That's a possibility.
You drinking some right now? No,
I can
no comment.
Neither confirm nor deny whether or not I'm drinking Nuka Shine right now.
Perfect. Awesome.
The color.
The color? What? Aperture?
The colors are starting to set in. He's going to see a loading screen real soon.
Yeah, pretty soon. If you see a loading screen in real life, then something's really gone wrong. All right, let's move on to Soybean. Soybean, welcome back. What do you got this week?
Hi. All right. This one's going to be a bit of a bummer
Uh-oh.
compared to everyone else's. Content warning for the next few minutes. Dog death and sadness.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't feel too bad about it. So mine will be able to bring people back up. So don't worry too much.
All right, good. So my Easter egg is the fossilized dog Seymour in the Fallout New Vegas DLC Lonesome Road. And when you go to the Cave of Abaddon, I think Abaddon it's
right,
called.
I think.
And you have wacky. It's spelled Abaddon. So Abaddon.
Sure.
So you have Wacky Wastelander as the perk active, and you can find this dog, like statue looking thing. And this is a reference to the show Futurama by Matt Groening, the same creators of The Simpsons. And it's reference to a specific episode, season 5, episode 2, called Jurassic Bark, in which, funny name for such a sad episode. The premise is the main character Fry was in the year 2000, got put in a cryo chamber and woke up in the year 3000. He finds his fossilized dog from when he was around in the 2000s or 90s, and he struggles throughout the episode deciding whether or not to bring his dog back to life, because this is the future and there's technology that he could. And they kind of analyzed the fossil, and it turns out that the dog passed away at like age 12 or something. Like the dog had lived a long life. And Fry decides, you know what? No, like, I'm not going to bring him back because he lived his life, and like, I don't need to do that. And then the show decides to show us what the dog had went through. And it showed how he waited for, I'm getting all weepy too.
I remember this episode now. Yes, it's very tragic.
Because Fry was a pizza delivery boy, and he would go on the deliveries with him, and he waited by the pizza place every day until the day he died. And it shows him old and scraggly just lay his head on the cement and close his eyes, and I cry every time, and I am on the verge of tears.
Aw.
Because we do not deserve dogs.
No, we
Dogs
don't.
are too good for us. But my God.
Yeah.
And like, I thought at least it was a very interesting Easter egg, because in general, Easter eggs are supposed to be the kind of thing you look at and be like, oh, ha, cool. Meanwhile, this one you look at and you start to cry. So that's cool. Yeah.
So that's cool. Yeah.
That's cool. Thanks,
It's like a reverse
Fallout.
Easter egg. Yeah.
Thanks. You know, I'm here with Wacky Wastelander trying to have a good time, and you did this to me.
Yeah. And
My
then you're
God.
like, oh, look at this. Oh,
no, Seymour.
No. Yeah. Oh man, that's so sad. It's funny. That's.
Oh yeah. So you know, thank you to all the dogs out there making our lives better. I'm sure they're enjoying the quarantine with all their owners, and yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Nunimer just shared the the picture of the dog in our little Discord chat. Oh man. Yep. Oh, that's funny. Do you guys remember doing that? As I mumble all my words together, anyone else experience this in the game? Aperture?
Yes, I remember my heartbeat.
You remember your heart being, you disappeared.
I remember my heart being broken.
Broken.
You?
Uh-huh. Victor?
Just as a slight reference, now I don't know if the Easter egg goes back this far, but according to time periods, it would. Of course, so the Easter egg is referencing the episode of Futurama. That episode of Futurama might actually be referencing a real thing. I had to look it up in a book I've been reading lately.
Oh, man.
A dog named Hachiko. There's a statue of him at a Japanese train station because he would wait for his master every day to come off of the train from work, because like Japanese trains are notoriously perfectly on time.
Yeah.
But then his master had a heart attack at work. But Hachiko came back every day.
Yeah.
And now he has the statue of himself. So I wonder, especially with like the fossilized / statue thing, if that's not only referencing Futurama, but if it's referencing
real stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, Hachiko, because there's a statue to the point, and of course in Japanese culture, it's basically a shrine now to the loyalty of dogs to mankind, which illustrates yet again, we do not deserve dogs.
Yeah. No, I bet like knowing the way those guys, the writers on those shows are, they're very knowledgeable, and they often do draw from real world things. So that's hilarious and sad all at the same time.
Yeah, I didn't mean to make that sadder, but it was like, wait a minute, I know this story from my research about death rituals. So yeah,
wow,
it's definitely. I think it's probably a combination, at least on Obsidian's part, of referencing Futurama and Hachiko, and I would be surprised if the writers on Futurama had totally like missed out on the reference and had just created it independently.
Yeah, chances are it's a reference.
Yeah, aren't there like multiple PhDs on that show?
Oh yeah,
or something?
They're all very smart people. Yeah, they're like the smartest writers on any TV show ever or something. If you look at like the amount of education behind them, yeah, pretty crazy. Zemnies, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I remember when I first went into this and saw that, I thought at first it was a statue until I started digging a little bit deeper into it. And then when I realized what it was, I kind of felt really bad for thinking it was a statue, because I'm like, okay, well, you see a bunch of, statues all over the place and whatnot. Some were bronze and whatnot. And after that, I felt so bad, and I just said, no, I wish there was a way that they could have made it to where you could actually help the dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know that there's a way to help the dog, though, right? Is that a thing? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it is. I just kind of wish that they had put it in there so that way the dog wasn't suffering anymore.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, thank you, Soybean, for the emotional roller coaster you brought us through.
No problem. I was going to say, it'd be interesting if we could help, and you would bring it to Big Empty with all the technology there. Get the clone of the dog or something.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, get like a dog meat 2 to follow you around. Give it a new, better life, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Nunimer, did you want to add something?
Yeah, no, that episode in particular, just of Futurama, I nope out of that episode every time it's on as a rerun. I've only seen it once, and I will only see it once. But yeah, I definitely think I would like to think of the reference in Fallout New Vegas as being more of a reference to was it Hachiko, I believe, the name of the Japanese dog, because somehow the real story is less depressing than the Futurama episode, because I don't expect to be so depressed by Futurama. And I just wanted to back up what everybody was saying about saying that we don't deserve dogs, but I also, being a cat person, want to say we don't deserve cats. No, that's wrong. Cats don't deserve us. That's right.
Yeah, that's probably the more accurate way to say that. Well, Soybean, thank you so much. This was a fun one, even though it was sad. I enjoyed it. Anything else to add at the end of that?
I will echo that. I also love cats, and shout out to my son, Tesla, who inspires me every day with his 3 legs and still finds ways to make my life impossible, jumping where he should not be able to.
Oh. Yeah, and you're sharing your dog in the picture. Is that a Shih Tzu? That looks a lot like
he was
Oreo.
a Shih Tzu.
Yeah. We have a dog named Oreo that looks very similar to that.
His name was Mackie, and his great-grandfather was a show winner, but he was happy to live a small life as a house pet.
Oh, very cute. Awesome. All right, Victor, it's your turn. What do you got this week?
So I, like others, have kind of just a collection of little ones that are all under, you could just call this the label of legally distinct Disney World. I'm talking, of course, Nuka World is literally, it's legally distinct Disney, and that's pretty obvious in several ways. A lot of the rides and lands are absolutely just totally cribbed from Disney. Nuka Town, USA is Main Street, USA. They've got like a mountain area. They've got a version of the Matterhorn bobsleds, of Big Thunder Mountain, like a lot of the really big, everybody knows about it rides. But a couple of the smaller things that people like, it might get passed over is, I'm sorry, I'm having to get my notes to reload.
That's fine.
This is what I get being on a phone.
Yeah. Technology.
Is the 2 biggest things that just stand out to me as just a really cool Easter egg type thing lead into each other. And the first is, as a quest, you get the hidden Cappy quest. I believe you actually specifically, I can never remember her name. The Nuka-Cola super fan from Fallout 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't remember her name either.
Right, but she shows up in the Nuka World expansion. And basically she asks you to do the Cappy quest for her because she is soft and squishy and can't fight a rad roach.
Right.
And that's actually reflective of a kind of passive pastime you can have at the Disney parks, which is looking for the hidden Mickeys.
Yeah.
Everything to sometimes the gravel patterns or natural rock formations will make a Mickey pattern, all the way up to, it was Disney's California Adventure, I believe, before they started adding a lot more stuff to it. If you looked at the aerial photo of it, the entire park was Mickey's head.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's everything. This one's not so much hidden because it kind of got publicized, but like the giant solar farm that they built is in the shape of a Mickey head. So hidden Mickeys, hidden Cappies, which leads into probably my favorite thing, which is, this isn't real. It is in the public record that this never happened, but there is an urban myth that Walt Disney's head was decapitated and cryogenically frozen and hidden under Pirates of the Caribbean to come back to life sometime.
Right.
Reality was he was cremated and his ashes were interned at the Forest Memorial graveyard, which is kind of like the Walk of the Stars in LA or something, but with graves. It's like where the rich and beautiful and popular get buried in LA. But the thing is, despite it being debunked time and time again, it's still kind of a pop culture reference, to the point where, I mean, going back to Futurama, there's the whole like wall of heads that they've got preserved in Futurama.
Right. Yeah.
And if you complete the Cappy quest, because what you have to do is you have to look for the hidden Cappies, and then you have to put on like old school 3D, like red, not 3D, but they have like red plastic lenses so that you can see hidden letters.
Uh-huh.
And you have to get all of these letters, and you have to put them into the right configuration, and you win a prize. The word is refreshment, which, considering it's Nuka-Cola, that's not surprising. And the prize is getting a chance to meet the CEO of Nuka World. Well, he was part of Project Cobalt, so he was actually kind of adjacent to the Enclave. He wasn't part of the Enclave, but he was aware of what, like, some of the darker stuff that the U.S. military was doing and the Enclave preparations. So he, like Mr. House, underwent a very radical medical procedure prior to the Great War. Except Mr. House managed to keep his entire body. The CEO of Nuka World only got his head.
Of course.
So
right.
You go into Nuka World, go under Nuka World, and find the CEO's preserved head, except his is actually talking. And that's like the last part of that quest, and you kind of get a choice between do you let Superfan just nag at him for the rest of her life, or do you ask his request, which is he's been alone and conscious these 200 years?
Yeah. Wow.
Is it 2077?
Yes, it's 200 and something years at the point. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's been alive and not had human contact for 200 years.
Yeah, wow.
He wants to die. But the thing is, as you're going through this, you learn about all the terrible things. So it's like, do you kill him? Do you kill him because he's a bad person? Do you kill him because it's his wish? Or do you make him stay alive and suffer because of the terrible things he did as the CEO of Nuka World, or Nuka-Cola?
Mm-hmm.
But just making kind of, definitely not one of the big quests, because it has nothing to do with Raider factions, but a large side quest, I guess you could say, be that entwined into one of the most popular myths, despite being thoroughly debunked, one of the more popular pop culture myths known of Disney's head is frozen and under Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's great. In fact, when I played Nuka-Cola, I was hoping for more of that content. I was a little disappointed that we got so much about different Raider groups and less about at the park itself. Like I said, it's really obvious with Bethesda, and I think they did a really good job of straddling the line between legally distinct Disney World and not actually fully copying it. There's a lot of references all over. I just hit the big ones because I didn't want to ramble for too long. Yeah, those were great. Yeah.
Instead of like in the Raider factions, you hear a lot about their stuff because of you're talking to them. If you do things like go through the terminals, look at what Nuka World was, what remnants we have of it left, like all the robots, and look at the terminals and the displays. It's more of an environmental story of how you see where it's like Disney and where it isn't, which is something I actually appreciate in a subtle way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I got really excited when I saw the Nuka World stuff because I'm a giant Disney parks nerd in general, and it was like, oh boy, we're going to see all of the things. And they managed to do like I said, I think they did a really good job of blending Fallout and Disney, which is a really hard mix if you think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's really cool. I need to dig more into that stuff and see what else there is. That could be a very fun episode or two of the show sometime in the future to really get into that stuff even more. Very cool stuff. Have any of you guys played through any of that content? Did you get through the collecting the caps, Nunimer?
Yeah, the name that you were searching for is Sierra Petravita, and she's my girl. I love her. Any reference with anything in Fallout 4, which again is in my hometown, that references a game that was important to me as Fallout 3, let alone having a character carried over from one to the other. Just absolutely love that. And I loved in Fallout 3 the whole thing of collecting, how she was building a Nuka-Cola museum, and how she has you go around collecting Nuka-Cola Quantums, which were very hard to find and very hard to collect. I think it was 30 or 40 of them. I think it was 30 that she had you collect. And to have her come back and just have her like fangirling out on Nuka-Cola World and how cool it was. I love that. Like it was sort of a, like a meta thing of fandom and stuff, seeing that it represented in Fallout. It's really cool. And also I think the world of Disney and Fallout actually blend together really well if you think about it, because Disney still kind of has that kind of old school Americana 50s aesthetic and a lot of that sort of culture around the park.
Yeah, to leave it to aesthetic.
Yeah, and that definitely matches really well with the retrofuturism of Fallout, where you have technology that is way beyond what we have, but at the same time things look so old and old fashioned, and you definitely get that impression when you go to Disney parks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely that. Like I said, it really struck me when I started watching the playthroughs and you walk into Nuketown, USA, and I'm just like, why isn't there a castle at the end of this road? Because it's Main Street, USA.
Yeah. Yeah. This isn't 1-to-1. So here in Florida, you won't believe this. There are people who are absolutely nuts about Disney. Who knew, right? I actually have some friends who live in Orlando, and they have a season pass, and they go like a year pass, and they go back all the time, and they do all the hidden Mickey stuff. They do all the special events, everything all the time. Magnus?
One of the kind of things that I have experience with is trying to do that quest, the Happy one, failing about halfway through before realizing every guide I looked at was either incomplete or where they said it was, it had got changed because of mods.
Huh.
So I then went to look at like the mod pages and all that to try and find stuff out. Yeah, no, it didn't work, to the point where I just ended up ESPing in, which is where you free cam in, to find out that underneath the ground, his entire body is actually there. As in kept as a model for the thing. It's not like his player head or anything. He actually has a model body. It's just kept out of view.
Huh, I wonder if that was just easier for the coding it, for like making it. They didn't need to delete it.
I think it was, but Bethesda are also known for just hiding stuff out of maps for modders and deep dives. Like they done the infamous green cap deep dive in some of the older games.
Right.
If you're not familiar, they hit a green cap in a lot of the older games in the source code that never appeared in the games. When people started linking, it's in this game, this game, this game, people started to notice a pattern, thinking that it led to something kind of like a teasing for a new game or new character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was nothing.
Aperture?
Well, they did the same thing with keeping his whole character model hidden underneath the scenery. They did something similar in Fallout 3 Broken Steel, where at one point in the game you have to get onto a monorail which will take you down a tunnel. They didn't have the proper programming to make a actual independent monorail, so the monorail is a hat being worn by a dude out of sight, and he's just running. And that is how you... They like to hide bodies out of sight.
They like to hide the bodies. That's what you're saying?
Especially in DLC, I've noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder if it's like two things at the same time. One, it's easier for just to develop it and just stick the bodies in a place where they don't actually have to do the deleting and cleanup. And then two, people will find it and it'll be a thing that they discuss. So, interesting. New number?
Also,
go ahead, Aperture.
Oh no! Well, I was just going to back up what Aperture was saying. Just if you get the chance to look that up, anyone who's listening, the whole thing with the monorail is just so. It is. It's so trippy. It's so strange, and that they would even think of that as a workaround is just like really brilliant game design. I just wanted to give props to Bethesda on that.
I also just need to add, Victor, I don't believe you. He is totally frozen underneath Pirates of the Caribbean.
Well,
It's all a cover up.
Cover up for what? For the rise of Frozen Disney in 2077?
Listen, I don't let anyone tell me what to do. I know they say don't eat the silica gel packets. I ate them and I saw Disney is still.
don't drink the whole thing of Nuka Shine. Don't tell me what to do. I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah. Well, thank you, Victor. Those were really cool. Let's move on to our last and newest guest. Zemnies, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. So what are you bringing this week? What are you sharing with us?
Well, I've got a couple of kind of Easter eggs, and then I've also kind of have a personal experience that I've had that I thought was kind of funny.
Okay.
The first thing I want to start off with is the little death claw that you find in Higgs Village, right behind Dr. Boris's house.
Uh-huh.
That's actually a reference to Gremlins from the Gremlin movie. There was that main character named Stripe, and he basically is a guard dog for his little food bowl. And what a lot of people don't realize with him is that he's not an ordinary Deathclaw. Yeah, he may be smaller and he's cuter, but his health is actually higher than a normal Deathclaw's because they're usually around 500 health, and then his is like 850, and then regular Deathclaws usually do about like 125 damage. He does about 250, so he's a lot harder to kill and a lot faster than the other ones because of his small size. And I always loved going and playing the old world blues for New Vegas, and just being able to see him and go and just kind of mess with him while I was trying to go and get that quest done. Yeah. The other one that I had was actually a movie reference, if I can actually spit it out.
Hey, I do this all the time, and many times I don't take the time to edit it out just so people can get some of the real experience of talking to a microphone all day. Yes, yeah, making words fit together like that is very common on a podcast. So go on.
Exactly. Well, this one, since it's a movie reference, I've watched all these different movies, especially the newest ones that they've had. If you find in Fallout 4, you'll find somewhere, and I can't remember exactly the place that you can find it, but it's a flux sensor. And it's very odd because you see regular sensor modules throughout Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas, stuff like that. This one, if you examine it closer, you'll be able to flip it around. You'll see a serial number. That serial number turns out to be the digital readout ID for Nostromo in the Aliens movie.
The place you're thinking of is Green Tech Genetics, 4th floor in the back left corner on the desk.
No, there you go.
Magnus is a robot, by the way.
And so I thought that was pretty cool, finding something that they put in there from an actual movie that we have, because I've always loved those movies. And then for my personal experience was actually probably about 5, maybe 6 days ago, after not Nuka World, Wastelanders came out. I was doing the Queen of the Hunt quest, and I was trying to find the cryptid that they were wanting me to find, and instead I ran into a 3-star legendary sheep squatch. And I'm sitting there kind of struggling with it because it's not showing like it's red or anything. And so I'm like, that's kind of interesting because I was in my own private server.
Mm-hmm.
And so I go and I actually walk up to it, and it's not attacking me or anything. So I'm, just walking around it. I'm seeing it looking at me and everything. I said, okay, well, you have a good day. Bye. So I didn't want it to attack me. I start walking away, and all of a sudden I hear these big lumbering footsteps behind me. I'm like, uh-oh. So I start running, and it starts following me. And I'm going, what on earth is going on here? So I look around. It's not attacking nothing. It's just following me around. So I had a little partner follow me around the whole entire map. And whatever enemies that I had, it would attack the enemies and not me. So I had like a super bodyguard.
Yeah, you had your own pet Deathclaw.
Yeah.
Sweet. How long did that last?
It lasted probably for about 4 or 5 hours, and then I had somebody that needed some help on the regular online servers, and then when I went to go back in, it disappeared.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was like a random thing that could happen, or if it was just a glitch.
Yeah.
But I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems like it's probably a glitch. I haven't heard of this happening with anyone else, but if anyone else knows of this happening, if it's actually built into the game, but it seems like somehow it triggered you as not an enemy, and so it was just like cool. It saw you as another AI or something.
And I just
actually like a glitch that happened in Fallout 4 when I first launched. It's AI tracking, thinking the human player is AI, but it's not.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
An oversight in the code that allows the creature, because they have adaptive thinking with the whole courage system, whether they attack or not. Certain creatures have a maxed out courage, but if that ticks over, it resets instead of ticking over.
It zeroes out. Yeah.
It zeroes out and they're completely normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be similar kind of glitch then that to the infamous Gandhi glitch in Civilization, where he's super peaceful, and if he's more peaceful, he becomes a despotic warlord.
Oh God! And Gandhi was always a jerk. I mean, man, he always nuked me. Nunimer?
Yeah, actually,
oh, sorry, Victor.
So the fun fact about that glitch is that was unintentional the first time, but they found that the community loved that glitch so much that it's no longer a glitch, and he just right off the bat is the warlord in all of the games.
Yeah, pretty much.
And those kinds of glitches are so funny, where it's you mess with the programming enough that it does the opposite of what you did, and you didn't even mean to make it do the opposite.
Right. That's great. Nunimer?
Yeah, the other thing that could have happened with that glitch, which again, that sounds like much more feature than a glitch, is that it sometimes, and I've had this happen to me recently, sometimes the game will think you have certain perks enabled. Like there's a perk that allows when you pick vegetables and plants, it allows you to get like double the result. So instead of getting 1 corn, you get 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I didn't have that perk enabled, and it was happening to me just earlier today. I was getting double everything I was picking, and I checked my stats, I checked everything. I didn't have anything enabled, no like magazine or anything that was causing that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so what might have actually happened is that the game may have thought that he had, I forget what the perk name is, but there's the perk where you can actually pacify.
Yeah, it's something like that. Animal pacify or something.
Yeah.
Wasteland Whispers?
Wasteland Whisper.
Wasteland, that's it. Wasteland Whispers. Because Animal Friend only does animals.
Mm-hmm.
Wasteland Whisper does creatures. So the game might have thought that he had Wasteland Whisper enabled and just, pacified that creature. And then he got a pet Deathclaw.
Yeah.
Which is never a bad thing.
Yeah, that could be another explanation. Crazy stuff, Zemnies. Do you have anything else to add to this?
And then there was one other experience that I just thought about too. There is also an encounter that you can find in Fallout 76, and it's where there's two. There's a Miss Handy and Miss Nanny, and then Mr. Handy robot that go and they start talking just randomly, where in certain areas and stuff. And at this point, I said, well, this was pretty interesting. So I walked up to it to find out what was going on. And partway through, all of a sudden, I started hearing what some of my friends and call hissers, which are the scorched.
They call them hissers. That's interesting. Okay.
Because it sounds like they're always hissing all the time
Yeah.
at you, you know?
Yeah.
And so I heard them, and then all of a sudden I started hearing bat wings. I'm like, uh-oh. So the Scorched Beast ended up destroying both the robots. So I had like a Darth Vader moment there for a minute, and I did the whole no thing and went after them and killed them all.
Uh-huh.
And this other player was sitting there watching this whole entire thing unravel. And so then I go over and I kind of have like a funeral ceremony for him, and he walks over, he goes, "I'm sorry about your friends." And he sits there and has a funeral with me.
Oh. Oh man. Yeah, I love these games, how things can just happen. You know, that's half the fun is the wackiness of the content and the way things just kind of work out sometimes. Awesome stuff. Anybody else have anything to chime in? Is that about it? We're getting to the end of the episode. It looks like nobody else has any other things to chime in with. Well, thank you, Zemnies. Thank you for joining and for upping your subscription this month to tier 4. It looks like we're at the end of the episode. I know we have some of our tier 4 patrons that couldn't make it this week, that tried to make it, may have had technical problems or some other difficulties that they couldn't make it. So please, other tier 4 patrons, shoot an email to falloutlorecast@gmail.com with a recording, and I'll plug you into the end of a future episode so you can make sure that you get some of your thoughts on the show. I'd hate for you to miss out on at least being able to do that much if you can't make it to the chat. And thank you to all of our live listeners and watchers on twitch.tv/robotsradio. We're going to go back through the list and let everyone get in a last word and let the audience know how to get a hold of them while we wrap this up. So why don't we just go back down the list? Aperture Flash, how can people get a hold of you?
Oh, you can find me in all the places. You can find Twitter, Instagram, Discord, all at aperture_flash. Call me up on a CB radio if you hop on channel 119 and I'm in the area. And if you go out into a dark field in the middle of the night, name my name, top of your lungs. You can see headlights.
Are you driving a ghost truck now?
No, this is his cross-country Miata. It's his cross-country Miata.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's my Miata. I'll show up in the pop-up headlights.
Your pop-up headlights. All right, awesome. Fire, how can people get a hold of you?
You can find me here on the Discord or come chat with me on Twitter at FireWriter, and fire spelled with a Y.
Awesome. And Nunimer?
Hey, I'm also on the Discord and on Twitter, both as Nunimer. And just hope everyone's staying safe and healthy out there. Definitely drink Nuka Shine. Don't eat Celica gel packs. Don't eat Tide Pods. And please, whatever you do, don't inject or drink disinfectants or bleach. Please.
Yes, please. Be safe. Be safe. Okay, Soybean?
Hello, Soybean the Wolf everywhere. And I'd like to put my little PSA out there.
Okay.
Do not trust the false prophets within Fallout 76 Wastelanders. The cult of the Mothman that you see. Do not trust them. I have rebuilt my church.
Yeah, they destroyed your church.
Yes,
well, the
my
update
poor
did.
church.
Yeah. Oh, man. Good old Mothman cultists. Victor?
Unlike everyone else, I don't have much of an online presence except for the Discord, but I am pretty active on the Discord, and my name's just Victor with a K. Hit me up, and please, over the past month, somebody asked a question about like history or cultural lead up to the Great War. If you guys want to talk about like history or cultural like elements that either happened after the Great War or before the Great War, or that was before the Great War that influenced after the Great War, please, I will write you several paragraphs at midnight about it. So feel free to ping me. But yeah, just mostly on the Discord, and yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, Victor always has lots to say about that stuff. So yeah, do that. And then Zemnies.
Well, you can usually find me on Discord. Since I'm an over-the-road driver, it's kind of hard to, get when I'm going to be home and when I'm not. You can also find me. Sometimes I'll stream on Twitch, Zemnis Nightwolf, and you can also find me on Steam, Zemnis Nightwolf 91, and also my YouTube channel, Zemnis the Nightwolf. I'm generally on here, but I'll get back to you when I can. And then also, if you're looking to team up on Fallout 76 on PS4 or PC, generally, I'm usually on the PC more often, but when I'm home, I'm on the PS4. So that would be Liger 019 for the PS4 and Zemnis Nightwolf for PC.
Awesome. Yeah, group up and play some Fallout 76 because it's always more fun with friends. Speaking of Fallout 76, I've been streaming it more. I streamed almost every day this last week. So if you want to hang out with me, and we're doing these episodes live in the evenings now at the end of the month. So if you want to join us, feel free to join us on the Patreon. Tier 4 subscribers and higher can join us in this conversation at the end of every month. And if you just want to hang out with the community, then the Discord, the Robots Radio Discord is the place to be. And if you want to hang out with me, usually in the evenings after 9 p.m. Eastern, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific, then twitch.tv/Robots Radio is where I've been lately. And hopefully I can keep doing that, making that a priority. And Aperture, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, we gotta make a shout out to Ped and all the other tier 4 patrons. Make it. I know Ped never makes it, but shout out to them. And yeah, can't forget to shout. Yes, and please, other patrons, if you have other tier 4 patrons, if you have something you want to add in, send it to me. I'll add it into the end of another episode. And Nunamur, did you have something else?
Yeah, just anyone out there listening to this, if you haven't yet watched the Fallout Hub launch party that was recently done with Pete Hines and Juicehead and Oxhorn, that was such a wonderful show. It was so great to see people coming together, having positivity surrounding Fallout 76, and Pete Hines had a lot to say. It was a great show. So people should definitely check that out, whether they want to listen to it or definitely watch the video if they can, because it's fun seeing everyone's reactions. And that was just such a fun time. So thank you very much for that awesome show. And I hope even more people check it out.
Thanks, Nunamur. Yeah, that's another Robots Radio show that I do with Ken and Dave. Ken from Chad Fallout 76 and Dave from Vault Boys WV. And you can check that out on you can check that out. Hey, we got a new subscriber. This is going to show up probably in the audio. Thank you, Proc, for the new subscription. And you can check that out on whatever podcatcher you use, the Fallout Hub. Just look it up. And if you want to watch the video part of it, it's up on the Chad Fallout 76 YouTube channel. So you can also search that as well. I think that's all we've got. The only thing left here, guys, is to discuss what we're going to talk about next month. What do you think?
We're just going to talk about you, buddy.
It'll be the Tom Lorecast.
It'll be the Tom Lorecast. We're going to learn everything all about you. We're going to go up and down the Wikipedia article.
Did you guys make a Wikipedia article for me?
Not yet.
What is going on? That would be nuts. Other than Tom, any other thoughts?
I was seeing favorite DLC tossed around, and I think there's enough DLC packets that we could do it.
Oh yeah, you guys could all pick different DLC if you wanted, or you could team up and double up on one of them and discuss it together and your experiences with it.
Hey, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll set up a document I'll start looking up what all the names are and start up a sheet so that people can find out if they're going to do it by themselves or if they want to try to team up or whatever, so that we've got a nice neat list. So if you end up becoming a tier 4 patron in the month of May, just honestly ping me. I'm probably going to make the document either tonight or tomorrow, and we can help you get set up to make sure there's not any unintentional crossover.
Right. Yeah, that would be awesome. And if you do become a tier 4 patron, you'll get access to the tier 4 chat where every month these are all these issues are discussed. So you'll be able to chime in and say that on the Discord. Magnus?
Within talking about like DLC, is it like plus creatures and everything within it, or
I suppose you could talk about which ones you liked, or a specific one you liked and why you liked it, or a specific thing about a DLC that particularly stands out to you, and why it's maybe your favorite or one of your favorites. I mean, there's lots of different angles we could go at from it. You can talk about individual characters that only show up in a specific DLC and why they're interesting to you, events, decisions you had to make. There's a lot of different ways we could skin a cat. Man, we got back to sad pet things, didn't we? Sorry about that. Well, okay. Well, we'll go with DLC for now. We'll see where that goes. So everybody, thank you for joining me again this month. And and by the way, my birthday's in May. My birthday's May 8th. It's coming up. So I'm going to be 41 years old. Too old. That's how old I'm going to be. So that's going to be a lot of fun too.
Happy midlife crisis, Tom.
Yeah, I guess. I need to have one. Okay, I'll schedule in having a midlife crisis while you guys schedule in what DLC you're going to talk about, and we'll go from there. All right, guys.
We're all going to chip in and get you
Get me a
motorcycle.
Motorcycle. Okay, I didn't know if you didn't say something or if it just went away.
I was going to say, you've got plenty of time to plan it while we're all kind of stuck indoors. You got plenty of time to plan just an extensive midlife crisis breakdown over the fall.
Yeah.
Personally, I like to go with the fact of you never know when your life is at its midpoint, so just have ongoing crises.
Yeah, just constant midlife crisis. You never know.
See, this guy knows what's up.
Yeah.
All it is he's just getting younger. That's all.
There you go. This is why you guys need to tune into the Discord channel and chat with these guys, because this is the kind of conversation that happens all of the time. So, all right, everybody, thank you again. And to all of our viewers, see you next time on Twitch, on Twitter, on whatever starts with TW. All right, talk to you guys later. See ya. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Are you worried you don't have all the answers?
Have you ever found yourself in an internet rabbit hole?
Call Mystery Time Live today! It's a new detective business.
With plenty of heart.
And a questionable track record.
We're only in the office for an hour.
Every Wednesday.
Come hang out.
Solve a mystery.
It's a podcast.
It's a live show.
It's a swell time.
Subscribe now!
The producers of Mystery Time Live ask for finding non-taking advice or guidance on the host because they have no idea what they're doing. No mystery will ever be fully solved unless individualized, spontaneous, outside source, or sheer luck. You can find them live on the Twitch app and find their podcast later on YouTube, Anchor, Spotify, Google, and iTunes. Listening may cause hurtful your death or loss of sanity. We are sorry. This is probably legally binding and you cannot sue us.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
So I mentioned before that we are quickly approaching the end of the vault list. We're getting down to the last few vaults here. And this episode is it. I started this a year and 4 months ago, going over all the different vaults. This isn't the end of the show. This isn't the show's over kind of conversation. This is the conversation about, this is the last episode about specific vaults. Well, at least of the mainline vaults. There's some other vaults. So maybe there'll be another episode in the future about vaults. But this is it. This is it. These last two vaults, Vault 14 and Vault 18, wrap up what I was going to start a year and 4 months ago as a little mini in between episodes kind of thing. And then they kind of grew into regular episodes. So this week we've got Vault 14 and Vault 18. And what I'm going to say about this is that these are vaults for the affluent, for society's upper crust, let's say. And most of us are not that. In fact, probably all of us are not that. So good for us for being hardworking, regular people, I guess you could say. But, you know, the affluent, the wealthy, they need their special things sometimes, right? They need a special place in the world. They need to feel like they're better than the rest of us. Well, some of them, not all of them, some of them. I don't want to whitewash it too much. This isn't class warfare or anything, but there's, you know how that stuff goes. They've got the money. They want to put it into a special vault. They don't want to just survive the wasteland, the apocalypse, the nukes. They want to survive it in style, and they want to make sure that they maintain that power and that wealth and that authority, because that's what they're used to, right? I mean, wouldn't you? It's just kind of human nature. You feel like you get to this certain place in your life where you've been successful, where you've earned a lot of money, you have a certain amount of recognition and power. You want to keep that. That makes sense. We'd all want that. Well, let's talk about Vault 14. We're going to start out with Vault 14, and Vault 14 is from Fallout 4. And it says here in the FalloutGamepedia.com article, which is moving, it's being consolidated. And I don't think all the text is being consolidated with it, because I prefer this description that I found here on this one. And it says, Vault 114 is one of the vaults constructed by Vault Tech Corporation and is located in Boston, Massachusetts. Yep, Boston, Massachusetts, Fallout 4. And there's only so much information about this one, and there's only so much information about 118. That's why I've grouped them together into this episode. And it says here that before the war, Vault Tech Industries began construction of Vault 114 inside Boston's Park Street subway station as a cost-cutting measure. However, the project was never completed due to Vault Tech contracting out the construction. Those entrusted to complete this facility would never finish the job, embezzling funds. So first note here, white collar crime, embezzling funds. I read a statistic recently that the primary lawbreakers, what was the phrase that they used? The majority of laws broken in this country are by business owners and businesses. It's not street crime. It's not drug addicts. It's not theft and burglary. It is white collar crime committed against their own businesses and the employees who work for those businesses. Think about that. That's kind of nuts. So I don't know. Maybe that's just kind of the mood I'm in lately with the way things have been going in the country and the pandemic and stuff. So we're gonna leave that there and keep going with Fallout stuff. So it says those entrusted with the facility would never finish the job because they embezzled the funds. But this corrupt boondoggle matters little to the gangsters who have taken up residence inside the facility centuries after the Great War, as it is completed just enough. It's good enough. It's good just enough for them. And, you know, when you live in the wastelands, kind of take what you can get, right? Now, the purpose of the vault officially was to provide safe shelter for the creme de la creme of Boston society, assured that they would ride out the nuclear devastation in luxury. However, the truth was the opposite. Vault Tech set up an experiment where 120 formerly affluent residents would be placed in conditions typical of poor housing, multiple families per room, lack of amenities, etc., with an anti-authority overseer chosen from the public, all in order to study the human reaction to stress. The vault was never used and remained in its incomplete condition until the 23rd century. It's a mystery what happened to the vault's previous inhabitants, but when a band of small-time crooks from Good Neighbor were muscled out of the old neighborhood by bigger players, Skinny Malone's band of Triggermen, I think you might remember those guys from Fallout 4, they claimed it as their own. Although this is a perfect hideout for a band of criminals, they were finally undone when the gang held Nick Valentine hostage and were subsequently slaughtered during his rescue. Congratulations on rescuing Nick Valentine. So you will remember this vault from that event in the game, because chances are you played through that part of it. If you played through any of it, you at least got that far. I would hope you'd played that far. If you haven't, play Fallout 4. Get through those quests. Go do it. So this, think about this. You have the creme de la creme, the upper crust of Boston's elite, expecting to live in a wonderful vault that they've paid good money for, and then having to spend time in multi-family rooms without any amenities. Can you imagine the fallout from that? And excuse the pun, the fallout from that. Can you imagine? It takes a certain type of person growing up in a certain kind of condition to learn how to adapt to living in close proximity to other people. This is what we're going through right now. In some cases, we are living on top of ourselves in this coronavirus situation where we're all spending more time at home. We're all spending more time around our family members than many people really want to do. Let's be honest. Some people, that's a problem. And imagine if you lived in a place with multiple families, and maybe some of you do. This isn't a thing that is odd. This is very common, even in, our world today. Like, how many of us are homeowners? I didn't own a home until I was in my 30s. And that's a statistic that is actually, I'm in the minority there of people my age group to be able to own a home at that point in my life. And it's because my wife and I have a steady marriage. We both are gainfully employed. We are both college educated, and we are able to make that kind of financial investment. Now, it wasn't a financial investment that was, impressive by any means. We bought the cheapest place we possibly could that met our bare minimum standards of needs. But in those cases, like, what if one or both of us were unemployed, or we didn't make as good money and we needed to live with extended family in order to make it work? That happens a lot. That happens all the time. Now imagine being a regular person, regular person, say, middle class regular person who isn't the upper crust of society, and growing up in an environment like that. Eventually you kind of learn to live with that. We acclimate. That's what we do. That's what human beings do. But when you are used to having lots of space and your own areas and privacy and your own comfortable bed and your own things, and people who don't just come into your space at any moment and interrupt what you're doing, that becomes very, very uncomfortable, because we get used to things. We get used to how things are. And then we have basic expectations. And when those expectations change, they make life more difficult for us. We don't like to have to give things up. We don't like to have to make room for other people. We like having things our way. don't we? So there are some holotapes that show some of the interviews. And one of the things that's most interesting about this is it talks about how the overseer was chosen from the public. And I'm going to read these conversations because these are really good. So there are 3 interviews with potential overseers that show up on holotapes. And the first one is number 03, and it says, "This is Vault-Tec interview 03 for the position of overseer for Vault 114. Interview subject, Benjamin Beasley. Mr. Beasley, as overseer of Vault 114, how would you settle a disagreement between 2 of your vault residents?" Benjamin says, "Well, I would obviously take it through the proper channels, assuming neither of their requests were against the law, of course. This is, of course, assuming that the conflict had already gone through all the other members of the Vault Residents Council that I am planning on organizing." Interviewer says, "Vault Residents Council, you say?" Benjamin, "Yes, of course. People need government. They yearn for it. I think it's the civic duty of every red-blooded American patriot to serve." Interviewer interrupts, "Yes, I think we have everything we need here. Thank you for your time." Benjamin, "Oh, already? Well, I look forward to hearing from you soon." Interviewer, "Yes, I'm sure you will. Please make sure to fill out your non-disclosure agreement on your way out." Then interview number 21 says, and the interviewer starts again, "This is Vault-Tec interview 21 for the position of overseer for Vault 114. Interview subject, Kimberly Weiss. Hello, Mrs. Weiss." Kimberly, "How do you do? And may I just say what an honor it is to be even considered for the position of overseer. Ever since I was a little girl in mock government, I dreamed that one day I would have the opportunity to lead a community to greatness. My teachers all told me I had leadership potential, and without my guidance as student council vice president, those bake sales surely would have failed. Just the thought of being able to organize and run this small group, to show them a better way, to lead them to a future so bright." Interviewer, "My goodness, looks like we're out of time." Kimberly, "What? We just started." Interviewer, Yes, thank you. If you could just send the next candidate in as you leave." Kimberly, "Oh, of course. Did I mention I was head of my debate team?" Interviewer, "I'm sure you did. Thank you." Sigh. And then interview number 87. The interviewer says, "This is Vault-Tec interview 87 for the position of overseer of Vault 114. The candidate has refused to give his real name and has only provided the name Soup Can Harry." Soup Can Harry says, "That's right. I ain't telling you nothing. My name is the name I call myself, not the rank and number the government brands on me. No, sir." Interviewer says, "Fascinating, Mr. Soup Can. Would you mind telling me why you're distrustful of the government?" Soup Can Harry says, "I've seen what they do. Gum up the works with red tape and bureaucracy, take every hard-earned cent and use it to fund their Illuminati Freemason sex parties. I'm a free man. I should be able to live as I see fit. My taxes pay for them streets and alleys and dumpsters. I'll sleep where I want." Interviewer, "Sure. According to this, you haven't paid taxes in many years." Soup Can Harry, "I see the back of them Abraxo boxes. Quote, not for consumption. Don't tell me what to do. I'll eat what I want." Abraxo boxes. The interviewer says, "Sir, you may just be the perfect candidate. How would you like to be the new overseer of Vault 114? Soup Can Harry, I ain't wearing no goddamn tie or pants." So good. So, yes, those are the candidates that we have on record. And it looks like they got all the way to candidate number 87 before they found the perfect candidate. So there you go. How'd you like to live under Soup Can Harry as a formerly upper crust member of Boston society?
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code Robots Radio, ROBOTS RADIO. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code Robots Radio, ROBOTSRADIO. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
Have you ever wondered how deep the Elder Scrolls lore rabbit hole goes? Have you got a grasp of the basics and want to find out more about the universe? Written in Uncertainty is here to help you. We'll be mixing in philosophy, theology, and whatever other theory is useful with Elder Scrolls texts to untangle some of the biggest questions in the series, like what are dragon breaks, how does Chim work, where did the Dwemer go, and more. Check us out at writteninuncertainty.com or find Written in Uncertainty on any podcatcher. Thanks for listening, and catch you later in the Grey Maybe of Tamriel.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify, so I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. Hey there, friends. This is your host, Tom or Robots, coming back again with some more fun information, just in case you missed it. The episode of the Fallout Hub that we did, where we interviewed Pete Hines and Oxhorn and Juicehead, is now out everywhere. And also, there's a video version. So if for some reason you didn't see the announcements and you didn't get to check out the live stream or the release day that we just had on YouTube, go to Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast's website. Or not, well, you can check out the website. Go to their YouTube channel and you can check out the video, which has our little faces all on the screen and lots of cool editing stuff. And we do the Fallout Feud game show with them, and we interview Pete and Oxhorn and Juicehead, and we got a bunch of questions asked and that kind of thing. Go check that out. It is super good. And thank you to everyone who has checked out that episode for all of your positivity, and all of this community is amazing. So thank you to everybody being so awesome, being so positive, and enjoying the content that we're putting out there. Really, really do appreciate it. The only other thing I wanted to note in the middle of this episode is that I forgot to announce publicly that the Patreon hit our 300, we're now like $370 a month goal. So we passed the 300 amount, which is a big deal. And we're really close to even getting to the $400 amount. And that means every time we hit a new $100 amount, we are doing a giveaway, and all of the patrons get put into a pot. And depending on the tier that you're at, you get into the giveaway, you get more entries into the giveaway. And the winner for the $300 amount giveaway. So they have some t-shirts, some stickers. The winner is Aperture Flash, who you will recognize from the Tier 4 patron episodes at the end of every month. So very cool. Also, Aperture Flash sent me his recording for the last episode that he missed, talking about his favorite Fallout game and why. And that's going to be plugged in at the end of this episode. So stay tuned to the end and listen to Aperture talk about his favorite Fallout. think that's about it. Oh, one other thing. I said there was only one other thing, but one other thing, still under the three minute mark here. I've been streaming more on Twitch again, playing a lot of Wastelanders, having a lot of fun. And you guys have been coming out and hanging out with me. That has been so much fun. I'm glad I'm doing it again. I'm going to try to make it more of a priority. I know sometimes it slips with other things that I'm doing, but I'm trying to do it more often. And most likely it will be in the evenings after about 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. So that's twitch.tv/Robots Radio. And now let's get back to the rest of the episode. Talk to you guys later. Well, just after this, I guess. See ya.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So let's move on to Vault 118. And there's a quote at the top of this wiki article from the Overseer that says, "Oh God, it's been weeks now, and I realize today that I've become the test subject. Instead of testing the social interactions between locals and this group of rich assholes, it's just me trapped in here with them. They're going to live forever, and I have to deal with them for the rest of my life." So Vault 18 is also, as this Overseer puts it, about rich assholes, but is slightly different. So let's dig into this one. Of course, it was constructed by Vault Tech Corporation, and it is located beneath Cliff's Edge Hotel on Mount Desert Island. Buried beneath the Cliff's Edge Hotel, Vault 118 was designed to function as an ultra-elite hotel to attract test subjects of appropriate wealth and status. It was a clandestine area of the hotel to ensure that individuals drawn to privilege and exclusivity would be present. The original plan called for making the vault open to the public when the activation notice was sent out in the event of the Great War, and selected from the local working class population. These subjects would be taken through the exclusive areas of the vault on entry, but thereafter confined to a cramped second wing. The vault would remain sealed until test results could be determined. The test group would include 10 ultra-rich with every desire tended to by a robotic staff and placed above all legal restrictions in their interactions with the second group, numbering up to 300 people sequestered in uncomfortable, cramped conditions in the second wing. Any breach of ethics would be judged by the rich, and any judgment enacted by the robotic staff. This classic setup was turned on its head when progress on construction of the second wing of the vault completely stalled. Once the premier area of the vault was completed, funding was cut off. Ezra Parker, the key financer, simply pulled the plug, covering up with a story about trouble extracting payments from invited guests. Sure sounds like something was going on there, huh? Just kind of similar to Vault 114. So it goes on and says, secondly, one of the subjects from Test Group A, the Rich, was a researcher for General Atomics on the Advanced Robotics program. Interesting. He and his wife had convinced the other group members of Group A that with the international situation becoming tense, their best chance to outlast the war was to have their brains inserted into robo-brains. Call back to the robo-brain episode, A Living Hell, as I named it. Think about how that may have turned out. When the Great War came around, the vault was sealed. No outside persons were admitted as the security protocols were taken over by the robo-brains, and the Overseer became the sole remaining human inside. The sole test subject in a vault full of mad robo-brains. The robo-brains continued to exist in isolation from the outside world until a murder forced them to seek outside help. A detective. I wonder which detective that was. So now you have a situation where you have a bunch of extremely wealthy people who decide that the best way to survive in perpetuity, that's a good word, was to extract their brains and put them into robots, because they didn't think that their human selves would live that long. I don't know. Or maybe they just didn't expect to be able to provide for their physical bodies without a lower class of people living in the second wing of a vault that are taking care of them. So they decided to just put their brains in robots in order to preserve themselves. Maybe that was it. I don't know. But the other thing that this makes me think about is the craziness that is happening among some of the speculation around the ultra wealthy and advances in our own medical things that we're developing, basically. The idea here is, and I've only heard a little bit of speculation about this, that some of the reason why the certain politicians and this might be a conspiracy thing, so take it very lightly, that this is not necessarily something I believe in. I'm just sharing that I've heard this. But the certain people who are among the top of the top, top crust of the top crust, are not believing that they are going to actually die. Maybe that's not the best way to phrase that. They believe that there will be medical technology within their lifetimes, which seems crazy, that will preserve their ability to live indefinitely. And that's what the true value of trying to amass so much wealth is all about, is keeping them from death. And I don't know about you, but when I think about stories of powerful people trying to survive indefinitely, trying to beat death, all I can think about are things like Star Wars or the liches of fantasy games that turn into these evil things as they get older and older. And this isn't initially where I intended this episode to go, but I'm going to riff on it anyway because it makes sense. But the idea that you could live forever seems terrifying. Can you imagine? Can you imagine living forever? I mean, at what point do you just kind of have done everything and you feel kind of like, well, what's left to do? Or at what point do you no longer identify with other humans because you are in some way different from them because you're able to keep surviving and you know that they can't? Does that create a divide? Does that create a us versus them kind of thing going on? And think of it this way. If you are able to survive indefinitely based on medical procedures that can give that to you, then what do you do to avoid damage to your body? Do you go insane and just don't go outdoors anymore? Because you might get in a car wreck? I mean, there are all sorts of things that this changes. Not only that, but are we really that far along medically to be able to offer that kind of solution? I talked about it on a previous episode. There are people who are freezing their bodies and freezing their brains for a time when they think that they're going to be able to be reinstated into some sort of living format, whatever that might be. That seems crazy enough. But this idea that this body that I'm in right now is just going to keep on working, I mean, how does that even make sense? It's not going to get younger. I mean, if you were to let's play with this a little bit. If you were to reduce the aging of the body, then your body stays the age you were when that aging was reduced. So think of it this way. Maybe you don't get more wrinkles on your face. Maybe your bones and your muscles don't atrophy any. But you just kind of maintain the same age. And what if you're like 70 when this happens? Are you comfortable looking like you're 70 for the rest of your life? Do you get a bunch of cosmetic surgery in order to try to look younger, even though you physically can't, and you end up looking like some sort of, I don't know, horror show of, stretched face and crazy looking, I don't know, body inserts? Like, how does that work? That doesn't make any sense. None of this sounds particularly pleasant or good. And it's all because of a fear of death. I don't know. Seems a bit crazy. I know I've kind of gone off the deep end of this episode a little bit, but I hope you guys enjoy some of the the ranting and speculation here. So I'm going to wrap it up. Stay tuned for Aperture Flash's story about his favorite Fallout game. And I hope you guys enjoy that as well. And until next week, try not to end up in a vault where you're either a rich person or not a rich person. I don't know. I don't know how to wrap this up. This episode's been crazy. I hope you guys enjoyed it. All right. I'll see you out there and on the internet and on the Discord and maybe chat with you on Twitch and stuff. And until next time, stay safe. I will talk to you guys later. Bye.
Hello, Vault Dwellers, Wastelanders, and people listening to this from the future. It's your favorite caravaner, Aperture Flash, coming to you once again, almost live, from the back of my truck. I apologize for not making it to the most recent Patreon episode, and how long it's taken me to get this out. Sadly, things have been crazy for me, and that particular night, I was wiped out from the road, and I wouldn't even consider coming on to all of you good people out there in podcast land if I wasn't bringing my A game. The topic discussed was favorite Fallout game, and frankly, I am disappointed that the greatest Fallout title was not even mentioned. How can you all ignore the stellar plot, incredible storytelling, daring new graphics, and completely intuitive gameplay? Hell, it's the least buggy Bethesda title out there. I am, of course, talking about the 2015 smash hit Fallout Shelter. With a simple design, it managed to take the most beloved aspect of any game ever, the settlement building, of course, and simplify it. So we didn't need to sort through dozens of settlement options before finding the absolute right one, and no struggling to make sure everything lines up just so. And if you really listen closely, you will all hear that even right now as I record this, in the background, I am just messing with all of you. Thank you for participating in this Vault Tech experiment. Now, my personal favorite Fallout, unsurprisingly, is Fallout New Vegas. We'll circle around back to that. My obsession with Fallout started roughly 8 years ago, with a fan fiction, believe it or not. And no, I will not name which one it is, only because I can already hear Firewriter groaning from here. Sorry, Fire. Love ya. After reading this well-written epic, I picked up a used copy of Fallout 3, Game of the Year Edition, for the PS3. I played through it, not really understanding the concept of DLC, so I actually thought that the wacky adventures in the Pit and Point Lookout were part of the base game. From there, I bootlegged a zip file with Fallout 1.exe and Fallout 2.exe in it. There were a bunch of other files, but I wasn't sure what those did, so I ignored them. I had to read up a bit on them, and I was sort of prepared for the change in play style. Playing mostly at night and on the weekend, I managed to almost make it one playthrough all the way through of Fallout 1, and then rage quit when I learned that the vault had actually run out of water, and I had lost the game. After that, I forgot about it for a month, and then when I fired it up again, I made partway through Fallout 2 before going out and buying Fallout New Vegas Special Edition. My life got busy, and my time for video games went down, so I only made it to Novak, and slowly. Then, unfortunately, my life kind of fell apart. It wasn't a great time for me. I won't go into too many details, but my family went completely bankrupt and we were left in financial ruin. We lost pretty much everything. I'd been saving up for a new car, and I had about $2,000 in the bank at that point. I was actually homeless for about a week there before moving in with my uncle for a few months, and then getting an apartment with my cousin in the big city of Toronto. Work was hard to find for an amateur photographer whose only job experience was a line cook without a reference and a small-town pet shop. I bounced from job to job, barely making rent, before finally settling on the steadiest work I could find, the night shift baker at Tim Hortons. It wasn't a great time. I was depressed, and more often than not, drunk. I can't exactly remember when I fired Fallout back up. I think it was after my Red Dead Redemption save got corrupted. But I got back into it. Due to the nocturnal nature of my work, winter was hard. I would regularly go a week where the only sunlight I saw was the blue skies and unrelenting heat of the Mojave Wasteland. I've got no real way to sugarcoat my story. I was unhappy, and more often than not, I was alone. So I would explore the wastes. I think it's safe to say my spurs went jingle, jangle, jingle across every mile of that wasteland, fighting off monstrosities and learning every secret the desert had to offer. It was starting to get to a point where there was actually too much information on my save files, and the game would just crash just before the Battle of Hoover Dam. So if I planned to finish a particular save file, I would have to slim it down and stick to mostly only story missions for one particular faction. The humor, the in-depth storytelling, and the fleshed-out characters sucked me in and helped me feel a little bit more at home. The game helped me feel a little less alone in one of the darkest times in my life, and for that reason, Fallout New Vegas is by far my favorite Fallout. I still remember the day that I learned Fallout 4 had been announced. I was sitting on the streetcar home, and that day I actually started putting money aside for a PS4. I got the PS4, and for a while there, the only game I had for it was the Mad Max video game, which is actually a pretty good game if you want to check it out. I missed the first run of the Pip-Boy editions, but I managed to grab a second one when they did that quick release. I remember then they were selling out in like a matter of hours. The second run was a US release only, so I put in the shipping address as a buddy's parents' house in Ohio, and then called him up and told him my plan. I got it. I had to wait a little bit longer, but I got it. My life is considerably improved since all of this went down, I'm happy to say. But when I hear those old songs come on, it always reminds me of the struggle and how I got through it all. And frankly, I wouldn't trade my time in the Mojave Wastes for anything. And that is why Fallout New Vegas is my favorite Fallout. Tom, if I may step up on the Abraxo box here for a second, I would like to address everyone. Times are tough right now, and we're all in this together. I want to thank each and every one of you for what we are all doing in this hellish Vault-Tec experiment we call 2020. Whether you are a medical worker on the front lines, a delivery driver keeping people fed, a first responder, a worker keeping groceries on the shelves, an artist or entertainer producing content to help keep all us people sane, or even someone who is home right now with canceled plans and work closed, unsure about your future situation, and you're staying home to help flatten the curve, I want to say one thing to all of you. Thank you. We are all in this together, and if we keep following advice from the health community and we keep being good to one another, we will all get through this together.
Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend, or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/falloutlorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Are you worried you don't have all the answers?
Have you ever found yourself in an internet rabbit hole?
Call Mystery Time Live today! It's a new detective business.
With plenty of heart.
And a questionable track record.
We're only in the office for an hour.
Every Wednesday.
Come hang out.
Solve a mystery.
It's a podcast.
It's a live show.
It's a swell time.
Subscribe now!
The producers of Mystery Time Live ask you kindly not to take the advice or guidance of the host because they have no idea what they're doing. No mystery will actually be fully solved unless information by a spontaneous outside source or sheer luck. You can find them live on the Twitch app and find their podcast later on YouTube, Anchor, Spotify, Google, and iTunes. Listening may cause hurtful, your death, or loss of sanity. We are sorry. This is probably legally binding and you cannot sue us.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information. So I've got some super big news right here at the beginning of the episode that I don't want you guys to miss. This week, Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, the Fallout Hub, this is the other show that I do with Ken and Dave, will be interviewing live for a whole fun variety show thing about 76 Wastelanders. A number of really cool people. Pete Hines, Oxhorn, and Juicehead. We will all be on the show together. We will be drinking some awesome Fallout drinks, having some fun questions and answers, and also playing a little bit of a game show with our guests. So it is going to be a really, really awesome time. I am absolutely thrilled to get to talk to Pete again. He's such a cool guy, and I've never actually had the chance to talk to Oxhorn, but a lot of people have said, hey, you should get with Oxhorn. He's the lore guy too. So Oxhorn, I absolutely love your content. And Juicehead, welcome back to the show. Okay, so Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, the Fallout Hub. Search the Fallout Hub on Twitter or wherever. Also, this will be on the same YouTube channel that the Chad Show is on, and also on their Twitch channel live. And if you don't catch it live, don't worry. Videos will be up later, and this will be an audio episode with some of the content cut down on the Fallout Hub podcast feed. So if you're not listening to the Fallout Hub as well, you should probably go subscribe to that as well, because it's a super fun show and we have a blast making it. So just wanted to get that out there. Make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be a phenomenal experience, and we are absolutely thrilled and flattered that we could get all of those awesome guests to join us for such a celebration of a wonderful new expansion coming out to Fallout 76. So check that out, and now on with the show. The show is brought to you by our generous patrons at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
Welcome to the Fallout Lorecast, a place for the Fallout community to come together to explore the boundaries of our knowledge about the world of Fallout. Hey, Buddy Bot, now that you're done, well, I guess I should say we're done cleaning up the toilet issue you created. I was wondering if I could get some of your thoughts on something.
Yeah, sure. What do you want to know, robots?
Well, with Fallout 76 Wastelanders coming out this week, in fact, we're recording this the night before the game comes out. So this will be out like the day that it comes out for everybody. And I was thinking there's going to be some new people jumping into Fallout 76. So maybe we should point out some really interesting lore-focused locations without really doing any spoilers for them to make sure that they check out while they're playing the game. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds cool. What do you need to know from me?
Well, I'm going to pick the mind of the community, a bunch of the people on our Discord, but I also wanted to get your thoughts on what are some of the main locations we should be discussing. So what do you think?
Oh, well, you know me. You know places I like to go to.
No, actually, I don't really. I don't pay that much attention to you, I guess.
Okay, cool. I'll just pretend you didn't say that. All right. The first place I recommend that they go is to the water park.
Oh yeah, the water park. Yeah, it's a cool place. Why the water park?
Because water parks are fun. Duh.
Okay. Do you have any other suggestions?
Yeah. You definitely should go visit the city of Charleston. The city of Charleston for sure.
Okay. City of Charleston. Now, why that one?
Because dancing the Charleston is fun. Duh.
Okay. I see. There's a theme going on here. All right. Do you have any other suggestions? Maybe something that doesn't have to do with just because it's fun. You know, something a little deeper, a little bit more meaningful.
Okay. Let me think. I've got it.
Okay. Good. Where now? Which one? What place?
Oh, they should definitely go visit Helvetica, because that's my favorite font.
Helvetic? Oh, you mean Helvetia? That's not pronounced Helvetica. That's BuddyBot. That's not a font. That's just a city with a name that isn't even Helvetica. That's oh, BuddyBot. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the episode with that conversation with BuddyBot, we will be discussing locations that you should make a point to go visit in Fallout 76 because they are interesting or they have some lore relevance. And a few things to note on this. One, I'm going to try to avoid spoilers as best as I possibly can. So I'm going to note that these locations are in the game, so that's not really a spoiler. If you've looked at a map, you've probably seen that these are places you can go to. And I'm going to note some of the things about their real world counterparts, but I'm going to leave out the bits about what you discover in them, specifically pertaining to the gameplay and the story. And I'm going to try to avoid that stuff as much as I can, because I know that you're going to want to investigate these things on your own. And I hope this episode is interesting for regular players of 76, because you guys have probably been to these locations. And if you haven't taken the time to go to them and look under every stone or read every terminal, then maybe this is a good opportunity to go back and do that. The other thing I wanted to note is that I have polled our community in the Robots Radio Discord for some ideas that they wanted to see in this episode. I wanted to get their take on it and highlight these things. And I'm going to be calling out some of the members who brought up these ideas in order to say thank you on the show. So this should be a fun episode. I hope you guys enjoy it. The last thing I want to say before we get into the episode itself is I think it's pretty important. We are adjusting the merchandise on the Robots Radio store. That means that, and you guys have probably noticed that we've had the new logo up for at least a month or two now, and we are transitioning out the previous logo from the store. So shirts and stickers and other items in the store that have the year one logo will be a limited run. They're going to stop printing by the end of this month, by the end of April. So if you're interested in getting a hold of one of the year one shirts or stickers or whatever, now is your opportunity to do it. Already now we've put on the store, the year two shirts with the new logos and that kind of stuff. And we've even expanded the merchandise for those to include tank tops for women. So if you're interested in a tank top, get ready for summer, then those will be on the store too. Almost everything on the store ships internationally. And the thing that you really, really should take note of is that patrons who subscribe tier 2 or tier 3 or higher all get discounts on the store. So what that means is you can get a 10% discount on everything you order ever, as long as you're a patron at the tier 2 level. At the tier 3 level, so the tier 2 level is $5. So for $5, you could get 10% off your entire order, which if you order a few items adds up to a savings. At the tier 3 level for $10, you get 20% off. Again, if you're ordering a few items, that's a savings. So you may want to check out signing up for the Patreon if you aren't already and you're planning to order some things on the store. And if you are currently a patron, then congratulations, you already have the code. It is in the message that gets sent out to you guys when you sign up. It is also pinned to the top of the patron sections for those tiers. If you're a tier 4 patron, then you still get the 20% off. Anybody else who's higher than tier 3 gets 20% off everything that they order in the store. So super great deal. Go check that out. There's a link in the show notes, or you can just type Robots Radio shirts or store. Just go to robotsradio.net, and there's a link right at the top. It says store. It's one of the main buttons along the top of the webpage. So just wanted to get that out there. I don't want you guys to miss out on this if this was something you're planning on doing and then you just hadn't done it yet, and all of a sudden these disappear at the end of the month. So you've got about 2 weeks to get on this, 2.5 weeks. So go check that out. All right, so let's move on with this episode. The first location that I want to highlight is the White Springs Resort. And most of you guys have probably heard of the White Springs Resort. It is a major location. We've noted it on the show before, and it is modeled after a real location in the real world. And I have the Fallout Wiki article, the fandom.com article up on this, that I'm going to just kind of pull out some bits on in order to give you guys a little bit of an overview of what this is. The White Springs Resort is a location in the forest region of Appalachia. The forest is kind of the main first area you show up in the game. In 2102, I'm sorry. It is part of a larger area called the White Spring. Built in 1858 and named after a natural sulfur spring on the grounds, the White Spring Resort offered a wide array of shops, dining, and exciting sporting opportunities for distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Even after the Great War, explorers of Appalachia can still use several amenities provided by the resort, most notably the Ironclad Service security system and vendor robots. This is a location, I'm not going to reveal too much about what goes on here because there's a lot of cool stuff that can go on here, but it is a location that a lot of people go to, and it is a kind of main PvP place that people will specifically go to in order to find other people to combat. But remember, you don't have to join in the combat. If somebody shoots you, just don't shoot them back. That's unless somebody's hacking or something. That's usually the best way to deal with that. There's also some other deeper lore implications that you will get into during the end of the original main quest line. So I'm not going to ruin that as well, but you will be back here. We'll just say that. This location is actually based on a real world location called the Greenbrier, a luxury resort. And this is according to Wikipedia, located in the, I don't know how to say this, Allegheny or Alephany. It's a GH, so who knows, mountains near White Sulphur Springs in Greenbrier County, West Virginia. And since 1778, visitors have traveled to this part of the state to take the waters of the area. That's in quotes. Today, the Greenbrier is situated on 11,000 acres of land with 710 guest rooms, 20 restaurants and lounges, and more than 55 indoor and outdoor activities and sports, and 36 retail shops. The current Greenbrier, did I say Greenbrier? Greenbrier was built in 1913 by the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway and was owned for much of its history by that company and its successors. So this is a big location, 11,000 acres. This is a wealthy location and is known also to serve as an emergency shelter for the United States Congress during the Cold War. The bunker was codenamed Project Green Island, and Fritz Bugas, B-U-G-A-S, was the former on-site superintendent. I don't know why that's notable. I don't know who Fritz Bugas is, but it says it here in the article. So obviously, this is an important location, and there's some other things going on here. I'm not going to spoil it, but there's definitely some things going on. Let's move on to the next location. The Fort Defiance is a very interesting and moody location. This one was brought up by Sunless Sketcher. So thank you, Sunless. Fort Defiance, formerly known as the, and again, Allegheny, I'm just going to say Allegheny Asylum, spooky stuff, is a location in the Cranberry Bog region of Appalachia in 2102. It is located west of Watauga and east of the monorail elevator. The monorail system is pretty cool. Some of it is still standing on the edge of the boundary with the Savage Divide. None of that will make sense until you jump into the game, but those are the location areas. According to the wiki, this says originally built in the mid-19th century to provide treatment for the region's mentally ill based on the theories of Thomas Story Kirkbride. The Kirkbride plan maintained that the environment which provided natural light and circulation was essential to the healing of the mind, and so adopted a unique bat wing floor plan with wings sprawling outward from the central building and used to house the patients. The building was intended to care for under 300 patients, but even exemplary planning and performance by the staff was insufficient, with occupant numbers closer to 3,000 by 2061. The resulting horrible conditions in the hospital were amplified by neglect on part of the personnel and caused undue suffering for the patients. Now, there's some other things, of course, that go on here, especially around specific factions. We'll leave it at that. And it's definitely a spooky location that you will probably be visiting during the main quest line. In fact, probably, meaning for sure, we'll be visiting during the main quest line if you do that. And who knows? Maybe things will change up a little bit in Wastelanders at this location. I'm just speculating, but it seems like an important place to visit. It's also pretty spooky looking. One of the first places I took pictures of, or one of the first places I took, I shouldn't say that. I took some pictures of myself initially playing the game, running around the wasteland doing fun things. But one of the ones that I really lined up a really cool photo in front of was this location when I stumbled upon it, because I thought, holy moly, this is a really cool looking building. So go check that out. That was, again, Fort Defiance or the Allegheny Asylum. Next on our list is Point Pleasant. Now, Victor brought this one up in the Discord conversation. Point Pleasant, you will probably remember, this has been brought up a number of times on the show, and it is notoriously the location of the Mothman incident that the books and the movie and all that stuff was built around. So Point Pleasant showing up in this game means that it definitely has something to do with the cult of the Mothman. It is a location in the forest area, so the main starting area, and it's not too hard to get to. You just head west, just a little bit southwest from the vault. So if you want to go check out this location very early on in the game, you can. This was a location that I didn't stumble into until I was a number of levels into the game, because I'd kind of followed the main quest line, which takes you a little bit away from this location. But it's definitely something to go look at and check out. And there's some really cool stuff going on here. Now, again, with the Wastelanders update and things having to do with the Mothman cult, who knows? This location may have shifted and changed by the time you're actually playing through this. There is specifically a museum to the Mothman in this location, which I believe has some sort of connection to a real-world counterpart as well. So go check that out for sure. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with some other smaller locations, but definitely places that are still interesting to check out. See you guys in a minute.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
Are you into the cyberpunk tabletop games or excited for Cyberpunk 2077? Are you looking to brush up on the lore, stay up on all the latest news, and talk about the game when it comes out? Check out the Cyberpunk Lorecast, a show from Robots Radio with me, your host, Robots. We'll go over all the details you need to know about the world, characters, and story of Cyberpunk. Available on iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows
because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free, give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify, so I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later.
All right, Wastelanders, Vault Dwellers, welcome to the Fallout Lorecast, and thank you for joining me again. This is your host, Tom or Robots, and I hope you guys are staying safe. I bring this up every week, but I really hope you guys are taking care of yourselves and taking care of your loved ones and having the best quarantine situation you possibly can. I know it's not an optimal situation, but hopefully you're getting through it all right. And with Wastelanders coming out tomorrow, that's a really good opportunity to jump in on this. I do remember this weekend seeing some deals go up for Fallout 76, some significant discounts, at least on the PC version. So you may want to search for that. A site like isthereanydeal.com is a great place to look for that. So if you're trying to pick that up, you might want to look at it, deals. I don't know if those deals will go away by the time this episode is out because of the release of Wastelanders, but it's definitely something you might want to go check out. Other than that, I noted at the beginning of the episode, the switch on some of the stuff we have up in the store. So go check that stuff out if you are interested. Also, kind of big news, and I've noted that we started doing the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast, but guess what? The Cyberpunk Lorecast is back as well. I am shifting gears back to creating more and more content for you guys. And it's funny because at this time in the world, podcast listening is actually down by about 10, 20%, depending on the kind of show you do, because people aren't commuting to work as much, or their exercise routines are different, or there's more people in their home. So they're not, ignoring everybody and listening to podcasts while they do things at home. So those numbers are down, but we will get through this whole ordeal and people will go back to work and podcast numbers are going to go back up. So I'm stocking the deck with a bunch of new shows for everybody to listen to. So if you are interested in cyberpunk stuff, and I don't know how you couldn't find that interesting if you're into Fallout, because there's a lot of cool similarities in technology and future stuff going on there. And plus, the game from CD Projekt Red is going to be amazing. If you play through The Witcher 3, you will know the quality of game that they can put out. And that comes out on September 17th. And it looks like they are still on track for that. So Cyberpunk Lorecast is back. The 10th episode just went up this last week. And we're talking about a lot of the news going on. It's a kind of slightly different Lorecast in that we're not really focused on lore. We're 90% focused on lore on this show. That show is focused on lore, but there's only going to be so much we can do until Fallout 76 comes out. And then even then, there's going to be spoilers and things. So we have to fill some of the other content around news and gameplay and some other things. So we have some news episodes. We have some lore episodes. We're kind of going back and forth and doing a different kind of show with that. So go check that out. It's on whatever podcatcher you usually use. Otherwise, thank you again for tuning in. And if you would like to support the show, patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast is, of course, the place you can go do it. Come join us on the Discord channel. Come share some tweets, follow on Twitter, and just tell your friends about the show. It really, really does help to continue to grow these shows. And I'm still trying to get to the place where I can financially justify all of my podcasts to replace a full-time income. And I know it's going to take some time still. I'm not expecting to do this overnight, but I'm definitely working towards that, and will be for a while at a kind of a financial deficit. I'm fine. This isn't something to be concerned about, but it's definitely something that I'm still trying to work toward. So even if you can't contribute, I don't expect everybody to contribute. Believe me, just sharing the show with more people helps expand the audience. And that really does help a lot. And the more that you guys can help me do that, the more I can commit to doing these shows and the longer I can keep doing them. So thank you again for all of your support. All right. Well, it's time to get back to the rest of the episode.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
All right, we're back, and we're going to go a little bit faster through this next section of locations because I don't want to hit spoilers, and I want to just point out some locations that are just more notable, just simply because of them being on the map, and that's kind of interesting. So the first one, this one was brought up by Nunimer, and I hope you're recognizing the names of some of these people because they are also patrons who have been on our patron episodes. Nunimer responded and said, the Hindu temple, the Hindu Temple of Gold is a really interesting location. It is between the forest. So if you head north in the forest and you head towards what's called the Toxic Valley, it's kind of on the border of those two zones. I think it's technically part of the Savage Divide. No, maybe not. It's on the border. It's kind of in between. So it's if you start in the vault and you head pretty much due northeast, you will get to the Hindu temple. And this is an interesting and beautiful location. There are some significant bad guys to have to deal with here and some other things that are really kind of cool that happen at this location. But the artwork, the fact that this location doesn't look like anything else in the game, and there's a multicultural spot in the game in a place in West Virginia that seems very, I don't know, run-of-the-mill white American historical kind of locations. To have something like the Hindu temple is really kind of a neat addition. So go check that out. So thank you for that suggestion, Nunimer. Also suggested was the Watoga city, and specifically the tower. Watoga is a town in the Cranberry Bog region, and it's recognized by its monorail system. There are some definitely interesting things going on in Watoga having to do with robots, lots and lots of robots, and Robco Industries. And this was specifically brought up by Samurai Shack. Samurai, thank you for bringing this as a suggestion. I don't want to spoil too much about what's going on here, but look for things about Robco and General Atomics International. Some really cool stuff. This is a very much higher level zone, so you're not going to get to it right away, but you definitely want to go check it out. It's kind of a cool city. Another really cool location to check out, which is part of the main story questline also, is the Top of the World. It is a big tower with what looks like a kind of saucer-shaped dome. It's up in the mountains, and it's in the Savage Divide, so you have to head east of the forest, and there are 3 floors you can visit, along with some NPC stuff going on there. Even in the pre-Wastelanders version, I guess I should say, of the game, there is an NPC interaction here. Now, it's not a human being, but I'm not going to spoil anything having to do with that. Some very cool locations, some shopping stuff, some cool enemies in this area, and a place that you chances are will visit a few times over. So thank you to Magnus Vile for that one. Now, one of my favorite locations in the game is the Mistress of Mystery Mansion. This is a really, really cool location. This was suggested by Firewriter, who, again, you should recognize. And I don't want to spoil anything having to do with this, but if you've played Fallout and you know about the heroic hero type characters, then the Mistress of Mystery is one of those. And I'm going to try not to say anything. There's a mansion connected to a person or group of people having to do with the Mistress of Mystery. Now, if you aren't familiar with the Mistress of Mystery, this isn't too spoilery because she's one of the Unstoppables. She was part of the Hubris Comics team that shows up in Fallout 4 and also in Fallout 76. And according to the wiki on this, the Mistress of Mystery is the Silver Shroud's former lover and companion while the Shroud terrorizes the criminals of Boston. She can be heard talking to the Shroud and some criminals on Silver Shroud radio. Like the Silver Shroud, the Mistress of Mystery is a fictional character created by Hubris Comics. They also appear together in The Unstoppables. She carries a .44 revolver called the Voice of Set on the Unstoppables cover and mentions using a weapon she calls the Blade of Bastet on the radio show. So You're going to learn more about her and some people who were, let's say, inspired by the Mistress of Mystery. Plus, another really cool location, a big old mansion with some, let's say, secrets to be found there. So go check that out. And then the last location, or I guess I should say locations that I will note, and I'm not going to go too much into this because they are very important for the main story of the game. And that's all I'm going to say about this, are the Fisher sites, and specifically the Prime Fisher site. That's all I'm going to say. They're located throughout the map, and at some point you will definitely be visiting these or seeing them as you travel around, and you will start to understand what they might be associated with. So thank you to Cloud for that recommendation on the Discord. And that's all I've got for this episode of the show. We're just going to leave that there. There are dozens of really cool locations. I could have talked about the pumpkin house or the Halloween building where you find the costumes, or I mean, there's a lot of minor places, little kind of nooks and crannies throughout the map that you could definitely find out about. Locations having to do with certain kinds of factions, like I'm sure you've heard about the Responders. There's locations having to do with super mutant testing, a la West Tech. But we're just going to leave that there. I keep saying this, but I don't want to spoil anything for anybody. I want to whet your appetites so that you can jump into this game and find some locations that might have come up in this episode and go, oh, I get it. I understand why this game is interesting and why the setting is interesting and why the lore of this game can still be interesting, even if it diverges a little bit from the things a lot of people expected based on the other Fallout games. It's still a lot of fun. There's still a lot to do. And I'm sure with Wastelanders coming out, there's going to be even more fun things to do. I'm going to be jumping in on this tomorrow. I'll be playing as much as I possibly can. And I hope you guys enjoy it as well. So until next time, stay safe out in the wastes of West Virginia, out in Appalachia. And I hope you guys have some fun adventuring out there and join up with some other adventurers. Our Discord is absolutely a great place to go to find other people to run around in the game with. Whether you're playing on PC or Xbox or PS4, jump in the Discord, say, hey guys, this is my name. I want to find some people to group up with, and people will respond. There's 800 and something people on our Discord. So jump in there, check it out. And until next week, stay safe. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter at Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend, or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Have you ever wondered how deep the Elder Scrolls lore rabbit hole goes? Have you got a grasp of the basics and want to find out more about the universe? Written in Uncertainty is here to help you. We'll be mixing in philosophy, theology, and whatever other theory is useful with Elder Scrolls texts to untangle some of the biggest questions in the series, like what are dragon breaks, how does Chim work, where did the Dwemer go, and more. Check us out at writteninuncertainty.com or find Written in Uncertainty on any podcatcher. Thanks for listening, and catch you later in the grey maybe of Tamriel.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information. The show is brought to you by our generous patrons at patreon.com/ Fallout Lorecast.
Robots Radio presents
the Fallout Lorecast.
Welcome to the Fallout Lorecast, a place for the Fallout community to come together to explore the boundaries of our knowledge about the world of Fallout. There's a Fallout game that is lost in the sands of time. Is that a phrase? That is lost to us. That we never got to play. Not really. There's some demo software out there, but not a full game. You might know it by the name Van Buren. This was supposed to be Fallout 3 before we ended up with Bethesda's version of Fallout 3. Now, I've mentioned this before on the show. I've talked about Van Buren and some of the things that are hinted at in the storyline and some of the characters or items or events, a number of which have been resurrected in later games. Some of these ideas have been taken into the other games that have been released and also in some of the things that are coming out for Fallout 76. So I thought it would be a great time to dig a little bit into Van Buren and see what we missed with a game that never really saw the light of day. Now, I'm going to be digging into this through, I've upgraded here, guys, through wikipedia.com. This is like the mother of all wikis because this was a big enough event in the history of Black Isle Studios and Interplay to be documented in Wikipedia. When it comes to the mating rituals of Deathclaws or something like that, not so much. But when it comes to things like this, the events of major game publishers and developers and big series like Fallout and what happened to potentially Fallout 3 or what would have been Fallout 3, then people like to record it on Wikipedia. So, hey, we've upgraded. So let's go into this a little bit. In Wikipedia, it says, Van Buren was the code name given to what would have been Fallout 3, a role-playing video game that was being developed by Black Isle Studios before the parent company, Interplay Entertainment, went bankrupt. This resulted in the company shutting down Black Isle, which in turn laid off the PC development team on December 8th, 2003, effectively canceling the game. Prior to its cancellation, Van Buren was set to carry on the Fallout series, but was not a sequel to Fallout 2. Now, that doesn't mean that it wasn't set in the same world, the same universe, the same basic setting and power armor and Deathclaws and things like that. That means that it wasn't a direct sequel in a story manner. So Fallout 1, if you recall, we have the quest of the Vault Dweller to fix the water chip, and then all the adventures that he goes on after that. Now, Fallout 2, you have the events of the descendant of the Vault Dweller, the Chosen One, and you have many of the same locations in kind of an expanded map. Fallout 3, Van Buren, was a different kind of creature for a number of different reasons. So, fortunately for us, a number of the staff members of Black Isle went on to form Obsidian Entertainment. And you might find that familiar in that Obsidian is known for a number of games that have come out, including Fallout New Vegas, where they brought a number of the ideas that were started in Van Buren to fruition, or at least to the light of day, I guess you could say. And Obsidian is also known for The Outer Worlds, the game that came out back in the fall and blew everyone's socks off. So same pedigree, same group of original individuals in some cases, and kind of ideology. Story first, technology second in a lot of cases. They're known for releasing very good story games that have some tech issues and don't really get fleshed out for another, well, I was going to say year or so, but in some cases they never really get fixed. When it came to New Vegas, a number of the tech issues were adjusted, and dealt with, but in a lot of cases they weren't, and the game is still pretty glitchy. So let's get back to the wiki article here. It goes into details about development and pre-development. Prior to the development of Van Buren, 2 attempts to make a new Fallout game were halted by Titus Software in favor for other of Interplay's titles, notably console titles. When Interplay lost the rights to make Icewind Dale and Baldur's Gate for the PC, their game Baldur's Gate 3, The Black Hound, in development currently at Black Isle Studios, was canceled. So they were originally the publishers of those games, Icewind Dale, Baldur's Gate 2, but then they lost the rights to the Baldur's Gate title, which, by the way, Larian Studios now has, and there will be a Baldur's Gate 3 coming out later this year, hopefully. And side note, super excited. It's one of the reasons why we started the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. So if you haven't checked that out yet, it was on this feed. We had episode 1. Episode 2 is now on its own feed. So little side note, go check that out. Get your lore bits tuned up for Baldur's Gate 3 when that comes out, and be ready for that, because that's going to be amazing. If you played Divinity Original Sin, Divinity Original Sin 2, these are the guys who made those. So I have very high expectations for that. So anyway, let's dig back into this. So they lost the rights to Baldur's Gate 3, and it was canceled in-house. So the Baldur's Gate 3 that we're going to get probably doesn't have a whole lot to do with the Baldur's Gate 3 that was in development back then. With this cancellation, Black Isle Studios' team was immediately transferred to work on Fallout 3, codenamed Van Buren. During this time, Interplay's own team was working on Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. The teams had one meeting together to plan out the games. When many of Black Isle Studios' most talented developers left Black Isle Studios, the developer Damien Folletto responded by stating it was only the trust within the team and belief that they could finish the game that kept them going. The game was officially canceled when Titus decided to try to improve Interplay's console division. This led to a nearly completed Fallout 3 being canceled. Members of the Black Isle team were then either transferred to the development of Fallout Brotherhood of Steel 2, which of course never came out, or Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2, of which only the latter was released. What's also interesting about this is that the game engine that was developed for Baldur's Gate 3 is actually used in Van Buren, because Baldur's Gate 3 never came out and they had the tech to use. So they didn't use the same game engine from Fallout 1 and Fallout 2. They used the game engine from Fallout 3. And if you look at the screenshots, you can see that there's an upgrade from the previous game. It is a polygonal engine. It is still isometric. You're still looking down on the world, on the environments, and there's similarities to the way that things are designed, and it still looks like an older game. It looks like something developed in 2003, but it is a step up from where things were at. It's interesting to me also to look back at these old screenshots and compare them to what we got in Fallout 3, the actual Fallout 3 by Bethesda. What you have in Van Buren is a orangey brown world. You have a desert world again. You have this wasteland setting in a desert type environment. And with Fallout 3 from Bethesda, we got a world with a predominantly green hue based in a completely different location. Very interesting to look at the details there. Also, we ended up with a first-person perspective and higher poly models and characters, and a game that has been able to go on through modding and the community around it, putting even higher quality textures and characters and things like that into the game. So I have to wonder, if Fallout 3 actually came out, how would this have affected the development of later Fallout games? We would never have gotten New Vegas, but we may have gotten a Fallout 4 that was similar to Fallout 3 or what Van Buren, what Fallout 3 would have been. We never would have really gotten Bethesda's take on the world. And I know some of you guys out there are very purist when it comes to Fallout games, and Bethesda did okay, but they're not really real Fallout games, that kind of mentality. And I get that. You see something when it first comes out, it gets kind of ingrained in your expectations and your psyche, and then changes along the way. Feel like they move you further and further away from the thing that you originally enjoyed. I get that. That's a thing that happens with all of us. But from my perspective, somebody who started with Fallout 3, there are certain things that Bethesda has brought to the games that I really do appreciate. I like the dark humor, and there's always been dark humor. Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 were much, much darker in some ways than Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 were. They were much more adult, and the games have kind of toned that down to reach a broader audience, more of a teenager audience as well, be a little bit more socially acceptable. I mean, of course, you still have things like cannibalism and all sorts of terrible things happening, corpses hanging from ropes in front of super mutant buildings, but you have a lot less in the way of the things our society has less of a tolerance for, especially when it comes to our children being involved. It's funny. This opens up another side tangent about why we're so okay with violence when we're not okay with sexuality and those kinds of things. But whatever. So let's move on from that and or let's go back to it, I guess, and just think about it. What would the landscape be like if Fallout 3 came out and was successful and never ended up in the hands of Bethesda? We might end up with a number of other games in the series. Would it have ever changed from an isometric perspective? Would we be stuck in the Midwest for all of the iterations of the game? I don't know. It's kind of fun to think about. All right. While you guys stew on that, we're going to take a quick break and do the middle of the show stuff. And after that, I will be back with more details, specifically about the plot and the events of Van Buren. So stay tuned.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
In a world where solid-state electronics and vacuum tubes are still meta, people never stop loving atomic-powered everything. A chosen 500 stepped inside a subterranean vault to be spared the nuclear horror of the inevitable Great War. 25 years later, they emerge after the fallout settles to retake Appalachia. Among them, 2 former rivals whose blood feud will tear West Virginia apart in their epic struggle for survival. Chad, a vault bro who has a strength of 15, an intelligence of 2, and is a complete wasteland dickhead. Simon, a complicated anti-hero who chooses light and hope, but accidentally becomes a cannibal and wakes up naked and afraid with a Scorch Beast queen after a date goes terribly wrong. What? I mean, it's a wild wasteland, right? This dark humor radio drama will have you driving off the road and crawling out from under the fallout. 2 men, 1 wasteland, and so many nukes. Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, rated R, now streaming on your holotape player podcasty thing.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify, so I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later.
All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, welcome back to the show. This is your host, Tom or Robots. Why did I hold out show like that? Man, I'm talking strangely today. Maybe it's the being isolated in my house with only my wife and my child to talk to. That might be part of it. Although, you know, I've been doing some other stuff. I got to play some Dungeons and Dragons with some good old friends of mine over the weekend. We did it over Discord chat, with like video chat, and I ran a Fallout adventure again using that play set, I guess, rule set. That would make more sense, of the Fallout world with simplified Dungeons and Dragons mechanics, and it's going pretty good. We did 2 days. We did about 7 or 8 hours total of playtime, and they're getting to the place where they're starting to understand how everything in the world is starting to connect together. So that's a lot of fun. If any of you guys want to play that, I posted it again in the Discord channel. I believe it was in the Fallout Lorecast channel, or no, it was in the Dungeons and Dragons role-playing channel. That's where it was. And if any of you guys want to try and play that, I know people have talked about it before, but yeah, feel free to do that. Grab some other people on Discord, start your own adventure. Have people in a vault and give them some sort of crazy situation they have to deal with. It's a lot of fun. So other than that, things have been going all okay. I mean, I've been basically staying in my house. My wife has co-opted the office, and my son has been in school at home, which I've been helping out with, and grading his math. So I have to go back and do 4th grade math again, which is always a fun time. You know, everybody loves doing long division. But he's doing good. Everybody's doing pretty well around here, other than, you know, just dealing with the craziness of the world right now. I hope these podcasts are bringing you some escape from the craziness and some positivity, some things to look forward to. I'm going to keep doing the podcasts and keep this stuff going because it's what I'm doing. I'm not going to give up on it. And I know you guys enjoy it. So I appreciate that. In light of that, if you'd like to help support the show, then of course you can leave a rating or review on iTunes or any podcatcher that you use. The ones on iTunes particularly, I can pull up and read them all. So if you do that, they will get read out at the episode at the end of the month. So we have a new month here, which means new patron call at the end of this month. So if you're interested in joining us, you can always sign up Tier 4 patrons and higher get to join us at the end of the month. Even Tier 1 patrons who don't necessarily get to join us in the call can still get the episodes without any ads. So go check out patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. Oh, and Tier 2 and Tier 3 patrons get permanent discounts on the Robots Radio merch store. So if you're looking for a Fallout Lorecast t-shirt or sticker or something like that, you can go check that out. Links to all that stuff is on robotsradio.net. And Let's see, anything else cool to talk about? I did mention it earlier in the show. The Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast is off to a great start. Thank you all for tuning into that on this feed. And if you're interested in continuing to listen to that, go look up the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast on whatever podcatcher you have. It's out there everywhere, Spotify, iTunes, everywhere. And make sure that you subscribe and give it a listen. We've done the second episode. We will be releasing the third episode this week. We are talking about the creation of the universe, the creation of everything, which is, of course, a really crazy big topic. And then it gets into like dragon gods and that kind of stuff. Really cool stuff. We have some really fun ideas for where we're going to take this show and some of the cool stuff that we're going to do with it, in also presenting the lore, but kind of continuing the story of the two of us being stuck in this wizard's tower and what's going to happen. So I hope you guys are enjoying that. Go check it out if you haven't yet. I think if you're into dragons and dungeons and, you know, that kind of fantasy stuff, I think you'll like it. So that's what I got this week. And at the end of the episode, stay tuned for a recording from one of our Tier 4 patrons who wasn't able to make it into the discussion with us last week, but was able to send in a recording with some of their ideas. So stay tuned for that at the end of the show. And now we're going to go back to the rest of the episode.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So like the first two Fallout games, Van Buren would have taken place in the American Southwest, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, and Utah, not California this time. Now, this is according to the fandom.com/wiki article, whatever. The westernmost sites on the game map are the easternmost borders of the New California Republic. According to the design docs, it was to be set in the year 2253. So almost 200 years in the future, which is where Fallout 3 ends up being. So it's kind of similar in that way. Some of the places that appear in Van Buren include the Tibbetts facility, which is a prison, Denver, a place called Dogtown, Boulder Dome, Hoover Dam, and the NCR, familiar, right? The Grand Canyon, Twin Mothers, which is Vault 29, the Nursery, the Reservation, Jericho, Maxon's Bunker, Fort Abandon, Mesa Verde, Ouroboros, Blackfoot Village, Burham Springs, Bloomfield Space Center, and Ballistic Orbital Missile Base 001. These were all things that were set to show up in the game, and some of them might sound a little familiar to you if you've played some of those other games. Some of the things that were actually cut out of the final version of the game before it got canceled were places like New Canaan, is that how you pronounce it? And the Jericho Distillation Plant, which were both kind of merged into the town of Jericho. Hangdog Village, man, I'm having a hard time pronouncing things today. Design documents for Hangdog and Blackfoot tribes were merged. Circle Junction, the Crater, Moletown, and Caesar's Legion location. So Caesar's Legion, there you go. Fallout New Vegas. So you can see how some of these things actually ended up in future games. Now let's go into the plot, because this is probably the thing that most of you guys are wondering about. So according to the wiki, it says, the game would have begun with the player character in a prison cell. Because of this, the player was given a choice. The prisoner could be an innocent that was in prison because of some misunderstanding, or they could choose to be a criminal and take bonus traits that would bolster some of their skills. So one of those two choices seems a little bit more beneficial, but sketchier. You know, do you want to start out as a criminal? The player would awaken in a prison cell, but not the one they remembered falling asleep in. Suddenly, the floor rocks violently from an explosion, and the player is knocked unconscious. When they awaken, they find their cell door open and a hole in the wall leading outside. Leaving the prison, the character is under attack by some unknown assailant. Deciding that discretion is the better part of valor, the player flees into the night to explore this new world. Unfortunately, this newfound freedom may be short-lived. The player is relentlessly pursued by robots who want to, well, not me, other robots, who want to return them to the prison. As they explore the world and try to outwit their pursuers, they begin to uncover an underlying plot. Why was the character in a different prison than the one they fell asleep in? Why can't they remember being transferred? What was the attack on the prison about in the first place? Then they find out about the NCR's problems, and a few things don't add up. Just like all the titles in the Fallout series, the story ends with multiple different endings for every community and faction that you interacted with. Their outcome depends on your actions. Now, there's a section here below that says Presper's plan. Eventually, the player would discover the true reason behind the prison and the attack on it. It turns out that through extensive research, the mad scientist called Presper, disgusted with what the world turned into after the war, discovered the history of the new plague, the virus that FEV was initially created to cure. You guys remember me talking about this on episode, like 2 episodes ago, and its genocidal potency, and also discovered a viable means to cleanse the world. Using Odysseus, the quarantine prison, and a ballistic satellite known as Bomb 001, the way to human planetary domination in order became clear. He needed to get the Bomb 001 and use the nuclear weapons to clean the filth and wretch that currently have occupied the surface. Presper and his followers released the new plague virus in the remote areas near Boulder and Denver. It was close enough to the quarantine prison to spur Odysseus into action, but not near enough to cause huge populations to start a general panic. Now let's pause here for a second and go into what exactly this Odysseus thing is. So it says here that Odysseus is an extremely advanced AI created by the scientist Derek Greenway. So get this, Odysseus was an order of magnitude more powerful than contemporary ZAX units. It was designed to coordinate and operate all of the vaults before the federal vault projects were privatized. Poseidon sold the AI to the government for use in the maintenance and coordination of Tibbet's prison, which housed war criminals / deserters who had been exposed to biological weapons or radiation in Denver or in the Yangtze campaign. Even though it was retrofitted for maintaining the prison and monitoring the prisoners, it still retained an inordinate amount of security clearance. Other than prisoners, no humans were present at Tibbet's. Odysseus commanded the all-robot staff, including the seldom roused Argos, who served as the tireless defender of the prison. The government wanted Odysseus to be able to advise on the spread of plague vectors in the case of prison break. This included warming up launch sites like the Bomb 001. So we have here a very powerful AI, and we could go a lot deeper into Odysseus, but the idea here is that lots of security clearance, lots of connections to other robots, and eventually it developed a split personality, which, of course, causes lots of issues. So going back to the original wiki article, it continues and says, once enough people were infected and Odysseus arrested enough people to just about fill up the prison, Presper's men would stage an attack on the prison, which would allow everyone to escape. This event would start a countdown of sorts for missile launch on Bomb 001. Odysseus would assess the viral spread, try to gather up the escaped prisoners, and once 90% of the prisoners had been retrieved, launch nuclear missiles to clean and prevent any further infection. By the time this happened, Presper had planned to be on and in full control of Bomb 001 and reprogramming targeting solutions to clean the areas he wanted. Humans of his choosing would wait out the second nuclear holocaust in the Boulder Dome until the day came where he declared the Earth safe for pure-blood humans once more. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that storyline and how you think it would go, and if you would find it interesting. We didn't get that in New Vegas, of course, but there are similarities, and there were places and locations and characters, the NCR, Caesar's Legion, things like that, which were originally planned to be in the game. But I'd love to hear your perspective on a second nuclear fallout. that seems like a really interesting way to set up Fallout 4 and the future changes of the world, and maybe even more extreme radiation and disease and the new plague being out there again. Seems like a really interesting turn of events. Now, to wrap this episode up, let's get into a few little details that are kind of interesting here. The game used a highly modified version of Special. You guys know Special, right? Strength, perception, endurance, intelligence, charisma, all that stuff. Man, I didn't do that in order, did I? That'd be Special. The character system used in the previous Fallout games, right? The changes were introduced mostly by J.E. Sawyer. Some of his changes were accepted well in the Fallout community, while some, such as merging combat skills and dividing speech into deception and persuasion, were quite controversial. Now, I find this the most interesting thing because I've been kind of noting this for a long time, how cool it would be to create a non-human character in a Fallout game. Well, check this out. Van Buren was at some point planned to have 3 playable races, including humans, ghouls, and super mutants. All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, thank you for joining me again for the Fallout Lorecast. This is your host, Tom, and until next time, be careful out there. The new plague is spreading. Don't go get it for yourself, and definitely don't give it to your grandma. She doesn't need it. All right, guys. I'll talk to you next week. See you later.
Hey, robots. This is Swamp Man. My favorite Fallout game is Fallout 3. The reason why is at the time the game came out, I was vehemently against any Bethesda games and first-person perspective games because I had a condition that they coined 3D motion sickness, where you actually get the symptoms of motion sickness playing a 3D game. Pretty interesting. It sucks. But the allure of the post-apocalyptic wasteland really kept drawing me in. So I eventually gave it a try. I seen, the great ratings that it got in all the game magazines and whatnot. And 2-3 hours in, I gave up on it. I didn't like it. I didn't get the gist of it. And I went and I read another article later on that said, you should really give this game at least 3 to 4 hours a try before you make a judgment about it, because there's a lot going on and the game's really slow in the beginning. So I did, and I think I went to Megaton the first time and was actually able to defuse the bomb. I had done some crazy random character, and I guess I had a high enough explosive skill, I believe it was. And from that point on, I really started liking it. And the thing that impressed me the most about it was when I went back and I told my friends what I had done about defusing the bomb. He looked at me in bewilderment and was like, I totally did not have that at all. I didn't even know you could do that. And that's when I got hooked. So, this being so interesting and a lot of people comparing it to the Elder Scrolls games, it encouraged me to go back and try Elder Scrolls 3 and Elder Scrolls 4. And so now I consider myself a Bethesda fan. It even made me go and try the isometric Fallout games 1 and 2, which I absolutely love. But for me, that's Fallout 3 will always hold a special place in my mind as one of the best Fallout games ever. Thanks.
Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter @Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend, or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
Are you an avid player of the Elder Scrolls Online and looking to take your game to that next level? Well, the Red Diamond Courier podcast is here to help. I'm Bob Chichinski.
And I'm Dogbark24.
We are two experienced players aiming to help others learn and improve through in-game knowledge and references.
From PvE
to PvP.
And everything in between.
There's sure to be something for you in the Red Diamond Courier.
We hope you check us out. Thanks.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information. The show is brought to you by our generous patrons at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast.
Robots Radio presents
the Fallout Lorecast.
Welcome to the Fallout Lorecast, a place for the Fallout community to come together to explore the boundaries of our knowledge about the world of Fallout. All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, this is your host, Tom, or Robots. I keep changing up the way. Was that good? You guys like the way I changed that up that time? Welcome back to the Fallout Lorecast. This is our patron episode for March of 2020. And I am here with 8 of our tier 4 patrons. We have some more than that, but it looks like some people couldn't make it this month. And I totally get why. It's a little bit crazy in the world. And this is going to be one of those episodes that people listen to in the future. And they're like, oh yeah, I remember what it was like back in March of 2020. So this week we are going into our favorite Fallouts and why. And we're going to go right through all the main Fallouts, starting with 1 all the way through to 4, and then also 76, because for some of us, 76 is our favorite Fallout, and it might be the only Fallout that we've played. So that creates a completely different perspective on the series, but it's really cool to see things from all sorts of different angles. And that's one of the fun things that I really enjoy doing on these episodes every month. And with me this month, we're going to go down the list. And I forgot to mention this to you guys in the pre-show, but tell you what, we're just going to go down alphabetically, and each one of you can, I would like you to just go ahead and introduce yourself and say hi to everybody. That way I don't have to call out each one of you. So let's start with True Dog.
Hello. How you doing?
Good. And then we're just going to go down the list. So just say, this is so-and-so, and hi, everybody. So next one, alphabetically.
It's Fire Rider, previously known as Woman on Fire.
Changing names. Awesome.
This is Magnus Lyle. I don't know. Hello.
Hey, Nunamar here. Hope everyone's staying safe and healthy.
Rich Rodman, back after being gone for about a month and a half. So it's nice to be back again.
Hello, Soybean here. Please wash your hands.
Hi, Sunless Sketcher here. Extra sunless thanks to quarantine.
Yeah. Last but not least,
Victor, once he got his microphone button fixed. If you hear any coughing in the background, that's probably me.
Yeah, so keep your speakers way far away from your head by like 6 feet. That way you don't catch whatever Victor has. That was a quarantine joke, everybody. All right, that's how this episode's going to go. Welcome back to the show, everybody. I am so glad you guys are here. Thank you for joining me, and welcome back if you're back, and if you're new, thanks for joining. So let's start with Fallout 1. Now, I know from the pre-show that none of you guys listed Fallout 1 as your absolute favorites, but some of you might have something you want to say about that. Does anybody want to chime in on any thoughts about Fallout 1? We're going back like 20-something years. Nunamar, what do you think?
Well, it may not be my favorite Fallout game, but it was my first Fallout game because I started with the first game. It was the first game I ever pre-ordered. And one of my favorite things about it is actually my favorite Fallout related possession, which is the manual. for the game.
Oh yeah,
the manual. Yeah,
we're going back to the age of manuals for video games.
Yeah, for the younger listeners, they may not even know what that is, but I'm actually holding it in my hand right now, and this thing is a treasure trove of lore and Fallout humor. It's huge. It's a very, very big manual, and it's spiral bound. So it really feels like almost like a wasteland survival handbook, and it's the Vault Dweller's Survival Guide. It's everything you read inside of it is in universe. It's treated like it's an actual text that exists in the Fallout world. And even though it does go into explaining game mechanics and normal, manual type stuff, there's all kinds of things in it, like little Post-it notes that are put onto the page, like blocking information or correcting information that's handwritten. It has all kinds of pictures of the Vault Boy in various states of injury or sickness, and it's and again, the humor in it is so funny because it's not a dry text at all. Mm-hmm. It really, it has lots of jokes describing all the game mechanics, and it's just awesome. And like I said, I have a lot of Fallout merchandise, a lot of Fallout possessions, and this is by far my most treasured Fallout possession.
Yeah.
And besides that, the game itself is very awesome as well, and it made me a lifelong fan.
Yeah, if you haven't gone through and at least watched a playthrough of Fallout 1, you should go check it out. See where the origins of a lot of even just some of the items, some of the items, the characters, the aesthetics, the types of creatures, things like that. There's a lot going on in Fallout 1 that is actually carried through the rest of the series. And for anybody who doesn't know what a video game manual is, it's the document that was in the box when you bought the game. And it could have been as simple as some artwork and explaining what the buttons do and how to install the game on your PC, to something that included, descriptions of enemies and description of items and, background story for the world. A lot of times RPGs during the 90s would come with some sort of storyline or background or something that really was like a setting before you even jumped into the game that you could read. Or most likely you would just jump into the game and then you would read the manual on the toilet. That was kind of the main point of a manual, I think. So, Victor, did you have something to add to that?
I do. And that's just primarily, I've mentioned this before in episodes that I participated on. I haven't had much of a chance to play much of the Fallout games. So most of my love of Fallout comes from deep dives of the wikis. And there's two things that I love Fallout 1 for. One, if we hadn't had Fallout 1, we wouldn't have had the rest of them.
Yeah, true.
Then the other part is they left so many possible storylines loose. They never listed all of the vaults. They never said what all of the vaults do. They never listed all of what the Enclave or the New Californian Republic or, all the other different factions. They didn't put them in hard, fast stone too much. They gave us these ideas. We knew them person to person, but maybe not as much overall as an organization, which allowed later games to play on that and really build up that idea of, instead of, blue team versus red team, you're really connecting with these factions, not because they're a faction, but because, I like this character. Let's find out stuff about what they're doing. And that kind of basis for the rest of the Fallout games is really amazing to me. So being able to start off on that kind of foot, I just gotta give major props to the developers for doing that.
Yeah, very true. It was very much a glimpse into a universe that seemed like it was much bigger than any of what you discovered, just in the first game. So yeah, very, very good way to start a series, especially when you weren't sure if it was going to be successful or not, but it was, and we got a Fallout 2. Does anybody have anything they want to say about Fallout 2? Fallout 2 was built around, I believe it was the same engine. It was just kind of an expanded version of the game with a lot more extra stuff and a timeline that picked up like 2 generations after the original one. Victor?
This one's just like one of my favorite side stories that doesn't really have much to do with the actual plot of any particular game. And that's, I always forget his name, but the kid who came up with Jet. because of people like huffing cow dung.
Yeah, he was a genius and also a malevolent figure in the series. Yes.
Super genius, and I love those kinds, especially when they're a kid. I love those kinds of characters because they're so weird and awesome. And I know that to a certain degree, the backstory to Jet got retconned in a later game because they made it a pre-war drug. But then someone was like, "Well, it could be that there was the pre-war drug, but the supplies ran out." And he figured out how to make it again.
He had to reinvent it. Yeah.
So I don't know. I just find that kind of also bit of lore building really cool. And really, they were able to create such a rich world with nothing much more than these tiny little sprites. And then the big faces that you could see that were minimally animated. And that was about it. And you could still get so much out of a character.
Yeah, very true. All right, let's move on to Fallout 3, because I think that one was some of your favorites. Who picked 3?
Could I just say one thing on Fallout 2?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sorry. No, I didn't hit the button in time. Sorry about that. No, you had mentioned it briefly, but the idea, one of my favorite things about Fallout 2 is generational storytelling, because the character you play in Fallout 1 is the Vault Dweller. That's the title for them. And then the character you play in Fallout 2 is the Chosen One. And he's actually a direct descendant of the Vault Dweller, the player character of Fallout 1. And so one of the really fun parts of that is seeing how the world has changed from Fallout 1 to Fallout 2, and seeing that society has sort of started rolling again, especially because of the NCR coming into power. And in Fallout 1, most of the events and things that happen are very isolated to their communities. But in Fallout 2, you get this grander scale where events in one town or a settlement affect the goings on in other settlements and other areas. And you also get to go to San Francisco in Fallout 2, which is amazing. It's very weird. It's very, very strange. And it also has a vibrant Chinatown that has been rebuilt. And it has a lot of cool lore in the location of San Francisco.
That sounds a lot like modern day San Francisco. Strange, big Chinatown, lots of lore. Yeah, it's funny when everyone mutes because I can't hear anybody laugh at my jokes, so I feel like they all bombed. That one probably did. Awesome. Well, thanks, Nunamer and Victor. Yeah, Fallout 2 felt expanded and different, although it was visually very similar to the original. So apart from Fallout 2 and Fallout 1, we have a big change in things when it comes to Fallout 3, because that's when Bethesda took the series, moved it into polygonal first-person land, and things started to change up with that. Who wants to talk about Fallout 3? Does anybody have anything to share about that? Soybean.
Hi.
Hey.
So my first experience with Fallout was technically 4 when 4 was announced. My ex at the time was obsessed with Fallout. And she had pre-ordered it, and I was like, I want to see what this is all about. And I tried playing New Vegas first, and it was just so overwhelming. And she was like, all right, we're gonna take a step back, and you're going to play 3, because 3 is a lot more linear. It kind of eases into the game literally with you starting as a baby.
Right, yes.
And I loved that personally, watching your character grow up, because you get an idea of like what they've been through and who they are, from dealing with like the bullies of the Vault and seeing the heavy fist of the Vault against like your father. And it gives you a bit of idea when things start to go crazy in the Vault, who you're going to side with. And from then on, that helps build your character. Do you help Butch with the rad roaches attacking? I don't know. He was bullying me in my home. Amalia, or what was her name? Is it Amalia?
Yeah, it's Amalia, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Amaya?
Amada sounds right.
There you go.
Amada sounds
one of those.
right.
We were off by like a letter.
Yeah, Amada sounds right. So, yeah, he's bullying your girl, Amada, you know. But if you're going to go with, you know, a neutral playthrough, but if you're going with your good playthrough, you're going to help even though he's done you wrong. And Amar, we don't know how to say her name. Yeah, so I just really love how that game is one of the more linear games, because it did bring people into the Fallout universe and like then in a simple way get them ready for the more open, like ended game that was New Vegas.
Right. Yeah, I think you've got a point there. It is more condensed, and it is also spelled Amada.
It is
Yes.
Amada.
Yeah.
We have gotten the consensus from Wiki.
Yeah. Now you guys know how it is as a podcaster, where you're like just kind of talking through something, then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, was that the word? Oh crap. And then especially when it's like a live recording and you're just kind of like chatting with other people and you don't have the time to go look it up. This happens all the time, but like people are like, oh, podcasters are so dumb. They keep forgetting things. But no, it's just a human thing. You're just like, wait, is that the name? Yeah.
And Butch is also one of my favorite companions. And him being in 3 is pretty fun, because I just love the aesthetic that is the tunnel snakes.
Tunnel snakes rule.
Yes, tunnel snakes rule. And anytime there is one of those kind of gang aesthetics in the games, like in the Kings in New Vegas and the Atom Cats in 4, like I love that.
The 50s gang with the leather and whatever.
Yeah,
slick hair.
the pompadour.
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very cool. Anyone else want to chime in about Fallout 3? Any other thoughts on that? Nudimer, what you got?
Yeah, I have a very personal story. I'll keep it brief though. But so being an old school fan of Fallout, when Fallout 3 was announced, I actually hadn't even jumped into the next generation of consoles at that point. I was kind of had a little brief break from video games in my life, and I bought an Xbox 360 just to play Fallout 3. And I was so psyched about it, got it, started playing it. And at that time in my life, I was, me and my ex-wife now, but we had moved in with my parents to help out because my father was dying of cancer at that time. And I was a full-time parent, so I was home all day taking care of my young son, as well as taking care of my father as he was, you know, slowly dying from cancer. And I was his primary caregiver. And Fallout 3 was, I like to say, like it almost saved my life. It came at the best possible time for me because it gave me something to do, a level of escapism that I really needed and really benefited me a lot, you know, kept me sane during that very tough time. And my father actually passed away 3 weeks after Fallout 3 came out. So besides taking care of my family, supporting my family through that tough time, and also taking care of my young son, Fallout 3 was my life outside of the real world. I just lived in that game. I don't even know how many playthroughs of that game, how many hours I've put into that game. And even though my favorite Fallout game is something coming later, Fallout 3, because of the emotional importance that it had in my life, is probably my favorite video game of all time. Just because it really, really helped me out in a way that I can't even fully put into words. And what also helps me is hearing similar stories. A lot of people have had similar experiences with Fallout 3, that it helped them through a grieving process of losing someone. And sometimes even specifically other people have said about losing their father, and how having a game where the primary storyline is about finding your father and following his trail and learning more about him and what he was doing. And so having a game that was all about finding your dad right after I lost my father was really important to me.
Yeah, that's really touching. It's interesting how video games can be a place. It's like you're describing two things. One, the similarities with the events relating to the events in your own life and touching you in like a very specific way, but then also being a place of safety and a place just like a good book or something, a place you can go when you're kind of emotionally not able to handle things in the real world. And it becomes it's not a safety net. I can't think of the word, but a place that you can really go and trust to be there to kind of help you cope. And it's nice that video games can provide that. I'm sorry you had to go through all that, but it sounds like you still have some very fond memories, and it's kind of a fun way to remember your dad. So thank you for sharing that with everybody. I'm sure there are going to be some people in our audience who can probably relate to that kind of thing. So, okay, let's move on to, nobody else have anything else? Anybody else have anything else for Fallout 3? I think we're done. Are we done, True Dog?
Yeah, I got one more, kind of to take it in a different direction.
Sure.
The hoarding in that game was on point, and the collectibles were really fun for me. And I had just kind of started getting into video games then. So that aspect of it really stood out for me, being able to find hidden areas, unmarked, unnamed locations with a bobblehead, and just that completionist sensation. I think out of all of them was probably I didn't play the first two, so I'm not sure, but that's what really stood out for me when I played 3.
Yeah, that's cool. My wife loves trying to collect everything in a game. She's very much a collector. I'm very much an explorer, as I mentioned before. So being able to find the locations that had these fun little hidden storylines and things, that's what I enjoyed a lot about it. So it sounds like you kind of have the combination of both.
I did want to say one thing, which is one of my favorite things to look at in Fallout lore is what was left behind before the Great War, what the culture was. And a lot of what we see is the positive stuff, like the Silver Shroud, Nuka-Cola, things like that. Fallout 3 gives us something that we don't actually get to see too much of, which is propaganda in the form of the Operation, Expedition Anchorage, or whatever that's called. I can't remember right at the moment. But the DLC where you get the winterized Anchorage power armor. Because if you look around in the building and like read through the logs, you find out that yes, this was primarily based off of real events. But the man who it was based off of was in the office and kept changing the storyline to make himself look better the entire time, and to make America look better, and to make the Chinese look worse. So it was a very blatant piece of propaganda, where I think the only other piece of propaganda quite that blatant is Liberty Prime himself. So that's just a really interesting thing to me, of not just, sugar bombs and Nuka-Cola and the Silver Shroud, which are all cool, but I mean, propaganda is propaganda. It can be seen as the darker side of how we deal with militarism. And to see that survive in some way was really interesting to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting. True Dog, did you have something else you wanted to say? I know you were still unmuted there for a second.
Thanks for asking.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, after 3, we have kind of a sidestep back to Obsidian, who created Fallout New Vegas. And in a lot of internet circles, I guess you could say that New Vegas is the favorite in the perspective of storyline, because the story is so dynamic and interesting and plays out in so many different ways. Do any of you guys list Fallout New Vegas as your favorite?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, True Dog. Why is Fallout New Vegas up there for you?
Well, it was a tough one between 3 and 4. I started with 3, but immediately got New Vegas after that. There's just something about the aesthetic of it, the desert environment, and kind of the way that one aspect of it was, I feel like the buildings and the society, they all kind of match the aesthetic, which was a big deal for me. And then the enemies and the way that they put clothing on the character models seemed to all match very well. The story had so many endings to it and gave you so much choice and opportunity. It felt really like you were in charge. And for the time, the use of the weapons, the modability, modifying each one, using different ammo types, using different companions, it just felt like an adult Lego where you could just keep rebuilding it and redoing it differently every single time you played. So, I mean, for that aspect of it, along with the perks being really, really interesting and exciting, made it stand out and kind of take the place as number one for me.
Yeah, they really did cram a lot in what was a very, very short development cycle. I mean, they didn't have to create the engine. The engine was basically handed over to them and some of the assets that they were going to use in the game. But the story, the craftability stuff, the companions, all of, the setting, the locations on the map, there's so much they had to create in such a very short time. And they didn't even get to it all, from what I understand. There was a lot of stuff that they kind of left on the cutting room floor. But yeah, it really is kind of a masterpiece looking back on it. At the time, it released very buggy, but you put all that stuff together and you end up with a very expansive game for the amount of time that they had to put it out.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think of it as a masterpiece, especially if you play it with all the downloadable content. That downloadable content was it took a game that was hundreds of hours of fun and playtime, and then added another 40, 50 hours of playtime and fun. And it fleshed out the story, including a lot of what we had. Like it didn't clash with the other games. It just kind of worked into it. And I know it was developed by a different studio than Bethesda. So having that kind of foresight to allow it to mesh and be interchangeable with the lore and successfully be a part of the whole story, is a nice, interesting aspect to it as well.
Yeah. So Nunamur has crazy thunder in the background. That's crazy, dude. All right. Well, let's move on to Fallout 4, because I know this is probably one of the ones that got the most votes, if I recall, looking at the list. Who wants to start us off here? Firewriter?
Oh, this is my favorite game ever.
Ever?
If you could make ever. If you could make, yes. I don't know what song you're singing, but yes. But if you could make a game that is perfect for me, this is it. Just every little thing about it from the first time I tried it was perfection. But the one thing I think that makes me keep replaying it over and over and over again is some of the major themes in it. And the one that I kind of wanted to look at was the theme that they have of moving past the past. And you see this embodied both in how your character has to move through the world because you're from the past, and also in the majority of the companions. Each of these characters, well, for one thing, sorry, let me back up.
That's fine.
To me, this is such a relatable theme because it's something that I've really struggled with a lot in my own life, just having rotten things happen and making bad choices and trying to, second guessing yourself and blaming yourself for terrible things that happened that weren't really your fault. And so it's almost like a kind of therapy that lets me work through that over and over again, because as each of these, as you help these companions kind of come to terms with their own past, they kind of talk you through it and you kind of hear their perspectives on it. And it's like talking to a therapist, which sounds ridiculous. I know it sounds ridiculous, but there it is.
No, it makes sense. You're dealing with the same emotions. It's kind of like listening to a song about a very specific feeling when you're dealing with a very similar feeling, and that song helps pull that feeling out of you, helps you kind of express that feeling due to an external stimulus. It's the same kind of thing. Or reading a book about, let's say you go through some sort of personal loss, and then you read the book about the same kind of thing, and it helps you really start to process and understand your own loss in a different way. It's the same kind of thing. It's just presented in a video game. So yeah, it totally makes sense.
That's also why I write in this world, because it's the same idea of, it's almost like my own personal therapy and working with these characters to work through something that's bothering me and kind of almost letting them talk it out with me, except it's coming from me. I'm sorry, I sound so weird.
No, that's fine.
But it's so cathartic and helpful, and I just really value the conversation that this game opened up and the characters it gave me to work with. And, it's like before each of these conversations, I usually make some notes to myself, and sometimes I don't use them all, but just writing them out kind of helps me think it through. And one of the things that I did this time around was I listed each of the characters, kind of what their issue was that they had to get past. And it just really continued to emphasize like how special I found these characters and how complex they are and how they're such flawed heroes. And
yeah, like actual human beings.
You just don't find that. Yeah, they are.
Right.
And I, it's like I almost relate to them as if they're real human beings, which again makes me sound whatever. But but to me, they feel very real because of the way that they're written. And I can't imagine another game ever matching this, quite honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And sometimes it's a time in your life kind of thing. And sometimes it's, the quality of the game and just those two things coming together right at the right time. That's
everything in this game cool. Just meshed perfectly. And even just like the mechanics made it accessible to me, because I'm not a Twitch first person shooter, but that's made it accessible. And it's like, without that, I wouldn't have been able to really dig into this game and get as much out of it as I have.
Yes. And I think that is really cool, because I think that if you really look back at the series, there's a lot of people who were not Twitch gamers who got into video gaming in general based on games like the Fallout series, because you didn't have to be a Twitch shooter. You could totally spec your character.
I've played other video games before, but I've never like taken the full deep dive like I have with this one. Just none of them have ever gripped me like this.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Thanks for sharing all that. All right. Do you have anything else you wanted to add on there before we move on?
No, that's pretty good.
Okay, cool. Magnus?
The part about Fallout 4 that I love is the economy, because you see, traveling through the waste, it's been 2 centuries or so since you were there and since the bombs dropped. And to see people going and actively trading, it makes me want to like dive into their lore and whatnot. And what I found interesting is if you pursue the path of the Institute and pursue to a point going to the terminals and whatnot, you find certain traders and certain people are in coherence with the Institute. Cricket being one of them, one of the weapons traders. And other such traders and traveling random encounters, after I found that, I really wanted to dive into the lore of them and see what was best, like how they affect. And one of the more interesting sets that I found was one Cricket, because she appears to be bashful and not really crazy, but like will shoot you if you annoy her, and very trigger happy, I guess. And then on the other side of that, you have people like Kat, who is a young girl who travels around with her robot Gus. And if you kill Gus, her only voice line to you is, "You have killed my only friend." And then you can't talk to her anymore. So showing so much development through NPCs that you might not even see is such a vital part of why I love Fallout 4, because it shows that Bethesda and the people who work there and the people who write the stories truly do care about the player searching for these answers and the player diving into the lore and actually caring that these are real people in the waste, and while they may be real lines of code in life, but they have their own stories, they have their own personal ambitions. One of the traveling traders is, I believe she sells chems. I believe her name is Stash, and she carries 2 bodyguards with her. One bodyguard is a young woman and one is a young man. The young man is addicted to Jet and uses Stash as a supplier. So he's internally indebted to her. He works off his payment and all that. And it's the woman who walks with him
I believe they say that their family, whether that's by blood or just by general relation, that they've been through so much together, she will not leave his side. She tries to help him get off chems and has tried in the past and succeeded. But while he's still indebted to her, he eventually gets back on chems and whatnot, but she sticks by his side no matter what. And to show stuff like that really makes me believe that if you were to pursue down the route of a trader yourself for roleplay reasons or other such things, you won't just be making up the lore yourself. You'll come across actual traders who have real stories and people who you kind of sit there and think, oh, they look like a trigger-happy, crazy woman wearing an orange hair thing. But really, when you look into it, she's a contract businesswoman or a young girl who's just scared. Or a person who just wants money.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite examples of it is Trash Can Carla, one of the first traders you meet. I wouldn't exactly know her as a trader, but if you rob her, which is one of the first options you can get, every interaction from then on, she'll call you the wannabe robber. And to show that that actually affects how your interactions with her later on will be, shows that Bethesda have actually thought about that stuff to me.
Yeah, there's a lot there. I mean, it's interesting because I wouldn't have even assumed that there was that much around specifically traders and the people that they are traveling with. But it seems like you've done the digging to find out that there is actually more there. And, that's just some of the complexity you find in these games that make them so endearing and interesting. And one of the reasons why you can just dive back in for hundreds of hours is because you can dig in and find that stuff. That's really cool. I'll have to look into some of that stuff too, because like I said, most of my focus has been on a lot of the more major themes and main characters. But every little character has potential to have more going on in the background than we would have originally thought. So that's very, very cool. Anything else, Magnus?
Nope, that's it.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest still eager to serve.
Have you ever wondered how deep the Elder Scrolls lore rabbit hole goes? Have you got a grasp of the basics and want to find out more about the universe? Written in Uncertainty is here to help you. We'll be mixing in philosophy, theology, and whatever other theory is useful with Elder Scrolls texts to untangle some of the biggest questions in the series, like what are dragon breaks, how does Chim work, where did the Dwemer go, and more. Check us out at writteninuncertainty.com or find Written in Uncertainty on any podcatcher. Thanks for listening, and catch you later in the Grey Maybe of Tamriel.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify, so I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later.
All right, friends. Thanks for tuning into the Fallout Lorecast this week. Middle of the episode stuff, because it's our patron episode, I need to take a minute and thank our new patrons this month. And I think I've got everybody on the list. I'm not sure if somebody might have signed up after we recorded the last episode. So if I miss anyone, then please let me know. I will absolutely call you out on the next episode. But right now we've got new tier 1 patron, Yu, new tier 2 patron, Paul K, tier 1 patron, Frankie, tier 4 patron, Jason M, tier 2 patron, Thwip with TH, tier 4 patron, Isaac R, tier 1 patron, Thomas K, tier 4 patron Jason M, and the new tier 3 patron Shamino. So thank you to all of the new patrons this month. That's a ton of new people. Thank you for your support. And as I mentioned later in the episode, I totally get that there is a lot going on in the world today. And if you need to take a break from being a patron for a few months because you have other expenses or things, please go ahead and do that. I'm not going to feel bad about it. You take care of yourself. I really do appreciate your support in the show. But if you can't do that for a little while, take care of the things you need to do. I'll see you when you come back. And you can always just keep listening during, regular or through regular podcatchers and that kind of thing. So thank you to all of our patrons. And now I get to go through our ratings and reviews, our reviews on Apple Podcasts. So as usual, if you left a 5-star rating and a review this last month, then you get it read out on the show at the end of the month. So let's get through these real quack. Oh my God. I just said real quack. That's like saying meow when you, never mind. Anyway, so let's go through this. So we have the Lorecast by Kerberos, ACK. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. 5 stars. I've listened to every episode and Tom is the freaking best. I enjoy the content so much. Well, thank you very much, Kerberos. Then we have Big J123, who writes, enjoyable and exciting from Australia. If you're curious about the lore of the Fallout world, this is for you. Robots does an excellent job of telling the endless stories of this extremely interesting world. Dwelling deep into the lore, I'm always satisfied with each episode. I love the updates about Derek at the end of each episode. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, I need to bring Derek back for Wastelanders for sure. Then we have Billy Joe Miller from the United States, who writes, freaking fantastic with a bunch of exclamation marks. I found the podcast in early February and I've listened to all of them since I have a job where I drive around all day. Robots is so phenomenal at researching and conveying the lore of the world I've loved since 3 came out. I can't wait to listen to all the other shows and catch up on them as well. Awesome. Thank you, Billy. Then we have Seminarium Lord from the US, who writes, an incredible podcast by Robots Radio. This was the first podcast I've listened to, and so far I have loved it. I was so sad when I got to the 111 episode and said it was going to end soon. And I think this is I mentioned this on the show recently. This is the podcast where I want to correct specifically. I was specifically saying that we were getting to the end of the list of vaults, but the show is not going anywhere. I will definitely still continue the show. So don't worry, Seminarium Lord. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. He continues, I'm assuming they continue, a great host, a great show, and a great sense of humor. Keep up the good work in whatever podcast you choose to do, Tom. Well, thank you very much. Then we have one more, Smooth 80 from the United States writes, the goodest Fallout podcast. Tom, Robots, has done a phenomenal job delivering the lore of the Fallout universe in an in-depth yet accessible way. His smooth radio voice and funny sense of humor make it a true delight to listen to. He takes the time out to involve his listeners both behind the scenes in Discord, Twitter, etc., as well as having his high-level patrons on monthly to discuss lore, missions, Dollivers, I think they mean followers, and other aspects of the game, of the games. Truly a great listen if you are even remotely interested in everything Fallout. Great job, Tom. Well, thank you very much, Smooth80. And as always, if you leave a ratings or review, I will call it out on the next episode. And you can leave ratings on other things other than Apple Podcasts or iTunes if you use other platforms. All of that is very helpful in conveying the value of the show to potential new listeners and helps me an absolute metric buttload. I really, really appreciate anything you guys do to help support the show. And that is a big, big part of it. So, all right, let's wrap that stuff up. It's time to get back to the rest of this episode.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
Cool. Anybody else pick Fallout 4 for their specific one? Rich?
Yeah, I did not mainly for the storyline aspect. So I started playing Fallout with Fallout 3, and I got hooked there just because I've never played a game like that where you can choose the dialogue you say and what you say affects the way that the game around you plays and everything like that. And then from there, played New Vegas. And then with Fallout, that got me playing the Skyrim. So I ended up playing Skyrim for a while. But with Fallout 4, what the reason why it's my favorite is not more the storyline aspect, it's more the creativity aspect that they give you in this one, where you have a wide range of creative options. That goes from both on the PC and on the consoles themselves, because I've seen a lot of reviews and stuff of different mods that you can do on the PCs that you can't do on the consoles. And what people have come up with is really freaking cool. And that's what drove me to it, because it's like the weapon customization to armor customization to the power armor customization. Then you can build your own settlements, establish a network of trading and having just business going and everything like that, which drew me more into Fallout. And I went through about 4 different playthroughs of how do I want to set everything up, and I still have one main playthrough that I keep going back to and adding to, because I keep having different ideas, and I've spent the most time with it. I think I have like 200 hours logged into it so far.
Wow.
Just with the game already finished and just establishing my network and everything. And yeah, that was Fallout 4 was definitely the most fun game I've ever played, and all of the games I've ever played throughout. God knows, starting off on the PS1 days.
Right, man. So you brought up creativity, and nobody else so far has brought up anything about the building and the creativity around building, and that might be something somebody brings up for Fallout 76. Did you build a whole lot, Rich?
I never really played Fallout 76.
Well, in 4, did you build
in 4,
your settlements and stuff?
Yeah. Oh, I've had a settlement and thing just about ever. My biggest settlement was the island that you can take back over from the Murlocs and the Raiders that are on it.
Yeah, that's a good location to build on.
You just have this massive island at your disposal and a whole bunch of land that you can literally do anything. I have at least a small city already established on it.
Yeah, very cool. All right, anything else to add, Rich?
No, that's mainly it.
Cool. Yeah, it is very cool to see all the creativity that comes from the community around Fallout in general, but Fallout 4 also. All right. Anybody else have 4 listed who hasn't had a chance yet? Victor, is 4 your favorite?
4 is my all-time favorite. It's the only one that I've actually done a complete playthrough of. Well, quote unquote complete. I turned on God mode because I'm bad at video games.
Oh no.
But it's my favorite for two very distinct reasons. One, while I adore New Vegas's DLC because it's all interconnected, like you have to play through all of them, or you have to play through the main 3: Honest Hearts, Dead Money, Old World Blues to be able to get the Lonesome Road. I still prefer the DLC for 4, specifically Far Harbor. I want to say Far Harbor's 4 and Point Lookout's 3. I always get those two mixed up. Okay.
Yes.
Far Harbor and Nuka World. Far Harbor kind of delves more into my secondary reason of why I like Fallout, but I adore Nuka World just simply because one of my other interests is theme park history, and Nuka World is legally distinct to Disney World.
Right.
And I love it all the way down to, I guess spoilers, but if you finish the Cappy quest, there's that old urban legend about, Walt Disney's frozen head under the foundations of Disney World or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to go down, and there's the preserved head of the CEO of Nuka-Cola.
That's so good.
And that call out to that specific little bit of urban legend is so cool to me. And again, even adding in another way to play of going in with the Raider factions is really interesting as well. But the main reason I love Fallout in general, but especially Fallout 4, is yes, the human characters are human, but all of my favorite characters are non-human. With the exception of Arcade, all of my favorite characters and companions in Fallout are non-humans, generally ghouls. But I also love Curie, who is a I forgot what the Mr. Handy female equivalent name is.
Nurse. This is there's a name for the female one.
The character's name is Curie, though. She's
Miss Nanny.
edited with.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Miss Nanny. And there's this underlying theme that maybe this is me reading way too into it, but there's this underlying theme of with the Institute, synths and are synths human, inhuman? Do they have control? Things like that. And one of the reasons I identify so much and I love so much these non-human characters is because in Fallout they are a minority.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm as queer as a $3 bill. And I see a lot of myself in their stories of struggling to survive, struggling to find a place for themselves, just wanting to be left alone and allowed to live. Especially in the stories of like Hancock and Nick Valentine. Especially Nick, because he fought long and hard to be able to make a place for himself in Diamond City despite being a synth. Right. And this overarching story of, yes, you're going to the Institute because you have to find your son, but then you get to know these people, and if you're at all sympathetic to the synths, you end up really kind of digging into what they're about and what's going on with them, and that brings up a whole bunch of questions about morality and everything. But I keep going back over and over to this. It may be the end of the world, but some people will treat the difference still like second class citizens.
Right.
And it brings that layer of realism, and I'm probably not wording this as well as I would really like to, but the whole theme and idea of having these non-human companions that you can grow close to and attached to. Like I said, especially for me, Hancock and Nick Valentine is so important to me. And it's not like Bethesda shied away from queer characters before. Veronica and Arcade in New Vegas, I know for a fact. Hancock's pansexual, as far as I can tell. As long as you start flirting with him, he's happy.
Yeah.
So it's not like they shy away from it, but they also kind of, I don't know if they even meant to, but this whole overarching story besides finding your son, but when you get out into the wasteland, the big concern is synths. Are they evil? Are they able to be controlled? Can white synths be recontrolled? And all of these things happening all over, it just, I don't know, it struck a chord with me really, really deep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There was I forget somebody answered something about the importance of fiction and fantasy worlds. I don't remember who the author was. I think it was an author or a professor or somebody. And somebody was challenging the question of, what is the value of fictional storytelling to society or fantasy storytelling to society? Because it all seems like on the surface, it seems fantastical. What does this have to do with reality? It's about these worlds that aren't reality. So how does that connect to reality? What's the point? What's the value? And the answer was that it creates this mirror that we can then see ourselves in and understand objectively more about our own reality through seeing reflections in that fantasy reality. That fantasy world can actually represent the things that we're dealing with in a way that allows us to kind of extrapolate and understand it differently, or to relate to in a way that we couldn't relate to before because we're too close to our own reality. But when you take, for example, I'm 100% straight white American male. I by all means won the genetic lottery based on what our society expects and values and all of those things. Like, I totally understand that. I am by no means a minority in pretty much any way possible ever. But that creates a dilemma in my ability to understand people who are going through difficulties that I didn't have to go through. But by being able to play through this type of thing in a game and see a different type of person go through similar feelings and be able to relate to them in a way that's distinctly different from our own world, that then turns around and it helps me to understand people in our own world going through similar plights, feeling separated, feeling like they don't have a place in society, feeling like they're struggling to be taken seriously. All of these kinds of issues that may not have been things that I specifically dealt with in the same way. So there really is value there. That's really cool that you bring that up. And from your perspective, it's to have those things be things that you connect with in the game and can relate to in a way is really cool.
Yeah, this kind of goes a little bit into video games in general, just as a quick thing. But there's that argument of, forced diversity. And it's like, well, there's diversity in reality. You just ignore it.
A lot of people just ignore it, or what they do is they end up living in a very comfortable bubble. It's the same way that Facebook starts to only show you stuff that you already agree with. So you feel like the whole world represents you. And then the 1 out of 10 times that something shows up on your feed, that's something you don't agree with, you feel like it's the minority. And then we do the same things in our own lives. We end up, hanging out with our friends who are very similar with us. We end up working, in most of us, if we have the opportunity, for a business that includes people who are like ourselves. We look at the media that we watch and ingest. We separate ourselves and we create these bubbles. We only go to the places of the internet that people like us go to, and the kinds of websites that we look at, and the kind of content that we put into our eyes and our ears. And it's not that the world is not diverse. It's that we often separate ourselves from the diversity. So, yeah, totally.
And for the person who is being represented by that diversity, having it done in a mainstream way. I'm actually going to use a slightly different thing, but Miles Morales as playing Spider-Man in Into the Spider-Verse. To anybody who is not white, it is so important to be able to see that there are people out there who aren't you, who enjoy this character, even though you might feel brought down because of who you are. And it's the same with, like gender and sexuality and all that. Seeing yourself in media that other people consume can help you feel a little bit less like an outcast.
Right. Yeah, it's in gender studies, for specifically women, being able to see other women be successful in the things that they value creates more young women who often start to head down the path of trying to achieve those goals. A young girl who's interested in science, by seeing other female scientists, makes them more likely to take that as a legitimate path for their future. It's the same exact kind of thing when you can see reflections of yourself. Also, what I think that the value of this is as well is, and you bring up Into the Spider-Verse, my son is 9 years old. He's a white male. By all means, I think he's probably heterosexual. He's only 9 years old, so I don't fully know yet, but that's my guess. But he sees something like Into the Spider-Verse, and they have this diversity of Spider-Men, right? And Spider people. And his favorite is Miles. And it's because Miles is a kid. And the regular Spider-Man is a grown-up guy. He's more like his dad, and just being able to see a kid Spider-Man, and he doesn't care that he's a different culture and that his skin's a different color or whatever. He's connecting with it because he's a kid. So that makes it feel more connecting to him, which is really cool.
Yeah. And just being able to see that kind of stuff. And I will say, actually, in Fallout, yes, Bethesda and Obsidian have been really good to us about letting us have queer characters. But the thing is if you have a queer character, they also don't make it 100% wine and roses. There are characters who will respond negatively if you have a confirmed bachelor or cherche la femme. And I don't know, having that representation with the reality, but then there's also characters who support that in a game. It adds this balance to it that makes it really important. And that Bethesda tackles it not only with minorities in the sense of queer characters or whatever, but minorities in the sense of the totally unhuman. And they're able to explore those ideas even more is really impressive to me and really important. And so overall, when I was trying to decide which one's my favorite game, I love New Vegas, but I kept going back to Fallout 4 because there's so many non-humans I love out of 4. So I do apologize for taking this down
That's fine.
a weird social justice, diversity thing. But that's something that's really important to me, and it's something that I really do deeply appreciate about how Bethesda has done its writing for 4.
Sure, totally. Yeah. I mean, and what's also awesome about these games is that you can connect to it on that level. And I can appreciate those kinds of things on a similar level, but I'm not you, but I can appreciate those things. But then I can also appreciate that when I shoot the super mutant, his head blows off and the graphics look freaking cool with his bloody head flying across the screen. You know, like there's that part's awesome too. You know, like this is what happens. And I think that this is a wonderful recipe when you take a diversity of things and a diversity of the reasons why we all come to video games, and you put them all in a game and you do a generally above par job with all of those different things. Is you create something that can be enjoyed by lots of different people in lots of different ways. And it creates a lot for us to talk about, which I think is really, really cool.
And if you both like the same thing and you're trying to explain it to someone, you can be like, you have a way of communicating. You have a similar language to describe what's going on because you both enjoy the same universe. And so it really kind of makes connecting with people who you don't know their experience, but you've seen a similar experience, and if they've played the game, they can talk to you about how, yes, this is the same, but this is different. And community, which is a huge part of Fallout, is the community. And so between fostering that community and injecting that community into the games, Bethesda with bugs and business choices may fall flat on their faces occasionally, but when it comes to heart and story, they're usually right on the nose for what they're writing.
Yeah. Well, very cool, Victor. Let's give somebody else a chance. Anyone else want to chime in about 4 or any of the stuff that we've brought up about 4? Nunimer?
Yeah, just real quick is just to represent Boston here, being the one member here who's a native Long Bostonian, having my favorite video game series be set in my hometown was just amazing. Just seeing things that I see every single day, but seeing them in this alternate reality, this alternate future, it was just amazing. I mean, I actually could find my house in the game. It was underwater, but it was there approximately, at least as far as the location is concerned. And seeing literally my not just the city I live in, but my neighborhood represented in the game was so cool. And I think that setting wise, the Commonwealth was just such a great place to go to, and showed a very different environment than we've seen in other games, and a lot of diversity of different locations and different people and different things like that was just really cool. And it's so nice to see my hometown represented in Fallout.
Yeah, that's very cool. I wish I could have that experience. Every time someone says Boston, More Than a Feeling starts playing in my brain. More than a feeling. Anyway, anybody else want to chime in about 4? Any other thoughts on this one? Looks like we're done talking about 4. So we're going to move on to probably the most controversial Fallout in memory ever. Fallout 76. And Fallout 76 had a rough start, and Wastelanders got delayed a week, which it makes sense. I mean, it takes businesses a while to adjust to some of these kinds of issues with trying to have people isolated and potentially sick and not necessarily able to work. So the fact that it's coming out only a week later is kind of a blessing in a way, if you think about it. Who's got Fallout 76 as their absolute favorite Fallout? We've got Nunimer and Sunless. Let's go to Sunless, because Sunless hasn't had a chance to chime in too much yet.
Okay. Well, for me, 76 is my favorite for a couple of reasons. The first is that when I was growing up, the games that I played were more exploration based, a lot of like the Myst games. So,
yeah, I remember
that. And even my first online game was actually Myst Online. So I kind of developed in games that weren't super violent or shooty. It was all about exploring, finding stuff, finding story, in books and journals and whatever. So when 76 came out with no NPCs, that was like right up my alley. All the story is told to you through holotapes and terminal entries. And the map is huge. There's tons of exploration, which there's fighting, but you can avoid a lot of it. And so I spend most of my time just running around the map.
Yeah, it is 4 times the size of Fallout 4.
And you can tell when you're running around in it.
Yeah.
And the other reason is just the story itself. Kind of the duality you see of the terminal entries from before the war. You see, the effects of automation on Appalachia. And kind of you see how America was almost kind of tearing itself apart. You could see, the higher class people were just completely running over the lower class, the miners and the workers.
Yeah, completely different than it is today. He says sarcastically. Go on.
Absolutely not based in on reality.
Right. Yeah, it's totally fictional.
But then you get to after the war when you see all the different factions, and the overseer. I guess spoiler. It's been out a year-ish more. One of her recordings is she says that all of these groups together had everything they needed to rebuild society, to defeat the Scorched. But instead of everyone deciding, hey, let's not do what we did before, and tear ourselves apart, they broke into their little groups, and eventually everyone died.
Yeah, and I think that's a very much a commentary on just humans in general, how we have this habit of just making the same mistakes over and over and over.
Exactly. And I think aside from being really poignant for today, internet culture and everything like that, seeing war never changes because humans haven't. And then it's up to us as the players, say, are we going to learn from what came before? Are we going to work together, or are we going to break apart and end up the same way?
Yeah. Yeah. And what's also cool about 76 is that if you didn't get into it in the first year because of the changes in Wastelanders, you will not have that experience ever again. So if you're interested in what Sunless is talking about here, you've got 2 weeks to jump in there and just see what the world was like devoid of other people before they return. And I think that's really kind of cool to have an experience that you in some ways can't ever go back to, that the world just keeps changing and growing. And I'm interested to see how that plays out over the next few years. Anything else, Sunless?
No, I think that was it for me.
Cool. Nunimer, did you have something to add? Is this on your favorite list? Is this your favorite?
This is my favorite. Like I was saying before, Fallout 3 is my favorite video game of all time, but somehow Fallout 76 is my favorite Fallout game. It's my favorite Fallout experience. And the reason for that is because of the way I play other Fallout games, where I role play a lot more in it, where I kind of decide who the person is I'm creating in the game, what their personality is, what their goals are. And also with the other games, you're playing a character. You can self-insert, you can, create your own personality for that character, but it's always a specific person who has a history. So it's, the Vault Dweller or the Chosen One or the Sole Survivor, whatever the case may be for each of the games. Fallout 76 is completely different because you are not the hero. You're just a person. You're just one of many. You're not unique. You're not special. It's more like real life. where you're just your own person in that world. And a lot of people really enjoy role playing in 76, and that's awesome and, really fun. But for me, it's the first game where I'm playing it 100% as myself. It is me. And
you're role playing yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. I spent a long time in the character creator trying to make it look as much like myself as I could, which I never do that. I always make unique characters for games with character creators. And in this game, everything I do in the world is I think through what would I do? How would I handle this situation? Even down to game mechanical things like how I set up my special stats, what skills I use kind of based on what my skills might be if I was in that actual situation, what I would try to do. Even down to the point of mutations, which is an awesome part of the game. But I've been playing since the beta, and only recently have I started to get into mutations because I thought about myself and I was thinking I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't mess with my genetic code. I'd be too scared. It would freak me out. I just wouldn't want to mess with my DNA. And what happened was, much like many things work in life, you might have a gateway experience to something new and it opens you up. And what happened for me was I accidentally got the marsupial mutation. And
it's probably the best one to accidentally get.
It is. And it's amazing. And once I got that, I thought, like, in real life, I can't jump well. I just can't jump high. And so I thought, well, if I could change that about myself, wouldn't I do that? Wouldn't I upgrade myself? And now I'm walking around with 4 permanent mutations. So it was a sort of gateway experience. And now I'm all about mutations. So, like, even in an experience like that, I find myself reflecting my own experiences, my opening up to new experiences and changing as a person, even within the game. And it was kind of funny because unlike a lot of other Fallout games, I run a lower charisma and a lower intelligence just because they're not as useful as some of the other special stats.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you were just, role playing yourself.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, like, I'm not calling myself that intelligent, but my younger son, thankfully has a lot of respect for his father.
Oh,
and
nice.
When he looked at my special stats, he's like, why is your intelligence so low? He actually got upset with me. He's like, I thought it's supposed to be you. If it's you, it should have a higher intelligence.
What do you put it at?
Thank you.
You're like, well, I said it's to 3. What do you put it at?
Well, the way I rationalized that was I said, it's like I wear glasses for distance. And if I'm reading something up close, I take my glasses off. So I said, it's just like that, where if I'm focused, as long as I have 3 in intelligence, which I think I have 5, but I can equip any perk card that I need to. I just need to switch it out. So it's like in real life, if you're very focused on one experience, your skills might be boosted on that one thing that you're focused on. Mm-hmm. And then when you switch to something else, it's like putting on a different hat. So
right. You basically you're limiting yourself to one focus at a time.
Exactly.
Rather than being somebody who's like a Renaissance man who's able to, juggle multiple things all at the same time and move from one thing to the next.
Right. And that's kind of what I do in my personal life. When I'm focused on one thing, I become obsessed with that one thing, and it's all I think about, and I learn as much as I can. And then after a while, I'll move on to something else. So I kind of reflect that as well. So like I said, like even down to the game mechanics, I think about everything as far as what I would do in real life. If I had somehow my parents were brought into the vault, somehow I was born just as myself into the Fallout world, and I treat it as a way to experience the universe of Fallout from my personal perspective. And like I said, even though with other Fallout games, I might self-insert certain aspects of my personality or aspects of decisions I might make in the game, it's still the character. It's still that specific character in that story. Whereas this is just a way to sort of experience the world as a whole. And I'm very curious as to what some of the decisions coming up in Wastelanders is going to force me to make, because it's been very individualistic as far as, you know, the decisions you're making. You're not really changing the lives of other people. You're just, you know, completing these goals and doing these different things that don't really directly impact the world around you. But that's going to change. And now I'm going to have to start making more traditional Fallout choices that may be very morally gray and may be very difficult to make, especially where I've invested so much emotionally into 76, of it being an experience of myself in the Fallout world. And I'll play a lot of Fallout games where I'll just pop it on and I'll just start wandering around doing random stuff, not even worrying about quests or worrying about completing goals. I'll just explore, like you were saying before, about enjoying the exploration. And 76 is a game where I'm rewarded for that, where I don't need to necessarily be working on a quest. I could just be wandering around, finding new stuff. And like I said, I've been playing from the beta, and I'm still finding new things all the time. And it's so massive, and they're going to be obviously adding so much more too. So it's a great experience. And it's the only game I've ever played in my life that I play it every single day. I at least hop on, even if it's just for an hour or less. I play it. It's become a ritual. It's become part of my daily life. I play this game every day. So I get why some people don't like it. I understand how it's controversial, but to me, it is everything I expected it to be, and it's everything I wanted it to be. So I just absolutely love Fallout 76.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's a wonderful, I don't know, synopsis of your experience. I think it's interesting that you're like, well, I've got to be able to role play myself and be selfish, and now I have to start caring about other people. We'll see how that goes. Because, you know, got to make those tough choices. It'll be interesting to talk to you again once Wastelanders is out and see how that has affected the way that you're engaging with this world. I think that's going to be really cool to catch up on. All right. Anybody else have any thoughts about Fallout 76? Firewriter?
This is a game that it took me a little while to relate to and engage with, and I had multiple false starts on it. But now it's easily my second favorite in the series. And part of it took, it sounds dumb, but getting another console and being able to play with different people who were more available, and that made it possible for me to get out of this one kind of area of the map that I was trapped in. And once I was able to do that, you know, this whole world opened up, and it completely changed the way that I engage with it now. And I've been playing it steadily, like daily for hours, especially now that I'm home all the time, since early February. And it's really cool because I've had the chance to play with like Nunimer and True Dog and you know, some of the other folks on here, which is really cool. And Nunimer and I have had like really great conversations about that too. And I'm so freaking excited for Wastelanders to come out because I can't wait to find out what the characters' backstories are. Yeah. And you know, and see if they can do it again. That's my big drive for that right now. But yeah, I just wanted to time, but I'm there and I'm super into it now.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, fingers crossed. I hope they come out pretty good. True Dog, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I did. When I first started playing 76, it was almost 8 months into it being out, and I definitely was affected by the hype and the negativity around what people were saying about 76 and just kind of listening to everyone talk here and Sunless talk about it. The exploration really did change my feelings about it. Like getting into there, and I guess even Numer said it from the beta, he's still finding new stuff, and it's so expansive, it's so large, and the story, which, you know, gets criticized a lot, it's a mystery, and it sucks you into it as you move along, and it is one of those really great games that, you know, at another point you can start playing with a couple friends and just kind of joke around and have a good time. So it definitely took me by surprise and caught me off guard that I ended up, you know, I'm at like 100 hours on that thing. And I definitely, when I got it, did not think that was the result that was going to come from purchasing the game. But it's one of those good ones.
Right. Yeah, I've mentioned it before. I enjoy exploring in a game, and having a game that big to wander around and try to find all the little details was a lot of fun for me. That was one of the reasons why I don't think I had as much of a negative take as a lot of people did when it first came out, because I wasn't expecting to come across NPCs and have a companion and do that. I you know, that was a Fallout 4 and a Fallout 3 and a New Vegas thing, and that was cool. And I also enjoyed exploring and you know, the feeling of the world and all that kind of thing. And Fallout 76 seemed like more of that kind of an experience, so I was down with that too. So yeah, I think just giving that a chance is something that if you enjoy it at all, you'll find that Fallout 76 has it in spades. Victor?
I just wanted to say on the story that I really, now, full disclosure, never played 76 myself, mostly watched Oxhorn's videos. But the story is there, and the story is deep and as good as the other games. It's just you don't have a physical character in front of you telling it. You're listening to the holotapes, you're reading the logs, which is something that I always loved about Fallout to begin with. I think it might just be a case of I didn't expect the story in that way. That kind of has people saying, oh, there wasn't much of a story, at least in my opinion. And then the added benefit of both callbacks to pre-war media with the Mistress of Mysteries quest line, which is really fun.
That is really fun.
And the entirety, if you can find all of the holotape for I don't remember what the full title is, but from the West Virginia Hill, about all the urban legends. It gives you both the stories of what was happening right up to the Great War, which is some of my favorite stuff. And then it also gives you all of the stories of the people who have clearly attempted survival and then either left or died. Mm-hmm. And once you start thinking about it as you're not interacting with these characters, you're finding out the whys of where they're gone or dead, the story really starts to bloom out from there.
Right. Yeah. Very, very true. Anyone else have any thoughts on 76, Magnus?
One of the things I love about 76, like going from very much, I was a multiplayer FPS player. I loved them. And going into Fallout was my kind of escape from that. And then when 76 came out, I was very skeptical about getting it. I didn't get it till I think maybe 6-7 months after it came out. And when I had gotten it, I didn't play much because I was very much in the boat of I had no one to play with. I found it very daunting to play by myself. And when I eventually got groups to play with, it would be they'd play for a bit, get off, play for a bit. Like, it would never be consistent. When I found a reason to get it on PC, and I had people to play with on PC, I played it more to be around them than to play it for myself. And that pushed me away from the game. But now that I'm getting back into it, I realize the game has so much potential to both be how you want to play it and how it can shape you. Because while PvP isn't much in the game, I personally have come across a few experiences with PvP, and usually just getting on mic and talking to the person usually like will bring into a whole nother aspect. You meet so many people who have so many different views on life and so many different ways of adapting to stuff. And I found, especially in events that just randomly pop up, you find so many unique people, from the reasons why they chose their characters and how they decided to build their characters, into the reason that why they decided to pick up the game, or what they've experienced through the game with who they decide to align themselves with. Even though Wastelanders is bringing in factions, I've met factions in the game of players, just groups of players who decide to band together and say, right, we are this group. We are going to role play as this group. And that to me shows really great progress within the community, because while Bethesda had set out with the intention for PvP to be an option, very rarely is it used. And that kind of shows how thriving the community is and how much the community loves to be what it's there for, which is each other.
Yeah. Ken from the Fallout Hub, the Chad Fallout 76 podcast show, that's very much his favorite thing. He talks about getting together with people and all the different communities and people who have become the people you come across in the game, the factions you come across in the game. And I hope that Bethesda continues to enable that in ways that can make it even more interesting for players to really role play who they want to be in this world, especially with their friends. I think that you're onto something there for sure. Nunimer, do you have something to add?
Yeah, just with what's going on in the world right now with the coronavirus and everything, we really appreciate people that are out there fighting it, whether it be people in the medical field or people like Aperture, who's not with us right now, but out there making deliveries and doing all the things that need to be done in the world. A group that we should have a lot of appreciation for are first responders. And I've had the opportunity in the past to work as a first responder, and it's very difficult, very hard responsibility to have. So I just wanted to give a shout out to one of the most underappreciated factions that Bethesda has created, which is the responders, which was a group of people that came together after the Great War to just try to save people, to try to make the world safer, to selflessly put themselves out there, to protect people, to save people, to cure people. And when you get into that lore and you get into that story and find holotapes about them getting trained and what their experiences were in the past, some of those holotapes are very emotionally moving, and the voice acting for the holotapes in 76 is some of the best voice acting I think I've ever heard in any of the Fallout games. It's just really wonderful, but definitely big appreciation for the faction of the responders, and in turn also big appreciation our real life heroes that are out there protecting people and trying to get the world through this crisis that we're currently in.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That is important. And I wish Aperture could have made it today. He's a bit worn out, I think, from having to be out there helping deliver things. And I know that there are a lot of people who are probably listening to this show who are, have key roles and key jobs and are really, I think things are just going to continue to ramp up over the next month. So thank you for all you do and for being there for other people and for taking all of this very seriously, because, you could be saving people's lives and helping people have food on their tables and toilet papers for their butts. And also, thank you to the pizza guy who helped deliver my pizza the other day. I appreciate you still working as well. Otherwise I wouldn't have had pizza. So I know that's kind of a comedic beat on this, but it's true. Thanks for being at work so I can get pizza. I appreciate it. All right, guys, let's wrap this up. I think we've kind of gone over everything. Anybody else have any last minute things to add in? Any other thoughts, Soybean?
Yeah, I did want to touch on how Magnus mentioned that people were forming their own factions. And for me, I definitely resonated with the Cult of the Mothman. And when I first was hearing about the game, what really drew me in was all the talk about the cryptids. And I was excited to see Fallout going to like less serious route, you know?
Wacky Land.
Yeah, it's more like Wild Wasteland, but main game.
Yeah, I don't know who even plays it without Wild Wasteland on. Come on.
You know, at this point.
Right.
So, you know, like I played since beta and I hopped out of Vault 76 and headed straight to Point Pleasant and built my camp right there. And I've had my camp around Point Pleasant ever since. It's changed places around the town. But, you know, I've finally got my church dedicated to the Mothman built right outside the sign that says "Welcome to Point Pleasant."
Nice.
And I'm so excited for Wastelanders and seeing more of the cult. And to those that will be hostile, then they are truly not the cult of the Mothman, because the Mothman promotes peace. The wise Mothman is the true Mothman.
All thanks to the wise Mothman.
Yes.
Amen.
And that is my input.
I would love for you to do a series of like Mothman worship videos for YouTube.
Oh, I would love to.
Oh man, you should do some live because we can't meet in person due to the coronavirus. The cult of the Mothman will be meeting electronically.
Yes.
Let's commence our ceremonies and then go through like an entire hour long like worship service. That would be great.
All right, everyone, do the clasping hands emoji in the live stream. Thank you.
There you go. That'd be so good. You should just stream that. You should have like regular weekly Mothman ritual service. That would be great. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining me again this week. This has been super fun as usual. And we need to start brainstorming ideas for next month. Does anybody have any thoughts? What you guys might want to cover? Victor?
I actually have an idea simply because of what Soy said. So next month is the month of April. Mm-hmm. It's home of technically 4 main holidays. I always forget about Easter because I don't celebrate it. Easter, Tax Day, although for most of the United States, Tax Day has been pushed out, and April Fools. And I was thinking, the Wild Wasteland is a thing, and that feels kind of jokey. What if we did something like about our favorite Wild Wasteland...
favorite wacky thing?
Favorite wacky thing
yeah.
In honor of a very late April Fools.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, favorite wacky Fallout stuff.
Yeah, if there's other ideas, I'd be cool with it, but that was just off the top of my head.
Yeah, Fallout silliness. Yeah. Totally. Okay. Well, you guys are already in chat, like coming up with all sorts of fun ideas. Yeah, let's be thinking about that. And listeners, if you guys are interested in joining us for the episode next month, then go ahead and check out the patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. And if you sign up at tier 4 or higher, then you get to join us at the end of the month. And it is almost always on the last Sunday night of the month at about 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. And if that seems like something that you can do and you would like to help support the show, then feel free to do that and come join us next month to talk about some wacky Wasteland stuff. And if any of you guys are listening who are our other tier 4 patrons and you couldn't make it this month, shoot me a note. If there was something that came up and you had some issues, let's talk. I'll figure out how we can help kind of work things out for you. And also, I also wanted to bring this up as well. If you guys are in any sort of dire financial straits because of the issues with the world right now and you feel bad not supporting the show, please do not feel bad. If you need to take a few months off, do what you need to do. I will survive. We're going to be okay. So, although I very, very much do appreciate you guys contributing to the show and to my ability to financially do this as kind of an almost full-time sort of thing. At the same time, a month or two without the same support that you normally give is totally going to be fine. I'm sure things will straighten out at some point, and then you'll be able to come back and enjoy being on the show again or supporting the Patreon or whatever. So do what you need to do. Don't feel bad about it. I will be okay. I'm not going to hold any grudges. I'm not going to be like, 10 people are no longer my patrons. I feel like garbage. No, I totally get it. no harm. So, but once you're able to come back, I appreciate that as well too. So of course I love talking with you guys at the end of the month. So let's wrap this up. Let's go down alphabetically through the list and go back through and let people know how to get a hold of you if you want to chat about some Fallout stuff or just kind of, talk with you or hang out and get together, play games or whatever. True Dog?
Hey, okay. Well, I'm always on the Discord. You can find me there. And then I have my Instagram, which is oakenpaw_ranch. You can get a hold of me there. I always also thank Ped, Waterfall of the Desert, for giving me the chance to, come on and talk on the show. And I think we were going to devote this episode to Aperture as well for what he's been doing. So wanted to send a big thank you to him. Right.
Cool. Yeah. And thanks, Aperture. Firewriter?
Hey, I'm usually hanging out on the Discord, and you can come find me on Twitter at Firewriter, fire with a Y. Always down to chat about Fallout and fanfics and all that kind of thing.
Very cool. And Nunimer?
Yeah, you can find me on the Discord and on Twitter with the same name, Nunimer. And also want to back up what True Dog was saying. Definitely big love out there to Aperture and what he's doing. Very selfless and hard work that he's doing. That's very important. And to everyone listening at home, hopefully you're staying safe and staying healthy and taking all the precautions that you need to, because it'd be much better. I don't remember where I first heard this, but it'd be much better when all of this is over to look back at it and say that we did too much, that we overreacted, than to look back on it when it's all done and wish that we had done more. So
yeah, it's either one or the other.
Exactly. So stay in if you can, wash your hands, be careful, and take care of yourself and take care of your family and take care of all those you love.
Yep. Yeah, it's important. Rich?
Everyone can find me either on Discord, or if people want, you can find me on Xbox at Dark Angel 96 VI. And just a quick general question.
Sure.
I'm really curious at how many people think Tom sounds like Arnie off of Hello from a Magic Tavern, because y'all really do sound a lot alike. Because I was listening to it the other day, and I swear to God, I thought it was you.
We're
Then he said Arnie. I'm like,
person.
wait a second.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Every so often I get somebody who's like, you sound like this. And it's almost never the same thing. It's like somebody different. So I don't know. Maybe we come secretly from the same place somehow. I don't know.
If you gotta listen to your podcast and then Hello for the Magic Tavern back to back, and you tell me that y'all do not sound a lot like.
Yeah, I'll have to do that. Hello from the Magic Tavern. I've heard of it. I've never given it a listen, so I'll need to look.
You gotta give it a listen. It's pretty good.
Yeah, cool, very cool. And Soybean.
Hello. You can find me at Soybean the Wolf pretty much anywhere. My PSA is stop touching your face. I know you're doing it right now, because I do it all the time. And shout out to all my fellow factory workers who are also working super overtime right now. And I hope that you're listening to this podcast and it's making your day go faster.
Thanks. Yeah, go faster, Day. Sunless Sketcher.
Hey, well, I'm on the Discord, and I'm also on Twitter at Sunless Sketcher. And I don't have a PSA. I think we covered those.
Sounds good. And Victor?
I'm primarily just on the Discord at Victor with a K, because I'm special like that. And I don't have a PSA. I just want to publicly thank Firewriter. I've been going through a lot of financial stress due to losing my job and then not being able to find another one. And she was sweet enough to make sure that I could join this month. I literally cried when I found out. So I just really wanted to thank her again, because you guys are some of the best friends I've had in a long time.
Yeah, that was super nice of her. She, for people who don't know,
welcome.
Yeah,
I'm really glad I could do that for you.
Yeah, she chipped in for Victor to be able to join this month. So thank you very much. That was very nice of you. All right. Well, thank you again for joining me. And and also, I just want to put this out there for everyone. I've started a new podcast. I know. Imagine that. Tom has a new podcast. But this one is with Stuart from Committee Quest. We're doing a Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. So go check that out. It's up on everywhere that most people listen to podcasts at this point. It's still being distributed some other locations, but Apple, Spotify, there's even a video up on the Robots Radio YouTube. It's not actual video, but you can listen to it and watch the little waveform move if you want to go check that out. So go check that out as well. And until next week, you guys stay safe, stay separated, don't touch your faces. And I will see you next week with another regular episode of the Fallout Lorecast. And until next month, I'll see you guys later. I'm just kind of drawing this out at this point. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening to the Fallout Lorecast. All sounds and music are owned by Bethesda Softworks, and no copyright infringement is intended. If you have something you'd like to contribute to the show, please contact us at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or follow us and post some messages to us on Twitter @Fallout Lorecast. And if you'd like to support the show, tell a friend, or check out the rewards you can get for becoming a patron at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. I really appreciate you listening, and I'd love to hear from you soon.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Are you worried you don't have all the answers?
Have you ever found yourself in an internet rabbit hole?
Call Mystery Time Live today! It's a new detective business.
With plenty of heart.
And a questionable track record.
We're only in the office for an hour.
Every Wednesday.
Come hang out.
Solve a mystery.
It's a podcast.
It's a live show.
It's a swell time.
Subscribe now!
The producers of Mystery Time Live ask you kindly not to take the advice or guidance of the host because they have no idea what they're doing. No mystery will ever be fully solved unless individualized from any outside source or sheer luck. You can find them live on the Twitch app and find their podcast later on YouTube, Anchor, Spotify, Google, and iTunes. Listening may cause hurtful your death or loss of sanity. We are sorry. This is probably legally binding and you cannot sue us.
So you probably didn't expect a Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast Episode 1 to show up in your feed today. That's why I'm introing this episode, just me, in order to kind of explain what's going on. Me and Stuart from the Committee Quest live play Dungeons & Dragons show, who's also on Robots Radio, decided to put together a Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast, and we are super proud of this first episode. You come into the situation where we are traveling in a car to a remote location, and then something surprising, of course, happens and puts us in absolutely the best place for us to take you through the lore behind the worlds of Dungeons and Dragons. So I hope you guys give this a listen. It is this is something I've been wanting to do for a while, and having Stuart and somebody with so much cool Dungeons and Dragons experience to do this with me is absolutely a treat. I think you guys are going to find it very entertaining. And, for an intro episode, we talk a little bit about details, but it's mostly kind of the beginning of our adventure. And in future episodes, we will be digging into the world and the gods and their races and all the different history and all sorts of different places you can visit and all the stuff that will help make the world of Dungeons and Dragons come even more alive the next time you play a game or you watch a game from content creators who build games in these worlds. So I hope you guys give it a listen and let me know what you think. And if you really enjoyed it, look it up. It's on all the different podcatchers out there. Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. Subscribe, listen to future episodes. And if you really absolutely love it and want to help me out, dropping a review on whatever podcatcher you use would be absolutely huge, especially since the show is brand new. The more listens we get right now and the more reviews and ratings, the more it helps get it out there for other people to listen to. So if you really, really, really love my stuff and you want to help me get this out there into the world, that is absolutely the best thing you can do. I really do appreciate you guys giving it a try, and I'd love to hear some feedback on it. So without further ado, here you go, the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast.
Robots Radio presents
You're listening to the Dungeons & Dragons Lorecast, the best way for everyone from experienced dungeon masters to those curious about D&D to learn more about the worlds, creatures, and lore of Dungeons & Dragons.
So, Stuart, check this out. check. So I'm recording on my phone because I told you, and thank you again for visiting the States.
Yeah, I'm lucky I got in. I mean, all the flights got closed.
Yeah.
Lucky I got those last ones.
Yeah, I think you made it in just in time. And so I was thinking about this while we have to be kind of socially isolated. I was like, well, what would be a great place for us to be socially isolated in? And then I was like, well, the creepy mansion that we did our Halloween special in is totally out in the middle of nowhere, right? So why don't we go check that out? So I also thought, okay, if we're going to be checking out a creepy mansion to stay isolated in, maybe we could play some Dungeons and Dragons because you're like DM extraordinaire. And if we're going to be playing and talking Dungeons and Dragons, then maybe we could record it. So I brought my phone, and we're just a microphone and my phone, and we're just going to record. So anyway. Okay. Does that sound good?
Yeah, cool, man. Look, yeah, that sounds great. Like, I mean, I don't know if I'm an extraordinaire. I mean, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet.
Right. That's why I have to blow your trumpet. That just sounds disgusting. So anyway, so just to bring our listeners up to speed, that's where we're going right now. And
okay, cool. Yeah. Well, look, I'm really happy to be along for this ride. Really, this is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think when I went to Miami that I would be going to a haunted mansion, but I think I just watched too many 80s films. So,
well, good thing I don't live in Miami, but it's cool. But yeah, you flew into Miami just to kind of bring our listeners up to speed. And then now we've actually been driving up through the state. We're heading up into the Northeast. It's been like most of a long day trip. And, yeah, we had a weird rest stop situation. The guy was kind of creepy, made some sort of like, you don't want to go into the hills kind of, creepy old man thing. I don't know.
That was weird, man. I mean, he's probably just old and a bit scared. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Maybe he's got the coronavirus or something and he's just messing with his brain. I don't know. So, anyway, while we're driving up here, we're actually getting pretty close. Let me, I'm looking at my GPS. Yeah. So, actually we should be pulling up in just a minute. But did you bring your, your notebook with all of your notes about the Dungeons and Dragons world and the lore and all that stuff? Cause I figured we're going to have a lot of time. We could definitely be recording some cool stuff about, some of that kind of thing. I think our listeners are really going to be into that.
Yeah, for sure, man. I got my player's handbook here and my Dungeon Master's Guide and my monster manual, and I've also brought the Sword Coast Adventurers Guide. So I got all this stuff, and I got some stuff that I looked up online as well. So yeah, I've got heaps of stuff. I also brought my dice, so we are good to go.
Oh, sweet! Yeah, I've got some that have like dragons on them. They're hard to read, but they look really cool. So I use them anyway.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm keen as.
Yeah, and I also have been collecting some really cool characters and creatures and things I've been building, kind of just as side things. Maybe we can add them in. Tell people about
let me know what they are. I'll weave them into the story. Make sure it's working really nice.
Awesome, cool. Okay. Well, here we are.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's
this place.
I mean, it's a little rough around the edges, but
it looks terrifying. I mean, it's awesome, but it looks terrifying.
Well, wait till you get inside. Here, let's go in. I'll walk you.
Wait. Have you seen that? Have you read this letterbox, man?
The what? No. No.
It says Mordenkainen on it.
That's a really cool name. I mean, that sounds cool.
You don't know who Mordenkainen is. Okay. Maybe we shouldn't go.
No, come on. We were in here when we were doing the. What
just place
happened? Okay, so for our listeners, they probably heard some sort of crazy whooshing sounds or something. We were just dropped out of. They're never going to believe this. We have to keep
at the door. Okay,
we have to keep recording because no one's ever going to believe it. So so we opened the door and somehow got sucked into what looked like
A portal. Was that a portal? Yeah. Is that what a portal looks like?
It's like it was like shimmering, and as we step through, now it's completely different. What looked like a decrepit old mansion on the inside, or from the outside, sorry. On the inside is this it's like the first level of this huge tower, perhaps. There's a stairwell going up and a couple of doors over there.
Wait, so the door's not even behind. We didn't even... That was a portal. The door's over there. Wait, hold on a second.
Okay.
No, see, this door doesn't even open. I think we're locked in.
Okay. So, you know how I said the letterbox has the name Mordenkainen on it, right?
Yeah, that's a cool name.
Yeah, yes, it's a cool name. So, Mordenkainen is a wizard in the world of D&D, and not just any wizard. He's it gets really sort of meta. But do you know who Gary Gygax is?
Yeah, of course. The guy who started Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah,
exactly. Okay, Mordenkainen is the name of his character, a wizard, right? Okay,
right. But that's like
his character.
That's just make believe, right? Like he just made that character.
Okay,
yeah.
So, but he put it into the game. Okay, now in the 90s, in Dragon magazine, right, a guy called Ed Greenwood, who invented the world of the Forgotten Realms, he did this series where Mordenkainen and another wizard, Ed Greenwood's wizard, Elminster, would meet together in Ed Greenwood's kitchen and talk about the cosmos and talk to him about it. On Earth.
Wait. But that's still just make believe, right? Like,
this place doesn't look very make believe.
It's pretty solid. I mean, these are like
you can touch the walls, man.
Yeah, the stones the walls are made out of freaking stone. The stones on the walls are like legit rocks, and they look really old.
So this is possibly like now if Mordenkainen had been to Earth to visit Ed Greenwood, maybe he just spent a lot of time in Florida. I mean, the weather's nice. Maybe he wanted to, it was like his refuge. I don't know, but Letterboxd says Mordenkainen, we stepped through a magical door and now we're in a tower.
Yeah. I think I might.
Should we go upstairs?
Do you think maybe we both caught the coronavirus and it's just messing with our brains?
It doesn't do that. It's not like that.
It's not like that.
Unless we're both having fevers, but we don't. No, it's not that.
Yeah, I don't have a fever. Yeah, let's go look around.
All right, let's go upstairs here.
And maybe we'll find another portal.
Maybe.
Did you pack snacks? Because
yeah, we're playing D&D. Of course I got snacks.
Okay, good. Because who knows how long we're going to be in here. All right,
they're not very good for us, but I've got snacks.
All right. Here, let's head up the stairs.
All right, cool. They're pretty. You look how far this goes up.
That goes really far. Well, okay. Well, let's just try this first doorway up on the first level up.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Whoa!
Oh, wow!
Holy moly!
Look at these. Look at these tablets. So sorry, listeners. There's these 5 tablets. One of them says, "Gods oversee the world." The other one says, "Much of the world is untamed." Hey, I know this. This is in the hang on a second. I just need to get this out of my bag.
Okay.
Yeah, look.
That is like the text on there. It kind of looks like English, but
look. It's in the start of the Dungeon Master's Guide. This is like. So these are the 5 core assumptions of playing D&D. Okay, this whole level is all about that. Like whilst I can read that, that's in English or Common.
Yeah,
the rest I can't read, but I can read it out of this book.
It's a really strange font. I mean, it's like if you look at it long enough, you can kind of make it out. What does the rest of it say?
It says that the gods are real and embody a variety of beliefs, with each god claiming dominion over an aspect of the world, such as war, forests, or the sea. Gods exert influence over the world by granting divine magic to their followers and sending signs of and portents to guide them. The follower of a god serves as an agent of that god in the world. The agent seeks to further the ideals of that god and defeat its rivals. While some folk might refuse the honor of the gods, one cannot deny their existence. Wow. Okay.
That's pretty heavy.
That is very heavy. But I mean, like when you're playing D&D, there's gods that influence what you do. So that, I mean, that's why it's one of the core assumptions. Look, and much like the next one, it says, much of the world is untamed. Wild regions abound. City-states, confederacies, and kingdoms of various sizes dot the landscape. But beyond their borders, the wilds crowd in. People know the area they live in well. They've heard stories of other places and merchants and travelers. But few know what lies beyond the mountains or in the depths of the great forests unless they've been there themselves. Right. So that's like when you do your adventuring, you start in a little town and everybody knows there's something in the forest, you know.
Right.
They know that there's something in the stream.
Yeah,
but most of the world, no one controls it.
Yeah.
Because that's how you do your adventuring. Man, this is so cool. Like Mordenkainen is he's off the charts, man. So, and look, the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, over here, Tom.
Right.
No, over here, Tom.
Oh, that one.
The world is.
Yeah.
Yes, this one.
Okay.
The world is ancient. Empires rise and fall, leaving few places that have not been touched by imperial grandeur or decay. War, time, and natural forces eventually claim the mortal world, leaving it rich with places of adventure and mystery. Ancient civilizations and their knowledge survive in legends, magic items, and their ruins. Chaos and evil often follow an empire's collapse. That's the dungeons part of Dungeons and Dragons, right? Okay, yeah. So there's all these old ancient civilizations that have come and gone, and when you go delving into the dungeons, you're discovering all these old things.
Right.
Man, this is awesome, dude.
Yeah. So like some of this stuff explains maybe some of the weird symbols and things. Like, let's describe the room a little bit, just so people understand what we're looking at here. This is ornately decorated. There's some really old wooden shelving around the edges of the kind of circular room. There are these, what did you call them? The 5
tablets.
Tablets, kind of.
They're huge stone tablets that sort of are placed in between bookshelves.
Yeah, and up around like the what I guess you would consider molding around the top of the walls. They have these like symbols, and I'm guessing these are like maybe some of the different gods or cultures or something. I don't know.
I don't speak Giant or any other languages, to be honest.
Yeah. But I mean, they're like, really.
Mordenkainen he like studies the cosmos, you know, like he studies the multiverse and is interested in all sorts of stuff. So this is like part of his library, maybe.
Yeah, there's script on some of these books that looks all like intricate and like I don't know, like the fanciest cursive writing I've ever seen. I don't know what that's about. Some of it looks like really hard edges and weird fonts. Some of these books look like if you pick them up, they will disintegrate. They look like they're that old.
Yeah. Some of these books have leather made of a questionable leather material. Like, look at that one.
That looks like alligator, but like it came from a gigantic sized alligator. I mean, that's the closest analogous.
Like a dinosaur. That is dinosaur skin.
Yeah, like if it was dinosaur skin, like
dragon skin, maybe.
So wait a minute. So hold on. There's a little. There's a window. Hold on. Wait. Look. Before we get to the other tablet. So you notice the window over here? There's only a few little slits of windows in this tower. Look through this. Yeah. You see that? So that is not Florida countryside.
That is nothing like Florida countryside.
That is, I mean, we're looking at in the distance, there are mountains with snow on them. We are not in Florida anymore. That is not subtropical landscape. But believe me, I've lived in Florida my whole life.
Forest.
Yeah. The tallest point in Florida is like 20 feet above sea level. Like this is, that is arboreal forest and mountains. Like,
are we, So Mordenkainen's got a spell called Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion, right? And essentially, what you cast it on a door, and when you walk through the door, you go into this mansion, and whatever you want to set the mansion up as is what it's set up as. So maybe he's done that here, but I don't know where this mansion is.
Yeah,
that's something we're going to have to find out.
Well, I mean, we can't be in like the world of D&D, like Faerun or something like that, right? Like, there's no way.
Faerun's one. We might be. I mean, so there's like,
come on, like this stuff is all like fancy, like Disney World level quality, like stuff, right? Like somebody made the room to make it look really cool.
I wonder what happens if I touch one of these tablets. Come over here. I'm going to touch this one. The one that says conflict shapes the world's history.
All right.
Oh, it's warm and it's turning blue.
Yeah. So wait, there's got to be like a power source, right?
Man,
there's got to be like
that's magic.
Try to pick it up.
That's magic.
How heavy is it?
And no, it's attached to the wall. It's almost like it's carved into the wall.
There's got to be. I don't see any light switches. I don't see any.
There's no light switches.
Yeah, I don't see any sockets on the wall. I mean, the only thing in here that casts light is, well, I mean, there's some like torch things on the side. Well, okay, so we didn't point out that in the middle, there's like this little round podium thing with what looks like water in it. I just noticed, I just walked by that. I think that's glowing too, but I don't see like a light underneath the water.
Well, why don't we both stand over it?
That sounds like a good idea.
All right. This is, I mean, we got to be, I mean, I know it's magic, but we got to be scientific about that.
Right. I mean, it's not magic. Like, this is just really fancy special effects.
Like water.
Right. Like this is like fancy special effects. Like, okay.
If it's just water,
yeah.
Why don't you put your hand in it?
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. I'm going to do it. But like, I'm coming up with an explanation that makes sense. I'm a very rational person. Okay. I'm kind of a skeptic. Okay. So like the windows probably have some sort of like display behind them that make it look like you're looking into the distance and you're somewhere else. Right. And it's not really where we are. The portal thing was some sort of really cool special effect with lots of glowy lights and stuff.
Give me the phone, Tom. Give me the phone. You just stay there and deal with that. I'm going to go over here and tell the guys what's on this tablet. All right, guys. This is the fourth tablet. Conflict shapes the world's history. Powerful individuals strive to make their mark on the world, and factions of like-minded individuals can alter the course of history. Factions include religions led by charismatic prophets, kingdoms ruled by lasting dynasties, and shadowy societies that seek to master long-lost magic. Whatever their goals, these factions inevitably collide, creating conflict that can steer the world's fate.
I just touched the water.
Okay. We better go back and see what Tom's doing.
Hey,
all right, Tom, what's going on?
Okay, I pulled my hand out. As soon as I touched the water, there was like some guy's face and like an old wizard dude, and I could hear him in my brain. Is that supposed to happen? How does that work?
Hey, Tom, you see that other tablet over there?
Uh-huh.
That says, I'm going to read it in a minute, but that says the world is magical. Now, I'm pretty sure that if I...
You try it.
If I concentrate on something in my mind and touch this water, it's going to show me what I want to see.
Yeah, I was thinking about Mordenkainen, and that all of a sudden, like that, I saw a wizard guy, and then like, he's got the weirdest voice, by the way. Like, it's super weird. You try it.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to think about Faerun. Okay, Faerun's like one of the main continents in the Forgotten Realms. Okay. So I'm going to put my hand in now.
All right.
And I'll pull it away. And there it is. A map of Faerun. The world is magical, Tom.
But you said that out loud. You said it out loud. It's like tied to a Siri or something, right? Did you hear anything in your brain though? Did you hear?
Okay. Watch this.
Try to imagine this. Try to think of what Faerun sounds like. Like think about like a forest with a bunch of birds or something like that.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna think of something else. Hang on a second. And you'll know what it is because you'll hear it. Putting my hand in the water. Okay, you hear that?
Yes. Okay, turn it off.
Sound. That was the sound of Waterdeep. Okay, Waterdeep, one of the major cities in Faerun.
Uh-huh.
You didn't know I was doing that.
No, But I now know that I now know that there is a farmer who was very upset that somebody stole his pumpkins.
Yeah. Waterdeep's a crazy place, man. The world is magical, Tom. Come over here. Come over. Look, last tablet. I promise. I know. Look, I'm a history teacher. I know it's annoying. And
no. I mean, this is cool stuff. I'm trying to process the fact that we may not be on Earth anymore. It's a little bit crazy. So you go ahead and read that. I'm interested. I want to learn about the tablets. I want to learn about the. I just didn't expect that I would be, Tom, not on Earth.
Tom.
All right, go ahead.
It's okay. The world is magical. Practitioners of magic are relatively few in number, but they leave evidence of their craft everywhere. That pool in the middle is an example of that. This tower is an example of that. Magic can be as innocuous and commonplace as a potion that heals wounds to something much more rare and impressive, like this tower, or a stone golem guarding the gates of a city. Beyond the realms of civilization are caches of magic items guarded by magic traps, as well as magically constructed dungeons inhabited by monsters created by magic, cursed by magic, or endowed with magical abilities. Right. We are in Morden Canaan's tower, and we are possibly on Faerun or in Greyhawk. Greyhawk's Gary Gygax's place, but that's the world that he created. But Morden Canaan travels between all of them, and this tower is a link between our world and their world.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Look out the window. Put your hand into the water again.
Okay.
What do you
Yeah. Okay. No, you got me. I can hear dragons. Like I thought, what does a dragon sound like? And yes, this is what it, yes. Yeah. And I saw a picture of a red dragon. Right. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. So all right. The evidence seems pretty substantial that we are no longer on Earth. So I'm just going to have to accept that. So let's look on the bright side here, because we planned to do a podcast and somehow we're going to have to get this, I don't know, transmitted back to Earth for people to listen to. But
I'm sure that this is a magic tower.
Oh, I mean, maybe the pool will do it. I don't know. We'll figure out something. But we're in the perfect situation, if you think about it, to go through all these old books, tomes, explore the other floors of this tower, and figure out what things we could be teaching people about Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, man. That's my job. That's literally, and I'm ready to convert from Earth history teacher to D&D history teacher.
All right, so I think we've got kind of a good setup here. So I mean, we didn't expect to be teleported to a crazy tower, but I guess it worked out for the best, because I have a feeling we're going to find some really cool lore in these books. Right?
Yeah, man.
I mean, there's got to be something.
Yeah, this is dynamite. In fact, I think we should get started with some reading now, man. I mean, it might be a bit dangerous, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have anything else that you wanted to bring that you wanted to like talk to people about while we start digging through stuff? Because I've got a character I wanted to kind of introduce to people.
Yeah. Oh, sure, man. Yeah. What have you got there?
Okay. So one of the thoughts I had for the show was that every week when we put out the podcast episodes, we could have some sort of specific topic. By the way, what were you thinking we would go do next? All
right. So I'm thinking we're going to look at the Forgotten Realms first. Okay. So a lot of the D&D stuff is the content that Wizards of the Coast are making at the moment is set in Forgotten Realms, and I'm learning a lot more and more about that every day. So I think we'll do a little bit of a intro to the Forgotten Realms, and then start focusing in on some aspects of that. And we'll look at geography, we'll look at towns, we'll look at the people that inhabit the Forgotten Realms, we'll look at magic, and we'll look at monsters. I mean, we can go wherever we want, but I think we'll start with a little bit of an overview of the Forgotten Realms and probably the content of Faerun.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I'm sure if this is what you think it is, there's probably a book somewhere that describes way more detail about that than we can get on Earth. So.
Yeah, I mean, these notes I made are okay, but this library and who knows what's upstairs, I think that's much better.
Yeah. Hopefully they don't store dragons in towers like this, right? That's not the thing, right? Liches, maybe?
Well, I mean...
Zombies?
Remember what I read out before. Magic items guarded by magic traps, as well as magically constructed dungeons inhabited by monsters created by magic.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to have
Cursed
to find
by
some
magic.
weapons, I think. We're going to have to look around for ways to... I forgot to bring my broadsword with me when we headed out in the car this morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, so here's what I wanted to bring every episode is kind of a fun character build, not necessarily for a character you would play as, but more as like an NPC or an enemy or even a monster or something that you could, incorporate into your own kind of homebrew story. So I was thinking about it and I was like, what kind of character are you going to come across a lot of times in a Dungeons and Dragons adventure? Well, you're going to be traveling through some sort of town or village or something like this. And inevitably you're going to be interacting with NPCs who are selling things at a market or people who are kind of going about their days. Right. So I was like, okay, what kind of commoner could we create? So I've created a female human, and I picked warrior as just kind of generic class by the name of Karen. And Karen, we have a character sheet for this, so I'm going to share the character sheet on
excellent
on the Discord. I'll put it up on Twitter or whatever.
This little, I'll see what the little. I'll just put my hand in the water again.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Look, if you just think internet, like it comes up with a browser.
Oh. That's handy. Is it Chrome or is it like Internet Explorer 2.5 or something?
It's red and black though, so it must be. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's
nice. All right, so we've got Karen, female human, and these characters all on the sheets are all just level 1, so you can level them up if you need to. She is, like I said, a warrior. Her basic stats are +1 in strength, +1 in dexterity, and she's just flat everything else. So she's a little strong and a little bit agile because the inspiration here is somebody who might be a soccer mom type.
Okay, yeah,
that kind of thing.
I think already, yeah.
Yeah, so she runs around with the kids, maybe more like chases after them. And the personality traits here I have on the sheet include things like bossy, demanding, and totally unaware of her own shortcomings, unconsciously racist towards everyone who isn't a human or elf. Excellent. Her ideals, I have the quote, "I know there's a heaven just waiting for people like me." There you go. Her bonds, simply stated, she needs her children more than they need her, and her flaws are she needs her children more than they need her. So that kind of gives you a description here. Her appearance is a short, cropped blonde hair, which clearly says, quote, "I need to speak with your manager." Her allies and organizations include the local temple. She's very religious. The neighborhood watch. She's very, very concerned nosy and concerned about what's going around in the neighborhood more than her own safety, particularly. And a sewing club. She likes to, gossip with the ladies and drink some wine. Additional features include, although she's only 42, under the makeup, she looks closer to 52.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Wow.
That'll do it.
Let's see. Character backstory. So her backstory is at one point she was an acolyte. She is now a common farmer. And although she's but a common farmer, Karen does her best to dress like the wealthy townsfolk. She claims to have elf blood in her lineage from some generation back, but the story keeps changing. If you were to ask her what she does, she'll first say that she's a mother because it's the most important of all jobs. However, upon closer inspection of her daily activities, she spends much of her time gossiping with the neighbors. 99% of her daily interaction with her 6 children is in the form of bossing them around the farm because, quote, "the cows aren't going to milk themselves."
That's true. That's true. I mean, she seems very practical. So,
yes,
I mean,
of course. I mean, if you're going to have 6 kids, put them to work, and then you just
right.
drink some wine and gossip with the neighbors while they do all the work, right? And the final note about her backstory is her husband was not an alcoholic until after marriage. So, and then when you and I were talking about this, you added in one extra touch that, how did you put it? She has, I wasn't able to work it into the character sheet yet. I'm going to need to edit it, but I believe you stated.
So she's got a special ability.
Yeah. When dealing with anyone that isn't the owner of an inn, tavern, or store, they have advantage on charisma-based rolls. However, they then have disadvantage on charisma-based rolls when talking to the actual owner.
That's right. They can speak to the manager. We call this special skill speak with the manager.
Yes, they're able to get to the manager most likely, but then once they talk to the manager, most of the time they don't get what they want. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so that's Karen, not Karen. If your name is Karen, this is not about you at all. This is a completely fictional character named Karen.
Definitely not.
Ren. Yes, definitely
not real.
Not real. This is not a real human.
This is yeah.
So there we go. That's our character of the week. So any of our listeners, I would love for you guys, if you have some really fun character builds that you would like to share with us, to share it with the show. And I'm hoping we can get some of you to share character builds by posting them up on Twitter. And whether it's a full character sheet or just kind of a fun character idea, it doesn't really matter. Whatever you've got, share it with us.
I'm sure anyone that plays, anyone that runs D&D or any other tabletop game have got some of their favorite NPCs. We would love to hear about them.
Yes, I would love to hear your ideas, and they may get featured on a future episode of the show. So
definitely
hashtag it DND Lorecast and tag us in it. We're at D&D Lorecast, I believe. I recently set up our Twitter account. Let me double check that real quick. Double checking. And yes, at DND Lorecast, because Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast is too long and you can't use an and sign. So it's DND. The letter ND Lorecast. So yeah, add us and add the hashtag DND Lorecast, and then we'll be able to sort it by that as well in order to look back through the list of submissions. And we'll call you out too on the show. So definitely do that. So I think that's it for this first episode. This has been unexpected, but definitely.
This is not what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah, definitely cool.
A trip to America, I did not expect it to end in a trip to a fantasy medieval world. But here I am, and I'm not upset about it. This is fantastic.
This flight was a lot cheaper for you, too.
Far cheaper, and probably much further.
Yes, and probably
easier.
Safer from a disease standpoint. Unless there's crazy diseases here that we have not contracted yet.
Demon plague or something like that.
God.
That would not be ideal.
That would not be good. So I think what we're going to do now is try to explore this place a little bit more, find some weapons, maybe some food, see if we can actually open the door and get out. Or
we could probably. There's a spell called Conjure Food and Water, so I'm sure we can figure out how to use magic. Between the two of us, we have enough brains to be a wizard.
Yeah, it's just that easy. I'm sure it'll be fine. We'll just tell you what, you do the wizard stuff. I'll work on I'll find a lute or something, and I'm gonna be a bard.
You're the bard and I'm the wizard. Well,
yeah.
I hope we don't find any real monsters, because
that's gonna be a tough fight.
We're gonna go down.
So we're looking for a tank. If anybody wants to be our tanky barbarian or warrior or paladin or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be ideal.
That'd be nice. Maybe we'll find one in a closet we can reanimate or something.
Yeah, or maybe we could get a golem and just change the script in their brain. Maybe we'll try and do that.
All right. Well, we're going to see what we can do. Thank you for tuning into the first episode of the Dungeons and Dragons Lorecast. And by the way, we didn't really introduce ourselves. I'm Tom. You can also call me Robots. That's the name I go by online. And I do other shows like the Fallout Lorecast and the Elder Scrolls Lorecast. And I also run the Robots Radio Network, which this is a part of. Lots of good shows on the network. And this is Stuart. Stuart, tell them about you.
Hey. How you going? I'm Stuart. I am from Australia. I am a teacher and a podcaster. I am the DM and host of Committee Quest podcast, which is a actual play D&D podcast set in my homebrew world. I'm also a writer, and so you can check out my blog, and you can go to @StuartWhiteWrites to find me there. That's me. I'm going over here to read these books, Tom. So if you want to see if you can find any magical items, that'd be awesome.
How do I know if they're magic?
They glow? I don't know. I've never held one before.
All right. Well, I'll see.
See if you can find some items, I guess.
Yeah. Do I still have to roll dice in order to do things like detect magic, or is that just like now innately part of who I am? Do people just walk around in this world with rolling dice every time they do anything? Is that like...
I don't know. I hope that numbers click up over their head and they tell us what they rolled in their mind. I don't know.
Yeah,
we haven't encountered another person yet.
All right. So we'll let you guys know when we find out how that mechanic works in this reality. Yeah. But until then, go check out Committee Quest. It's super fun, wonderful adventure. They just started the first few episodes of the second season of the show, and there's a wonderful recap.
Yes,
if you just want to skip through to the second season. So go check that out. All of our podcasts are available everywhere. You could also go to robotsradio.net to see a whole list of them and access links to all the different shows. And you're welcome to join us on the Robots Radio Discord channel. It'll be in the show notes and the links, or you can just search Robots Radio Discord to come talk to us about Dungeons and Dragons stuff or whatever happens to be on your mind. We've got a wonderful community of like 700 and something people at this point, all hanging out, chatting and having fun every day. The nicest people you'll find on the internet. It's amazing. It's an amazing group. So
it is wonderful. It is a wonderful little part of the world, of the internet world.
Yes. It kind of breaks the internet with how nice it is compared to how terrible the rest of the internet can be. It's a little safe haven, a little corner of the world.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. In all honesty, that is what it's like.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So, all right, we'll try to survive until next week when we can put out our next episode and